needs a renovation. That is why the UN80 initiative and the wider reform process are not luxuries, but necessities. We are literally now at a crossroads, a make it or break it moment, politically, financially. Therefore, we have to deliver a United Nations that is agile, cost-effective, and fit for purpose. Member States have to give the Secretary General and this process their full support, because reform cannot stop in New York. It must carry through to every capital. That includes delivering the Pact for the Future and accelerating progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, this is not about charity. It's about addressing the core purposes of this institution, about strengthening our foundations across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. They are inseparable. Leaving hundreds of millions trapped in extreme poverty, vulnerable to crisis, and denied their human rights is not only a moral failure, it's a recipe for global unrest, terrorism, and a tragic waste of humanity's greatest resource, its people. Put it simply, without the SDGs, there cannot be lasting peace. Excellencies, our future as an institution will also be shaped by the selection of the next Secretary General. And here we must pause and reflect. In nearly 80 years, this organization has never chosen a woman for that role. One might wonder how out of 4 billion potential candidates, there could not be found a single one. Of course, the choice rests with member states. But those of you having been there yesterday celebrating Beijing, one strong female leader after the other from all our continents. Like 80 years ago, we are standing at a crossroads. And it's up to us, to every single member state, to live up to the same leadership as your predecessors did, to act when action is needed, to uphold the principles of our Charter, to be better together, to show the people around the world that this United Nation is there, today, tomorrow, and for the next 8 decades. Because, after all, it's the life insurance for every country. Before giving the floor to the first speaker for this morning, I would like to remind member states that the list of speakers for the general debate has been established on the agreed basis that statements should be no longer than 15 minutes to enable all the speakers to be heard at a given meeting. Within this time frame, I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official languages may be provided properly. I would also like to draw your attention to the decision taken by the Assembly at previous sessions, namely that the practice of expressing congratulations inside the Assembly Hall after speech has been delivered is strongly discouraged. After delivering their statements from the rostrum, speakers are invited to exit the hall through room JA200, located behind the podium, before returning to their seats. May I take it that the Assembly agrees to proceed in this manner? It's so decided. Finally, I should like to draw the attention of member states that during the general debate, official photographers are in the room and will take official photographs of all speakers by the Department of Global Communications. Members interested in obtaining these photographs are requested to contact the Photo Library of the United Nations. By this, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Senhora Presidente da Assembleia Geral,
Madam President of the General Assembly,
Annalena Barbu,
Annalena
Senhor Secretário-Geral,
Mr.
Antônio
Secretary
Guterres,
General Antonio Guterres,
caros chefes de Estado e de Governo,
dear heads of state and government,
representantes dos Estados
and representatives of the member
aqui
states
reunidos.
gathered here.
Este
This
deveria ser um
should
momento de
be a
celebração das
time to
Nações Unidas.
celebrate the United Nations.
Criada no fim
Created
da guerra,
at the end of the
a
war,
ONU simboliza a
the
expressão
UN
mais
symbolizes
elevada
the highest
da aspiração
expression
pela paz
of the
e
aspiration
pela
for peace
prosperidade.
and prosperity.
Hoje, contudo,
Today, however,
os ideais que
the
inspiraram seus
ideals that
fundadores em São
inspired its
Francisco
founders in San
estão
Francisco
ameaçados como
are
nunca
under
estiveram
threat as
em toda a
never
sua
before
história.
in their history.
O multilateralismo
Multilateralism
está diante
is
de nova
at a new
encruzilhada.
crossroads.
A autoridade desta organização
The organization's authority
check.
is in check.
assistimos à
We are
consolidação de uma
witnessing the
desordem
consolidation
internacional
of an international order
marcada por seguidas
marked by
concessões
repeated
à política
concessions
do poder,
to power play,
atentados à soberania,
attacks on sovereignty,
sanções arbitrárias
arbitrary sanctions,
e intervenções
and
unilaterais
unilateral
estão se
interventions
tornando
are
regra.
becoming the rule.
Existe evidente
There
paralelo
is a clear
entre a
parallel
crise do
between the
multilateralismo e o
multilateralism
enfraquecimento
crisis
da
and the weakening
democracia.
of democracy.
O autoritarismo se fortalece
Authoritarianism is
quando nos
strengthened
omitimos
when we
frente à
fail to
arbitrariedade.
act in the face of
Quando a
arbitrary
sociedade
acts.
internacional
When the international society
vacila na defesa da
falters
paz,
in defending
da
peace,
soberania e do
sovereignty,
direito,
and the rule
as
of law,
consequências são
the
trágicas.
consequences are
Em
tragic
todo o mundo,
throughout the world.
forças antidemocráticas
Anti-democratic
tentam
forces are
subjugar
trying to
as
subjugate
instituições e
institutions
sufocar
and
as
stifle
liberdades.
freedoms.
Cultua a violência,
They worship violence,
exalta a
praise
ignorância,
ignorance,
atuam como
act
milícias
as physical
físicas e
and
digitais
digital militias,
e cerceiam a
and
imprensa.
restrict the press.
Mesmo sob ataques sem
Even
precedentes,
under an
o Brasil
unprecedented
optou
attack,
por
Brazil
resistir
chose to
e
resist
defender sua
and defend its
democracia
democracy.
reconquistada há 40
Regained
anos
40
pelo seu
years
povo
ago by
depois
its
de
people
2 décadas de
after
governo
2 decades
ditatoriais.
of dictatorial government.
Não há justificativa
There
para
is
as
no
medidas
justification for
unilaterais e
unilateral
arbitrárias
and
contra nossas
arbitrary measures
instituições e nossa
against our
economia.
institutions and our
A
economy.
agressão contra a independência do
The
poder
aggression
judiciário
against the
é
independence of the
inaceitável.
judiciary branch of power
Esta
is
ingerência
unacceptable.
em
This
assuntos internos
interference in domestic
conta com o
affairs
auxílio de uma
is
extrema-direita
aided by a
subserviente e
subservient
saudosa
far-right
de antigas
who is
hegemonias.
nostalgic of past
Falsos
hegemonies. False
arquitetam
patriots
e promovem
plan and
publicamente
publicly promote
ações contra o
actions
Brasil.
against Brazil.
Não há pacificação com
Cannot
impunidade.
be achieved with
Há poucos
impunity.
dias,
A few days
e
ago,
pela primeira
and for the
vez em
first time in
525 anos de nossa
525
história,
years of our history,
ex-chefe de
a
Estado
former head of state
foi condenado
was
por atentar
convicted
contra
of
o Estado
attacking the
democrático de
democratic
direito.
rule of law.
Foi
He
investigado,
was investigated,
indiciado e julgado
indicted, trialed,
e
and held
responsabilizado pelos
accountable
seus atos
for his
em
actions
processo
in a
minucioso.
meticulous process.
Teve amplo direito de defesa,
He has the
prerrogativa
right to
que as
defend himself was
ditaduras
secured,
negam
a
às suas
prerogative that
vítimas.
dictatorships deny to
Diante
their
dos
victims
olhos do mundo,
before the eyes of the
O Brasil
world.
deu um recado
Brazil
a todos os
sent a
candidatos
message to all
autocratas
aspiring
e aqueles que os apoiam.
autocrats and those who
Nossa
support them.
democracia
Our
e
democracy,
nossa soberania
our sovereignty
são
are
inegociáveis.
non-negotiable.
Seguiremos como
We will
nação
continue
independente
as an
e como
independent
povo
nation
livre
and as
de
a people
qualquer tipo de
free
tutela.
from any type of guardianship.
Democracias sólidas
Sound
vão além
democracies
do
go
ritual
beyond the
eleitoral.
electoral ritual.
Seu vigor
Its strength
pressupõe a redução das
presupposes the
desigualdades,
reduction of
a garantia
inequalities,
dos
the
direitos mais
guarantee of the
elementares,
most basic
a
rights,
alimentação,
food,
a segurança,
safety,
o trabalho,
work,
a moradia,
housing,
a educação
education,
e a
and
saúde.
health.
A democracia falha
Democracy
quando as
fails
mulheres ganham
when
menos que
women
os homens
earn less than
ou
men
morrem pelas
or
mãos de
die
parceiros
at
e
the hands
familiares.
of partners and family
Ela
members.
perde
It
quando
loses
fecha suas
when it
portas
closes its
e
doors
culpa migrantes
and
pelas
blames
mazelas do
migrants
mundo.
for the world's ills.
A pobreza
Poverty
é tão
is
inimiga da
much
democracia
an enemy of
quanto o
democracy
extremismo.
as extremism.
Por isso,
Therefore,
foi com orgulho
we were proud
que
to
recebemos
receive
da FAO a
confirmation from
confirmação de que o
FAO
Brasil
that Brazil
voltou a
has
sair do
once
mapa
again
da
left
fome
the hunger
este
map
ano de
in this
2020.
year, 2025.
Mas no mundo,
But in the
ainda há
world,
670
there are
milhões
still
de pessoas famintas
670
e
million hungry
cerca de
people,
2
and
bilhões e
about
300 milhões
2.3 billion
enfrentam insegurança
face
alimentar.
food insecurity.
A única guerra
The only
que
war
todos podem
of
sair
which
vencedores.
everyone
É
can
que
emerge
travamos
victorious
contra a
is the
fome
one
e a
we
pobreza.
wage against hunger and
Esse é o
poverty.
objetivo da Aliança
This is the
Global
goal of the
que
global
lançamos no
alliance we
G20
launched
e que já conta
at the
com o apoio de
G20 and which has the
103 países.
support of 103
A
countries.
comunidade
The
internacional
international community
precisa rever
needs to
suas
revise
prioridades,
its priorities,
reduzir os gastos com
reduce
guerras
arms
e
spending,
aumentar a ajuda
and
ao
increase
desenvolvimento.
development aid.
Aliviar o serviço
Relieve
da
the
dívida
service
externa
of the
dos
foreign
países mais
debt
pobres,
of the poorest
sobretudo os
countries above
africanos,
all African
e
nations,
definir
and
padrões
set
mínimos de
minimum
tributação
global
global
tax standards
para que os super
so
ricos
that the super
paguem mais
rich
impostos
pay
que
more
os
taxes
trabalhadores.
than workers.
A democracia também se
Democracy
mede
is
pela
also
capacidade
measured by
de
the
proteger
ability
as
to
famílias
protect
e a
families
infância.
and the childhood.
As plataformas digitais
Digital platforms
trazem
offer
possibilidade de nos
possibilities for
aproximar
us to come
como
together
jamais
in
havíamos
ways we
imaginado,
never imagined.
mas têm sido usadas
But they
para
have been
semear
used for
intolerância,
sowing
misoginia,
intolerance,
xenofobia
misogyny,
e desinformação.
xenophobia, and misinformation. The internet
não pode ser terra
cannot be
sem
a
lei.
land of
Cabe ao poder público
lawlessness.
proteger
It's
os
up
mais
to governments
vulneráveis.
to protect the most
Regular
vulnerable.
não é
Regulating
restringir
does
a
not
liberdade de
mean
expressão,
restraining
é
freedom
garantir
of expression.
que o que
It's
já é
about
ilegal
ensuring
no mundo real
that what is
seja
already
tratado assim
illegal in the
também
real
no
world is
ambiente
treated
digital.
the
No
way in
ambiente
the virtual
virtual.
environment.
Ataques à
Attacks
regulação
on regulation
serve para encobrir
serve to
interesses
cover up
escusos
hidden
e dar
interests
guarida a
and
crimes
provide
como fraudes,
shelter for
tráfico de
crimes
pessoas,
such
pedofilia
as fraud,
e
human
investidas
trafficking,
contra a democracia.
pedophilia, and attacks against
O
democracy.
Parlamento brasileiro,
The Brazilian parliament
corretamente,
was right to
apressou-se em
rush
abordar esse
this to
problema.
address this issue.
Com orgulho,
Last week,
promulguei na
I
última
proudly
semana
enacted
uma das leis mais
one of the
avançadas
world's
do
most
mundo
advanced laws
para
for the
para a
protection of
proteção de
children and
crianças e
adolescents
adolescentes
in
na
the
esfera digital.
digital environment.
Também enviamos ao Congresso
Also, we
Nacional
sent draft bills
projeto de lei
to the National
para
Congress
fomentar a
to foster
concorrência nos
competition
mercados digitais
and digital
e para
markets and to
incentivar
encourage the
a instalação
installation
de data
of
centers
sustainable
sustentáveis.
data centers.
Para mitigar os
To
riscos da
mitigate
inteligência
the risks
artificial,
of artificial intelligence,
apostamos na
we are
construção de uma
committed to
governança
building
multilateral
multilateral
em linha
governance
com o
in
Pacto
line with the
Digital
global
Global
digital
aprovado neste
compact
plenário
that was
no
approved
ano
in this
passado.
plenary last year.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, your
Na América
excellencies,
Latina e
in Latin
Caribe,
America and the Caribbean,
vivemos momento
we
de
are
crescente
experiencing a time
polarização e
of growing
instabilidade.
polarization and instability.
Manter a região como zona de
Maintaining the
paz
region as a zone of
sempre foi
peace
e é a
is
nossa
and was
prioridade.
our priority.
Somos um continente
We
livre
are
de
a
armas de
continent
destruição em
free
massa,
of weapons of mass
sem conflitos
destruction,
étnicos ou
without
religiosos.
ethnic or religious
preocupante.
conflicts.
A
The
equiparação entre a
comparison between
criminalidade e o
crime
terrorismo.
and terrorism is
A
worrying.
forma mais
The
eficaz
most effective way
de combater o
to
tráfico de
combat
drogas
drug
é a
trafficking
cooperação
is to
para
cooperate
reprimir
to suppress
a lavagem de dinheiro
money
e
laundering
limitar o
and
comércio de
limit
armas.
arms trade.
Usar força
Using
letal
lethal
em
force
situações
in
que não
situations
constituem
that do not
conflitos armados
constitute armed
equivale
conflict is
a executar
tantamount
pessoas
to
sem
executing
julgamento.
people without
Outras partes do
Other parts of the
planeta
planet
já testemunharam
have already
intervenções que
witnessed
causaram danos maiores
interventions
do
that
que
cause
se
greater
pretendia
damage
evitar,
than intended,
com graves
with serious
consequências humanitárias.
humanitarian consequences.
A via do diálogo
The path
não
to
deve estar
dialogue must
fechada
not be
na
closed
Venezuela.
in Venezuela.
O Haiti
Haiti
tem direito a
has the
futuro
right
livre de
to a
violência.
violence-free
E é
future,
inadmissível
and it is
que Cuba esteja
unacceptable
listada
that
como
Cuba
país que
be
patrocina o
listed as a
terrorismo.
country that sponsors
No
terrorism.
conflito
In the
na
conflict
Ucrânia,
in Ukraine, in the
todos já
conflict in
sabemos
Ukraine,
que não
we
haverá
all
solução militar.
already know that there will be
O
no
recente encontro no
military
Alasca
solution. The
despertou
recent
a
meeting in
esperança de uma
Alaska
saída
raised
negociada.
hopes for a negotiated
É
way
preciso
out.
pavimentar
It's necessary to
caminhos
pave the way
para uma solução
for
realista.
a realistic
Isso
solution.
implica
This
levar em conta as
implies
legítimas
taking into
preocupações de
account
segurança
the
de todas as
legitimate
partes.
security concerns
A
of all
iniciativa
parties.
africana
The African
e o
Initiative
grupo de amigos da
and
paz,
the Friends
criado
for
por
Peace
China e
group
Brasil,
created by China
pode
and
contribuir
Brazil
para promover o
can
diálogo.
help promote dialogue
Nenhuma situação
and a diplomatic
é
solution.
mais
No
emblemática
situation
do
is
que o
more
uso
emblematic
desproporcional e
of the
ilegal
disproportionate
da
and
força
illegal
do
use
que a
of
da
force
Palestina.
that the one occurring in
Os
Palestine.
atentados
The
terroristas
terrorist
perpetrados
attacks
pelo Hamas
perpetrated by
são
Hamas are
indefensáveis sob qualquer
indefensible
ângulo.
from any
Mas
angle,
nada,
but nothing,
absolutamente
absolutely
nada,
nothing
justifica o
justifies
genocídio
the
em
ongoing
curso
genocide
em Gaza.
in Gaza. There,
Ali, sob toneladas de
under
escombros,
tons of rubble,
estão enterradas
are
dezenas
buried
de milhares
tens
de
of
mulheres e
thousands of
crianças
innocent
inocentes.
women and children.
Ali também estão sepultados o direito
We can see
internacional
that
humanitário
international humanitarian
e o
law and the
mito da
myth of
superioridade
ethical
ética do Ocidente.
exceptionalism of the West are
Este
also being
massacre
buried there.
não
This
aconteceria
massacre would not have
sem a
happened
cumplicidade
without
dos
the
que poderiam
complicity of
evitar.
those who could have prevented
Gaza,
it. In Gaza,
Fome é usada
hunger
como arma
is
de guerra.
used as a weapon of
O
war,
deslocamento
and the
forçado de
forced
populações
displacement of
é
populations
praticado
goes
impunemente. Deve
unpunished.
expressar
I
minha
express
admiração
my
aos
admiration
judeus
to the Jews
que dentro e
who,
fora de Israel,
inside and
se
outside
opõem
Israel,
a esta punição
oppose
coletiva.
this collective punishment.
O povo
The
palestino
Palestinian
corre o
people
risco
are
de
at risk
desaparecer.
of disappearing.
Só sobreviverá
They
como
will
um
only
Estado
survive
independente
with an
integrado à
independent state
comunidade
integrated
internacional.
to the international community.
Esta é a
This
solução
is the
defendida por
solution
mais de
defended by more
150
than
membros da ONU
150
e afirmada
UN members,
ontem aqui,
reaffirmed
neste mesmo
yesterday
plenário,
here in this very
mas
plenary,
obstruída
but
por
bared
único
by
veto.
a single
É
veto.
lamentável
It is regrettable
presidente
that
Mahmoud
President
Abbas
Mahmoud
tenha
Abbas
sido
was
impedido
prevented
pelo
by
país
the host
anfitrião de
country
ocupar
of
a
occupying
bancada da
the Palestinian
Palestina
bench
nesse
at this
momento
historical moment.
O alastramento
The
desse
spread
conflito
of this
para o Líbano,
conflict to Lebanon,
para a Síria e o
Syria,
Irã
Iran,
e o Catar
Qatar
fomenta a
is
escalada
fueling
armamentista
an
sem
unprecedented
precedentes.
arms build-up.
Senhoras presidenta,
Madam President,
bombas e armas nucleares
bombs
não
and
vão
nuclear
nos
weapons
proteger da
will
crise
not
climática.
protect us from the climate
O ano de
crisis. The year
2024
of 24
foi o mais
was the
quente já
warmest
registrado.
already
A
registered.
COP30 em
COP30
Belém, no
in
Brasil,
the city of Belém,
será a
Brazil,
COP da
will be
verdade.
the COP of truth.
Será o momento
It will
dos
be the
líderes
time
mundiais
for world leaders
provarem
to prove
a seriedade
the
de seu
seriousness of their
compromisso com o
commitment to
planeta.
the planet.
Sem ter o quadro
Without
completo das
a complete
contribuições
picture
nacionalmente determinadas,
of the
a chamada
NDCs,
NDC,
nationally determined
caminharemos de olhos
contributions,
vendados
we
para um
were
verdadeiro
walking
abismo.
blindfolded towards
O Brasil
the abyss.
se
Brazil
comprometeu a
has
reduzir
committed
entre
to
59% e
reducing its emissions by
67% suas
59 to
emissões,
and
abrangendo todos
67%,
os gases de
covering
efeito
all
estufa
greenhouse
em
gases
todos os
and
setores da
all
economia.
sectors of the economy.
Nações em desenvolvimento
Developing nations
enfrentam a mudança do
face
clima
climate
ao
change
mesmo tempo
while
que lutam
grappling
contra outros
with
desafios.
other challenges.
Enquanto isso,
Meanwhile,
países ricos
rich countries
usufruem
enjoy
de padrão de
a
vida
standard
obtido às
of living
custas de 200
reached
anos
at
de
the
emissões de
expense of
gás.
200 years of greenhouse
Exigir
gas
maior
emissions.
ambição e
Demanding
maior acesso
greater
a
ambition
recursos
and greater
e
access
tecnologias
to
não é uma
resources and
questão de
technology.
caridade,
It's not a matter of
é
charity,
apenas uma
but
questão
of
de justiça.
justice.
A corrida por
The
minérios
race for
críticos
critical
essenciais
minerals
para a
essential
transição
for
energética
energy
não
transition
pode
cannot
reproduzir a lógica
reproduce the
predatória
predatory
que
and
marcou
asymmetrical
os últimos
logic
séculos.
that has
Em
characterized
Belém,
recent centuries. In
o
Belém
mundo vai
City,
conhecer
the
a
world
realidade
will
da
learn
Amazônia.
about the
O
reality of the
Brasil já
Amazon.
reduziu pela metade
Brazil has already
o
reduced
desmatamento na região
deforestation by
nos
half
2
in the
últimos anos.
region in the last 2 years.
Erradicá-lo requer
Eradicating
garantia,
it
condições
requires
dignas de vida para
ensuring
seus milhões de
decent living
habitantes.
conditions for its millions of
Fomentar o
inhabitants.
desenvolvimento
Promoting
sustentável
sustainable development
é o objetivo
is the
do Fundo
objective of the
Florestas
Tropical
Tropicais
Forest
para
Forever
sempre,
Facility,
que o Brasil
which
pretende
Brazil intends
lançar
to launch
para
to
remunerar os
compensate
países que mantêm
countries that
suas
keep their
florestas em
forests
pé.
standing.
É chegado o momento de passar
But the time has
da
come
fase
to
da
prove
negociação
to move
para a
from the
etapa da
negotiation phase to the
implementação.
implementation
O mundo
stage.
deve
The
muito ao
world
regime
owes a lot to the
criado pela
regime
Convenção
created
do
by the
Clima.
Climate Convention.
Mas é necessário
Climate change
trazer ao combate
needs
à mudança
to
do
be
clima
brought
para
to
o
the
coração
heart
da
of the
ONU
UN
para que ela tenha
so that
a
it
atenção
gets
que
the
merece.
attention it
Um
deserves.
conselho
A
vinculado à
council
Assembleia Geral,
linked to the General
com
Assembly
força e
with the
legitimidade
power
para
and
monitorar
legitimacy to
compromissos,
monitor
dará
commitments,
coerência
provide
à ação climática.
coherence to climate action.
Trata-se de um passo
This is a
fundamental
fundamental step
na direção de uma
towards
reforma
a
mais
broader
abrangente
reform
da
of the
organização,
organization,
que contemple também
which would
um
also
Conselho de
include
Segurança
an
ampliado
expanded
nas
Security
duas
Council
categorias
in
de
the
seus
two
membros.
member categories.
Poucas áreas
Few areas
retrocederam
have
tanto
worsened
como o
as
sistema
much as the
multilateral de comércio.
multilateral trading system.
Medidas
Unilateral
unilaterais
measures
transformam em letra
have rendered
morta
fundamental principles
princípios basilares
such as
como a
the
cláusula
most
de
favored
nação
nations
mais
clauses
favorecida.
meaningless.
Desorganizam cadeias de valor
They have
e
disrupted
lançam a economia
value
mundial
chains and
em
through the
uma
global
espiral
economy
perniciosa
into a
de preços
pernicious
altos e
spiral of
estagnação.
high prices and
É urgente
stagnation. It is urgent
refundar o
to
OMC em bases
to refound the
modernas e
WTO
flexíveis.
based on modern
Senhoras
and flexible
e senhores,
foundations. Your Excellencies, ladies
este
and
ano
gentlemen, this year,
o mundo perdeu
the
duas
world lost two
personalidades
exceptional
excepcionais.
public figures.
O ex-presidente do
Former
Uruguai,
Uruguayan
Pepe
President Pepe
e o
Mujica
nosso querido
and
Papa
our dear
Francisco.
Pope Francis,
Ambos
both
encarnaram como ninguém
embodied the
os
best
melhores valores
humanist
humanistas.
values like no
Suas
other.
vidas se
Their lives
entrelaçam,
were
se entrelaçaram
intertwined
com as
with
8
the 8
décadas de existência da
decades
ONU.
of the UN.
Se ainda
UN's
estivesse entre nós,
existence. If they were still among us,
provavelmente usariam
they would
esta
use this
tribuna
platform
para
to
lembrar
remember
que o autoritarismo,
that authoritarianism,
a degradação
environmental
ambiental e a
degradation, and
desigualdade
inequality
não são
are not
inexoráveis. Que
relentless.
os únicos derrotados
That the only
são os que
ones
cruzam os
defeated are
braços
those who
resignados.
stand idly by,
Que
resigned.
podemos vencer os falsos profetas e
Resignate,
oligarcas
and
que
that we can
exploram o
defeat the
medo
false
e
prophets and
monetizam
oligarchs
o
who
ódio.
exploit fear
E
and
que o
monetize
amanhã
hate, and that
é feito de
tomorrow
escolhas
is
diárias
made of daily
e é preciso
choices,
coragem
and it
de
takes
agir
courage
para
to act
transformar.
to transform
No
it.
futuro que o Brasil
In the
vislumbra,
future that Brazil
não há
envisions,
espaço
there
para a
is no
reedição
room
de
for the
rivalidades
reenactment
ideológicas
of
ou
ideological
esferas de
rivalries or
A
spheres of
confrontação é
confrontation is
inevitável.
not inevitable.
Precisamos de lideranças
We need
com
leaders
clareza de
with
visão,
clear
que
visions,
entendam que a
who
ordem
understand
internacional
that the
não
international
é
order
jogo
is
de
not a
soma zero.
zero-sum game.
O século
The
XXI
21st
será
century
cada
will
vez
be
mais
increasingly
multipolar. Para se
multipolar.
manter pacífico,
For it
não
to
pode
remain
deixar de ser
peaceful,
multilateral.
it cannot fail
O Brasil
fall
confere
to multilateral.
crescente importância à
Brazil
União
is
Europeia,
giving
à
increasing
União Africana,
importance to the European
à
Union, the
ASEAN,
African Union,
à CELAC,
ASEAN,
aos
CELAC,
BRICS e ao
BRICS,
G20.
and the G20.
A voz do
The
Sul
voice of
global
the global South
deve ser
must
respeitada
be
e ouvida.
heard.
A ONU
The UN
tem hoje
The UN
quase
has
4
today
vezes
almost
mais
4
membros do que os
times more members
51
than
que estiveram
the
na sua
51
fundação.
who were at its
Nossa
foundation.
missão histórica
Our
é
historic
detonada
mission
novamente,
is to make it once
portadora de
again a
esperança
barrier of
e
hope
promotora
and
da
a
igualdade
promoter
da
of
paz,
equality,
do desenvolvimento
peace,
sustentável
sustainable
e da
development,
diversidade
diversity,
e da
and
tolerância.
tolerance.
Que Deus
May
nos
God
abençoe a
bless
todos
us
e muito
all.
obrigado.
And thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Donald Trump, President of the United States of America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States. And it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. They have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf, and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the two things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. It just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see whether the UN can manage to play a productive role. I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3, have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back, too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people, and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it could be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I could call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border, and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they have very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe. You can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea, tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible,
as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the President of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint, it was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby,
Nós
drill.
reduzimos
And
os
that's what we're
custos
doing.
de energia porque nós faremos, como a expressão, vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia, e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos. Por exemplo, se você olhar nos países em faturas de energia, mas nós nos Estados Unidos conseguimos usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nada e ninguém usa isso.
The entire globalist concept asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate.
Aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nada e ninguém usa.
Pretending to stop was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight, fight, fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a planet of peace and a world that is richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can happen. It will happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right at this moment. We'll turn it around. We're going to make our countries better, safer, more beautiful. We're going to take care of our people. Thank you very much. It's been an honor. God bless the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the United States,
please be seated? Please be seated.
Excellencies, could you please take your seats in due respect to the next speakers? The second row, could you please take your seat right now? Please take a seat now. With due respect to the next speakers, I would kindly ask you, gentlemen in the left row, please take your seats. We will continue. Excellencies, as we are receiving queries, I would like to assure you that don't worry, the UN teleprompters are working perfectly. And by this technical note, I would like to call on the next speaker. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Madame Annalena Baerbock, President of the United Nations General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Moses Abelian, Under-Secretary General for General Assembly and Management, Excellencies, Heads of States, Heads of Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor for me to stand in this august General Assembly Hall among leaders and representatives who represent almost all of humanity. We differ in race, religion, and nationality, yet we gather together today as one human family. We are here first and foremost as fellow human beings, each created equal, endowed with unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The words of the United Nations Declaration of Independence have inspired democratic movements across continents, including the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Mexican Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, and Indonesia's own struggle and journey to freedom. It also gave birth to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 1948. All men are created equal was the creed that opened the way to unprecedented global prosperity and dignity. And yet, in our own era of scientific and technological triumphs, an era capable of ending hunger, poverty, and environmental ruin, we also continue to face today grave dangers, challenges, and uncertainties. Human folly, fueled by fear, racism, hatred, oppression, and apartheid, threatens our common future. My country knows this pain. For centuries, Indonesians lived under colonial domination, oppression, and slavery. We were treated less than dogs in our own homeland. We Indonesians know what it means to be denied justice and what it means to live in apartheid, to live in poverty, and to be denied equal opportunity. We also knew what solidarity can do. In our struggle for independence, in our fight to overcome hunger, disease, and poverty, the United Nations stood with Indonesia and gave us vital assistance. Decisions made here based on human solidarity by the Security Council and this Assembly gave Indonesia independence, international legitimacy, opened doors, and supported our early development through the efforts of the United Nations Children Fund, the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO, the World Health Organization, and many, many other United Nations institutions. And because of that, Indonesia today stands on the cusp of shared prosperity and greater equality and dignity. Madam President, Excellencies, our world today is driven by conflict, injustice, and deepening uncertainty. Every day we witness suffering, genocide, and blatant disregard for international law and human decency. In the face of these challenges, we must not give up. As the United Nations Secretary General said, we cannot give up. We cannot surrender our hopes or our ideals. We must draw closer, not drift apart. Together we must strive to achieve our hopes, our dreams. The United Nations was born from the ashes of the Second World War that claimed scores of millions of lives. It was created to secure peace, security, justice, and freedom for all. We remain committed to internationalism, to multilateralism, and to every effort that strengthens this great institution. Today, Indonesia is nearer than ever before to meeting the sustainable development goals of ending extreme poverty and hunger. Because years ago, this very chamber chose to listen and uphold social and economic justice. We will never forget. And today, we must never be silent while Palestinians are denied that same justice and legitimacy in this very hall. Excellencies, Thucydides warned, the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. We must reject this doctrine. The United Nations exist to reject this doctrine. We must stand for all, the strong and the weak. Might cannot be right. Right must be right. Indonesia today is one of the largest contributors to United Peacekeeping Forces. We believe in the United Nations. We will continue to serve where peace needs guardians, not with just words, but with boots on the ground. If and when the United Nations Security Council and this great assembly decide Indonesia is prepared to deploy 20,000 or even more of our sons and daughters to help secure peace in Gaza or elsewhere, in Ukraine, in Sudan, in Libya, everywhere when the peace needs to be enforced, peace needs to be guarded, we are ready. We will take our share of the burden, not only with our sons and daughters, we are also willing to contribute financially to support the great mission to achieve peace by the United Nations. Madam President, Excellencies, I propose to this Assembly a message of hope and optimism, grounded in action and execution. Today, we heard the speech of Madam President, the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Yes, it is true what she said. Without the International Civil Aviation Organization, will we be here today? Will we sit in this great hall? Without the United Nations, we cannot be safe. No country can feel secure. We need the United Nations, and Indonesia will continue to support the United Nations. Even though we still struggle, but we know the world needs a strong United Nations. The world's population is growing. Our planet is under strain. Food, energy, and water insecurity haunt many nations. We choose to answer these challenges directly at home and to help abroad wherever we can. This year, Indonesia recorded the highest rice production and grain reserves in our history. We are now self-sufficient in rice, and we are starting now to export rice to other nations in need, including providing rice for Palestine. We are building resilient food supply chains, strengthening farmer productivity, investing in climate-smart agriculture to ensure food security for our children and for the children of the world. We are confident in a few years' time, Indonesia will be the granary of the world. As the world's largest island state, we testify before you that we are already experiencing the direct consequences of climate change, particularly the threat of rising sea levels. The sea level on the north coast of our capital city is increasing by 5 centimeters every year. Can you imagine in 10 years? Can you imagine in 20 years? For this, we are forced to build a giant seawall, 480 kilometers in length. It will take us maybe 20 years, but we have no choice. We have to start now. Therefore, we choose to confront climate change, not by slogans, but by immediate steps. We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security. Madam President, Excellencies, we live in a time when hatred and violence can seem to be the loudest voices. But beneath this loud noise lies a quieter truth, that every person longs to be safe, to be respected, to be loved, and to leave a better world to their children. Our children are watching. They are learning leadership, not from textbook, but from our choices. Today, still, a catastrophic situation in Gaza is unfolding before our eyes. At this very moment, the innocent are crying for help, are crying to be saved. Who will save them? Who will save the innocent? Who will save the old and women? Millions are facing danger at this very moment. As we sit here, they are facing trauma. They are facing irreparable damage to their bodies. They are dying of starvation. Can we remain silent? Will there be no answer to their screams? Will we teach them that the human family can rise to the challenge? Madam President, we must act now. Many speakers have said that. We must stand for a multilateral order where peace, prosperity, and progress are not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. With a strong United Nations, we can build a world where the weak do not suffer what they must, but live the justice that they deserve. Let us continue humanity's great journey of ideals, the selfless aspirations that created the United Nations. Let us use science to uplift, not use science to destroy. Let rising nations help others to lift themselves. I am convinced that the leaders of the great world civilizations of the West, of the East, of the North, of the South, leaders of America, Europe, of India, China, the Islamic world, the whole world, I am convinced they will rise to their role demanded by history. We are all hopeful that the leaders of the world will show great statesmanship, great wisdom, restraint, humility, overcome hate, overcome suspicion. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we are greatly heartened by the events of the last few days, where significant leading countries of the world have chosen to side with history, to choose the right side of history, the path of the moral high ground, the path of rectitude, the path of justice, the path of humanity, to shun hatred, to overcome suspicion, and to avoid the use of violence. The use of violence will beget violence. No one country can bully the whole community of the human family. We may be weak individually, but the sense of oppression, the sense of injustice has proven in the history of mankind that this sense of injustice, this sense of oppression will unite into a strong force that will overcome this oppression, that will overcome this injustice. To close, I would like to reiterate again Indonesia's complete support for the two-state solution in Palestine. We must have an independent Palestine, but we must also recognize, we must also respect, and we must also guarantee the safety and security of Israel. Only then we can have real peace, and no longer hate and no longer suspicion. The only solution is this two-state solution. Two descendants of Abraham must live in reconciliation, peace, and harmony. Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists, all religions, we must live as one human family. Indonesia is committed to being part of making this vision a reality. Is this a dream? Maybe, but this is the beautiful dream that we must work together towards. Let us work towards this noble goal. Let us continue humanity's journey of hope, a journey started by our forefathers, a journey that we must complete. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much. May God bless us all. May peace be upon us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Indonesia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Sayın Başkan,
Excellency
değerli
President of UNGA,
devlet ve hükümet başkanları,
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government,
Sayın Genel Sekreter,
Distinguished Secretary
kıymetli
General,
delegeler,
distinguished
sizleri
delegation members,
şahsım ve milletim
on behalf
adına
of myself and
en
my
kalbi
nation, I
duygularımla
greet you all with
selamlıyorum.
most heartfelt feelings.
Birleşmiş Milletler
I
80.
wish for the
Genel
80th
Kurulu'nun
United
tüm
Nations
insanlık
General
için
Assembly to
hayırlara
bring
vesile
blessings to
olmasını
all humanity.
temenni ediyorum. İnsanlığın ortak vicdanını temsil
I'm
eden
deeply honored
bu
to
kürsüden
address you once again from this
sizlere bir
podium,
kez daha hitap
which
etmekten
represents the collective
büyük
conscience
bir
of
bahtiyarlık duyuyorum.
humanity.
Genel Kurul Başkanlığını tamamlayan
I congratulate
Sayın
Mr.
Young'ı tebrik
who
ediyor.
has completed
Bu
his
görevi
term as
devralan
President of the General
Sayın
Assembly.
Berbok'a
And I wish
başarılar
success to
diliyorum.
Ms. Baerbock, who has
Konuşmamın hemen
taken
başında
over this position.
Filistin'in giderek artan sayıda ülke
At the outset
tarafından
of my
tanındığı
speech,
bir
I would like to
dönemde
first express my
Filistin
regret
Devlet
at the
Başkanı
absence today
Sayın
of the
Mahmud
President
Abbas'ın
of the State
bugün
of Palestine,
bizzat
Mahmud
aramızda
Abbas,
olamayışından
at a time when
duyduğum
Palestine
üzüntüyü
is being
ifade etmek istiyorum.
recognized by an increasing number of
Biz
countries.
bugün bu kürsüde
Today,
kendi
we stand here
vatandaşlarımızla
on this
birlikte
podium. I
sesi
stand here on
kısılmak
this
istenen
podium
Filistin
alongside
halkına
my
tercüman olmak
86
için
million
de
citizens,
bulunuyoruz.
also for our
Filistin
Palestinian
devletini
brothers and
tanıyacağını
sisters
açıklayan
whose voices are
tüm
being silenced.
ülkelere teşekkür ediyor. Henüz bu kararı almayan
I'd like to
devletleri
thank all the
ise
countries
bir an
who
önce
announced that they
harekete
recognize the
geçmeye
state of
çağırıyorum.
Palestine, and I call
Sayın
on
Başkan,
all the other countries
değerli
who
üyeler,
have not done so yet
Birleşmiş
to
Milletler
do so, to
şartı
recognize
bundan
the state of
80 yıl
Palestine
önce
as soon as
San
possible.
Francisco'da imzalandı
Esteemed President,
ve
distinguished members,
24 Ekim
the United Nations Charter was
1945'te
signed in San
yürürlüğe
Francisco
girdi.
8 years ago, and it
Birleşmiş
entered into
Milletler
force on
Kuruluş
October the
Şartı'nın
24th,
ilk
1945.
maddesinin ilk
I
kelimelerini
would like to recall here
burada
again the first
tekrar
words of the
hatırlatmak
first
isterim.
article of the UN Charter.
Birleşmiş Milletler'in amacı
The
uluslararası
purpose of
barış
the United
ve
Nations
güvenliği
is to maintain
korumaktır.
international peace and
Evet,
security.
bizler
Unquote.
bu salonda Birleşmiş
As
Milletler'in
we celebrate the 80th anniversary
80.
of the
yaşını
UN in
kutlarken
this hall, grave
dünyanın
events are
birçok bölgesinde
unfolding in many parts
kuruluş
of the world
şartının
that cast
ilk
a shadow
maddesinin
over the
ilk
very first
kelimelerine
words of
gölge
the
düşürecek
UN Charter's
vahim
opening
hadiseler yaşanıyor.
article.
Özellikle Gazze'de gözlerimizin önünde
Particularly in Gaza,
700 günü
right
aşkın bir
before our very
süredir
eyes,
soykırım
genocide has been going
devam
on
ediyor.
for over 700
Biz
days
toplantı
now.
halindeyken dahi
Even as we gather
Gazze'de
here, as we
şu
speak
anda
now,
siviller
Israel is currently
katlediliyor.
massacring civilians in
Gazze'de
Gaza.
ölen sivillerin sayısı
The number of civilian
65
casualties
bini
in
geçti.
Gaza has surpassed
Enkaz altında
65,000.
kaç cenazenin olduğu
Unfortunately,
henüz
the number of
bilinmiyor.
people who are still trapped under the
Ölenlerin
rubble
20
is
binden
not yet
fazlası
known.
çocuk.
And more than 20,000
İsrail
of those who
tarafından
died
Gazze'de
were children.
son 23 aydır
For the last
her
23
saat,
months,
evet,
a
her
child
saat
has been
bir
murdered
çocuk
by Israel in
acımasızca
Gaza every
hayattan
hour. Yes,
kopartılıyor.
every hour.
Bunlar sayı değil dostlar.
These are not just figures,
Hepsi birer
dear
can,
friends. All
birer
of these, each one
masum
of
insan.
these is a
Şu anda
person, a
sadece
human being,
silahlarla
innocent
değil,
people. People are now being
açlık
killed not with
silahıyla da
weapons,
insanlar
but with the
öldürülüyor.
weapon of starvation.
21. yüzyılda medeni
In the
dünyanın
21st
bakışları
century,
altında
under the gaze of the
146
civilized
çocuk,
world, 428
428
people
kişi
died of starvation.
açlıktan
Out of
hayatını
those
kaybetti
428,
ve sayı her geçen gün
146
artıyor.
were children.
Şimdi
And
size
this number is increasing
Gazze'deki
every day.
günlük hayatı anlatan
Now,
bir fotoğraf
I will show you a
göstereceğim.
photo, which is a picture from daily life in
Birinci
Gaza.
fotoğraf
The first photo,
gördüğünüz gibi
as you see,
ellerinde
these are
leğenli
people.
kadınlar.
These are women
Lütfen
with
hepimiz
these cups that they are
elimizi
holding in their
vicdanımıza koyup
hands, cups
cevap
and
verin.
buckets. Just
2025
feel your
yılında
conscience and answer
böyle
the
bir
following
gaddallığın
question.
makul bir sebebi
Can we possibly have
olabilir
a
mi?
reasonable reason
Fakat
for this
insanlık
brutality
adına
in
bu utanç
2025?
manzarası Gazze'de
This
23
shameful
aydır her gün
picture in Gaza
tekrar
has been
ediyor.
unfolding and is being repeated
365
every day
kilometre
for
kare içinde
23
yaşayan
months now.
2,5 milyon
And
Gazze'li
there are
her
2.5
gün
million
yerinden
Gazans
ediliyor.
who live
Her
in
gün bir başka
365
bölgeye
square
göçe
kilometers. And every day,
zorlanıyor.
what happens
Gazze'nin
is
sağlık
they are
altyapısı
being
tamamen
dragged from one
çökmüş
place
durumda.
to another. The
Doktorlar
healthcare
öldürüldü
infrastructure
ya
of
da
Gaza
gözaltına alındı.
is completely collapsed. Doctors
Ambulanslar
have been killed
vuruldu.
or they have
Hastaneler
disappeared
bombalandı.
while under custody.
Yıkıldı.
Ambulances have been hit.
Tedavi
Hospitals
mümkün değil.
targeted and destroyed.
Operasyon
Treatment
mümkün
is
değil.
not possible. Surgery
İlaç
is
bulmak
not possible. It's
mümkün
not
değil.
possible to find
Dostlar,
medications.
bakın
Now,
Tayyip
dear
Erdoğan
friends,
olarak
now, as
içim
Tayyip
yanarak,
Erdoğan, with
içim
a
kan
heavy
ağlayarak
heart,
söylüyorum.
with my heart
Henüz
bleeding here,
2-3
I'm telling you,
yaşındaki elleri,
innocent
kolları,
little ones,
bacakları
just
olmayan
2 or 3 years
masum
old,
yavrucuklar
without hands,
bugün
arms
maalesef
or legs,
Gazze'nin
have
olağan
become,
fotoğrafı haline
unfortunately,
gelmiştir.
a common sight to see in Gaza.
Buna hangi vicdan dayanır?
What kind of a human conscience can
Hangi vicdan
possibly
buna
bear this?
sessiz kalabilir?
Possibly.
Çocukların
How can
açlıktan,
one stay silent vis-a-vis this?
ilaçsızlıktan öldüğü bir dünyada
In a world where
huzur olur
children
mu?
are dying of starvation and lack of
Hepimiz
medication, can we possibly
anne
have calm
babayız.
and peace? We all are
üzerine
parents.
titrediğimiz
We have
evlatlarımız,
children
torunlarımız
or
var.
grandchildren
Burada,
who we dearly cherish.
Amerika'da,
Here,
Avrupa'da,
say in
dünyanın her
America or
yerinde
in Europe, anywhere
bir
in the
çocuğun
world,
eline
when a
küçük
small
bir
rose
diken batsa
thorn hurts a
anne
child's
babaların
hand,
yüreği yanıyor.
the hearts of
Ama
parents
Gazze'de
break. But in
çocukların
Gaza,
elleri,
children's
kolları,
hands, arms,
bacakları
and legs are
anestezi
being amputated
yapılmadan
without
ampute ediliyor.
anesthesia.
Kimse kusura bakmasın ama
Now, I'm extremely
bu
sorry to say,
insanlığın
but this
dip noktası.
represents the lowest point of
İnsanlık
humanity.
tarihi son bir asırda
Human
böyle
history
bir vahşet
has not witnessed
görmemiş.
such bloodshed within the last century.
Her şey gözümüzün
All
önünde cereyan
of this
ediyor.
is happening before our very eyes.
Gazze'deki soykırım,
The genocide
medya,
in Gaza
sosyal
is
medya
being
aracılığıyla
broadcast
her an canlı olarak
live every
yayınlanıyor.
moment through the
İsrail,
media and social media.
Şu ana kadar Gazze'de
So far,
ulusal
Israel
ve
has
uluslararası
deliberately
basında
killed
çalışan
250
250
journalists
gazeteciyi
working in national and
kasıtlı
international
olarak
media in
öldürdü.
Gaza.
Gazze'ye tüm girişleri yasakladı.
And
Ama yine de
they
soykırımı
have closed
gizleyemedi.
all the entrance
Filistin
into Gaza,
topraklarında
but they still have not
devam
been able to
eden
cover up the genocide.
soykırıma her fırsatta
I
dikkatlerini çeken
wholeheartedly support
Genel
Secretary General
Sekreter
Guterres
Sayın
because he
Guterres'i
consistently draws
gönülden
attention to the
destekliyorum.
ongoing
Cesareti için
genocide
kendisini
in Palestinian
bir kez
territories,
daha
and I would
tebrik
like to once
ediyorum.
again congratulate him for his courage.
Ancak
But
Birleşmiş Milletler
the
Gazze'de
United
kendi
Nations has
çalışanlarını
not
dahi
even been able to
maalesef
protect its own
koruyamamıştır.
personnel in Gaza.
Gazze'de insanlara yardım için
Unfortunately.
koşturan 500
In
kişi
Gaza, 500
öldürülmüştür.
people rushing to help others
Ve
have been
bunların
killed.
326'sı
Out of those 500,
Birleşmiş Milletler personelidir.
326 were
Sayın
UN
Başkan,
staff members.
Değerli üyeler,
Esteemed President,
bakınız
distinguished members,
soykırım tıpkı
Now,
Holocaust gibi insanların toplu halde iması
genocide,
için
like the
kullanılan
Holocaust, is a
utanç
shameful
verici,
concept which
insanlık
refers
dışı
to the mass
barbarca bir
extermination
kavramdır.
of people. It's a
Oysa
barbaric
bugün
concept.
Gazze'de
Today,
sadece insanlar öldürülmüyor.
It's not only people who are being killed in
Gazze'de
Gaza,
hayvanlar
mind you.
hedef alınarak
Animals
öldürülüyor.
are being targeted and
Gazze'de
killed in Gaza.
tarım alanları, bahçeler,
In Gaza,
ağaçlar,
agricultural land,
otlar,
gardens,
Gazze'de
trees, grass,
asırlık zeytin
century-old
ağaçları
olive
yok
trees
ediliyor.
are being destroyed.
Gazze'de
In Gaza,
sular yok ediliyor.
water supplies are being
Kirletiliyor.
destroyed and
Gazze'de
polluted.
binalar, evler,
Buildings,
kütüphaneler,
homes,
hastaneler,
libraries,
okullar,
hospitals,
camiler,
schools, mosques,
kiliseler,
churches,
tarihi yapılar
and historical
bilinçli bir
structures
şekilde
in Gaza are being
yıkılıyor.
deliberately destroyed.
Gazze'nin toprağı insan içinde,
The soil
hayvan
of Gaza
içinde,
is being
bitki
rendered
içinde
useless for humans,
artık
for
işe
animals,
yaramaz
and for
hale
plants.
getiriliyor. İşte sizlere bir başka fotoğraf daha.
Let me show you yet
Şimdi
another
size
photo.
soruyorum.
And let me ask you
Elimdeki
here.
şu fotoğrafın
Look at this
güvenlik arayışıyla ne ilgisi var?
What could this photo here
Bunun
possibly
adı
have to do with security
canlıya
concerns?
düşmanlık. Hayata
This is being
düşmanlık değil.
against,
Bu kürsüden
life.
açık açık ifade ediyorum.
don't you think?
Gazze'de
Let
bir
me
savaş
state
yok.
this openly from this podium.
Gazze'de
There is
iki
no war
taraftan
in Gaza.
söz edilemez.
We cannot possibly talk about the
Gazze'de bir
presence
yanda
of two sides in
elinde en
Gaza.
modern,
Because
en
in
öldürücü
Gaza, on
silahlar
one
olan
side, there is a
düzenli
regular
ordu,
army
diğer
with the most
tarafta ise
modern, most lethal
masum
weapons.
siviller,
And on the other
masum
hand, there are
çocuklar var.
innocent civilians,
Bu
innocent
terörle
children.
mücadele değildir.
This is not fight
Bu
against
7 Ekim
terrorism.
olayı öne sürülerek yürütülen bir işgal, tehcir,
This is an occupation,
sürgün,
deportation,
soykırım, daha
exile,
doğrusu bir
genocide,
toplu
and
kıyım
life
politikasıdır.
destruction, mass destruction
Bugün
policy
Gazze
carried out
Hamas
by invoking the
bahanesiyle
events of
yok
October the
edilirken
7th.
eş
Today,
zamanlı
while
olarak
Gaza is being destroyed
Hamas'ın
under the
yönetimde
pretext of
olmadığı
Hamas,
Batı Şeria'da
concurrently,
adım adım
simultaneously,
işgal
the
edilmekte,
West Bank, where Hamas
infazlarla
is not in power,
masum siviller
is also being occupied
katledilmektedir.
step by step,
Üstelik
and innocent
İsrail,
civilians are being
Gazze
massacred through
ve Batı
executions.
Şeria ile
Moreover,
sınırlı kalmıyor.
Israel is not limiting
Suriye'ye,
itself to Gaza and the
İran'a,
West Bank only.
Yemen'e,
By launching attacks
Lübnan'a
on Syria,
saldırılar
on
düzenleyerek
Iran, Yemen, and
bölge barışını da
Lebanon, Israel
tehdit ediyor.
is also threatening
son
regional peace.
Arabulucu
Just
Katar'da
recently, an Israeli
ateşkes
attack
müzakereleri
took place
için
against a
toplantı
delegation,
yapan
delegation
İsrail
meeting in
saldırısı
Qatar for
gerçekleşmiştir.
ceasefire negotiations.
Katar'a yönelik saldırı göstermiştir
The
ki
attack on Qatar
İsrail
has also
yönetimi
shown that
tamamen
the Israeli leadership
kontrolü
is now
kaybetmiştir.
completely out of control.
Netanyahu'nun barış yapmaya da rehineleri
Netanyahu
kurtarmaya da niyetinin
is
olmadığı
not obviously
bir kez daha
interested in forging
anlaşılmıştır.
peace or releasing
Sadece
the
komşuları değil,
hostages.
Orta Doğu'daki
Not only
tüm ülkeler
Israel's neighbors,
İsrail
but all
hükümetinin
countries in the Middle
pervasız
East are
tehditlerine
subject to the Israeli
muhatap oluyor.
government's reckless
Şunun da
threats.
farkına varalım.
And we must realize,
İsrail'in artan
following.
saldırganlığı sebebiyle Avrupa başta
due to
olmak
the
üzere
increasing aggression
Batı'da
of
2.
Israel,
Dünya Savaşı sonrası
in Europe and the
ortaya
West
çıkan
in
değerler
general,
de
the values
çok
that
ağır
emerged after
yara
the Second
almıştır.
World War have been
En temel
eroded.
insan hakları, ifade
The
özgürlüğü,
most fundamental human
basın
rights,
özgürlüğü,
such as freedom of
gösteri ve
expression,
protesto
freedom of
özgürlüğü,
the press,
kadın
freedom of
hakları,
assembly and protest,
çocuk
women's
hakları,
rights, children's
demokrasi,
rights, democracy,
eşitlik,
equality,
adalet
and
gibi
justice
kavramlar
have
rafa
been
kaldırılmış.
shelved away.
Gelinen noktada
At this point,
hepimiz
we all
şu
have to
gerçeği
see
görmek zorundayız.
the following
Değerli
truth,
dostlar,
my dear friends.
vaat edilmiş topraklar
The Israeli
saplantısıyla
government,
hareket
driven by an
eden
obsession
İsrail
with the
yönetimi
promised lands,
yayılmacı bir
is
politikayla
openly threatening
bölge
regional
barışına
peace and
ve
shared
insanlığın
values of
müşterek kazanımlarına kastetmektedir. 3 semavi dinin kutsal beldesi,
Three celestial
insanlığın
religions.
ortak mirası olan Kudüs-ü Şerif
Jerusalem
bu radikalizmin
hosts
doğrudan
all three celestial
hedefi.
religions and
Vicdan sahibi
a common
Musevileri de
inherited
rahatsız eden,
holy place.
onların da tasvip etmediği,
Al-Quds is
dahası
holy for all
tüm
three
dünyada
religions.
antisemitizmi körükleyen bu cinnet
This
hali
madness disturbs
artık
conscientious Jews.
daha
It
fazla
fuels anti-Semitism
devam
around the
edemez.
world. We cannot continue with this madness anymore.
Gazze'de ateşkes bir an önce sağlanmalı,
We have to have
saldırılar
ceasefire in Gaza
durmalı,
as soon as possible.
insani
Attacks
yardımların
should stop.
engelsiz girişine
Humanitarian aid
mutlaka
should be able to
izin
enter with
verilmeli.
no obstacles.
Soykırım kadrosunun uluslararası
genocide
hukuka hesap vermesi
Team
temin
should be held
edilmelidir.
accountable vis-a-vis
İnşallah
international law.
bu mutlaka
And God willing,
gerçekleşecektir.
this will definitely
Gazze'de
happen.
yaşanan barbarlığa karşı
Vis-a-vis the
sesini
barbarity taking
yükseltmeyen,
place in
tavır
Gaza,
almayan herkes
everyone
bu
who is
vahşetin
keeping silent
sorumluluğuna ortak.
is accomplice to this
Buradan
barbarity.
bütün devlet ve
From
hükümet
here, I would
başkanlarına
like to call on
samimiyetle
all the heads
sesleniyorum.
of state and
Gün bugün.
government. Today is the
Gün
day.
insanlık adına Filistinli
Today
mazlumların
is the day
yanında
to stand
dimdik
firm
durma
alongside the
günüdür.
oppressed Palestinians and
Halklarınız
alongside humanity.
Gazze'deki barbarlığa tepki
While your
gösterirken
peoples back
gelin
home are reacting to
sizler
the
de
barbarity in
adım
Gaza,
adım
do
cesaretinizi
show the
gösterin.
courage to take action here.
Çocukları büyüttüğü Gazze'ye
Fulfill your
karşı
humanitarian duty
insanlık
toward Gaza,
görevinizi
where
yerine
children
getirin.
are raising
Bu
children.
vesileyle dünyanın farklı
On
ülkelerinde
this occasion,
Gazze'li mazlumlara sahip çıkmak için meydanları dolduran
I would like to say
Gazze'li
the following.
masumlara
There
destek
are
olmak için
peoples all around the world who
denizlere
are taken to
yelken
the
açan
streets.
akademisyeniyle, sanatçısıyla,
Armed activists and
siyasetçisiyle,
volunteers from different countries
aktivistiyle,
of the world,
öğrencisiyle,
academicians,
tüm
students,
Filistin
journalists,
savunucularına
everyone, all
en
the
kalbi
defenders of
selamlarımı yolluyorum.
Palestine. I would like to say to them, thank you so much. And clear bows
Kıymetli
and
delegeler,
favorable winds
13
for
yıl
their
boyunca
actions.
sizlere
Esteemed
bu
delegation
kürsüden
members, for
komşumuz
13
Suriye'de
years,
yaşanan
I
zulümden
have spoken to you
ve
from this
çatışmalardan
platform about the oppression
bahsettim.
and conflicts in our
Nasıl
neighbor
bugün
Syria.
Gazze'li mazlumlar için
Just as I
sesimizi
raised my voice
yükseltiyorsak
today for the
13
oppressed people
yıl
of
süresince
Gaza,
de Suriyelilerin
likely for 13
feryatlarına
years,
dikkat
I
çekin.
have also drawn attention to the
Burada onların
cries
da
of the Syrians,
sesi,
and
nefesi
here
oldu.
I became their voice
1 milyon
and
insanın
breath as well.
hayatına, milyonlarcasının da
The persecution
vatanlarını
that caused
terk
the deaths
etmesine
of 1
sebep olan
million
zulüm,
people and
8
that
Aralık
forced millions
devrimiyle
more to
birlikte
flee their
hamdolsun
homeland has,
artık
thankfully,
tarihe
become a
karıştı.
thing of the past.
Suriyeli
With the
kardeşlerimiz
December 8th
8
revolution.
Aralık
Our
tarihi
Syrian
itibariyle
brothers and sisters
yeni bir dönemin
opened the doors to a new
kapılarını
period
açtılar.
as of December the 8th.
Eli kanlı bir rejime karşı
I believe that the
mücadeleyi
people of
kazanan
Syria who
Suriye
fought against
halkı
a bloodthirsty
inanıyorum ki
regime will
büyük
also
bedeller
be able to
ödeyerek
carry the victory
elde
they
ettikleri
achieved at
zaferi
great
de
cost
inşallah
to its
menziline
rightful place,
ulaştıracaktır.
God willing.
DAEŞ başta olmak üzere terörün
We'll
hiçbir
support
çeşidinin
with all our
olmadığı,
means the vision of a
güvenliğin
one
tesis
and
edildiği
unified Syria
bir
with
ve
no
bütün
forms of
Suriye
terrorism,
vizyonunu
especially
tüm
ISIS,
imkanlarımızla
being present.
destekleyeceğiz. Suriye'de istikrar
A free
kökleştikçe
Syria where security
hiç
is
şüphesiz
established is what we
bunun
want.
kazananı
As stability takes root in
Suriyelilerle
Syria,
birlikte
the
tüm
winners
komşu ülkeler,
for sure
tüm
will be all
bölgemiz
the neighboring
olacak.
countries, our entire region along
Körfez'deki
with Syrians.
kardeş ülkelere de
And the
Suriye'nin
brotherly countries in the
toparlanmasına
Gulf.
verdikleri katkılar
I
için
would like to thank them for their
teşekkürlerimi
contributions
iletiyorum.
for
Bizimle
Syria to
aynı
recuperate.
ilkeleri paylaşan tüm bölgesel
All the
ve
regional
uluslararası
and international
aktörlerle
actors who share the same
işbirliğimizi
principles with us,
inşallah
God
aynı
willing,
şekilde
we will continue
sürdüreceğiz.
with our cooperation with all those
Değerli dostlar,
actors in the same manner.
komşumuz
Esteemed
İran'la
friends,
ilgili nükleer dosyanın
we hope
bir an
that the
evvel
nuclear
diplomasi
issue with our
yoluyla
neighbor Iran will be
çözülmesini
resolved through
temenni
diplomacy as soon as possible.
unutulmamalıdır
It
ki
should not be forgotten
bölgemiz
that our
yeni bir
region
krizi
cannot
daha
tolerate
kaldıramaz.
yet another crisis.
Komşumuz Irak'ın istikrarı,
The stability,
güvenliği
security
ve
and
refahı
prosperity of our neighbor
bölgemizin
Iraq
selameti
are
bakımından
extremely important
fevkalade
for the well-being
önemlidir.
of our region.
Kalkınma yolu projesi gibi kolektif refahı
In this
önceleyen
regard, we attach great
stratejik
importance to
hamlelere
strategic
bu
moves
bakımdan
based on stability
büyük
and
önem
prosperity,
atfediyoruz.
such as the
Kuzeyde
development path
her
project.
ikisi de komşumuz
In the
olan
north, we are
Rusya
hosting
ve
with
Ukrayna
great
arasında
enthusiasm the Istanbul process
İstanbul
between
sürecine
Russia and
büyük bir
Ukraine,
iştiyakla
both of
ev
which
sahipliği
are
yapıyoruz.
our neighbors.
Doğrudan görüşmeler sayesinde
Through
çok
direct
sayıda
talks, we
esirin
facilitated
ve
the
naaşın
exchange of
mübadelesine
several prisoners and
aracılık etti.
corpses, and we
Taraflar
worked to
arasında
identify the
barış
modalities
müzakerelerinin modalitelerini
of peace
belirlemeye çalıştık.
negotiations between the
Unutmayın,
parties.
savaşın kazananı
forget,
adil bir barışın
there
kaybedeni
is no
olmaz
winner of
şiarıyla önümüzdeki
and no
dönemde
losers
de
of a just
ateşkes
peace.
için
So with this
çaba
motto in mind, in
göstermeye
the coming days
devam
also,
edeceğiz.
we will continue to work hard for a
Azerbaycan
peaceful
ve
ceasefire.
Ermenistan arasında barışın
Meanwhile,
tesisi için
We have
tarafları
encouraged the parties
en başından
from the
bu
very
yana
beginning to establish peace
cesaretlendirdik.
between Azerbaijan
8
and
Ağustos
Armenia.
tarihinde iki ülke arasında kalıcı
We are
barışa
pleased
giden
that steps were
adımların
taken on
atılmasından
August the 8th,
memnuniyet duyuyoruz.
steps that will enable the
Azerbaycan
establishment of
Cumhurbaşkanı
lasting peace
Sayın
between the two
Aliyev
countries.
ile Ermenistan
I would like to
Başbakanı
once again
Sayın
congratulate the President
Paşinyan
of
başta
Azerbaijan,
olmak üzere
İlham Aliyev, the
sürece
Prime Minister
katkıda
of
bulunan
Armenia, Nikol
Amerikan
Pashinyan,
Başkanı
and
Sayın
the American
Trump'ı
President Donald
burada
Trump, who
bir kez daha
contributed
tebrik
to
ediyorum.
this process, and I would like to
Bu
congratulate them.
vesileyle ülkemizle Ermenistan
On
arasındaki
this occasion, I would
normalleşme
also like to state
sürecinin
that the
kendi
normalization
rayında
process
ilerlediğini
between
de
our country and
ifade
Armenia
etmek
is
isterim.
progressing
Diğer
as
bir
planned.
arabuluculuk faaliyetimiz olan Ankara süreci kapsamında
Within the scope of the
Somali
Ankara
ile
process,
Etiyopya arasındaki
another of our
ihtilafın
mediation
halline
activities,
yönelik
we continue our
gayretlerimizi
efforts to resolve
sürdürüyoruz.
the conflict between
Tarafların
Somalia and Ethiopia.
bu girişimi
I
hızla
hope that the parties
başarıyla
will successfully
neticelendirmelerini
conclude this genuine
temenni
initiative
ediyorum.
as soon as possible.
Değerli delegeler,
Distinguished
Karadeniz'de
delegation members,
güvenliğin teminatı olan Montreux
we have been
Sözleşmesi'ni
implementing the
tam
Montreux
89 yıldır
Convention, which
tarafsızlık
guarantees
içinde
security in the Black Sea.
harfiyen
And we have been
uygulamaktayız.
implementing this
Ege
this
Denizi'ni
convention impartially
ve
and
Doğu
to the
Akdeniz'i
letter for exactly
ilgili
89
tüm
years
tarafların
now.
meşru
We want to see
menfaatlerine
the
riayet
Aegean Sea
edilen
and the Eastern
bir
Mediterranean
istikrar
as a basin
ve
of
refah
stability and
havzası olarak
prosperity
görmek
where the
istiyoruz.
legitimate interests
Enerji
of all parties
ve
involved are
çevre
respected.
başta olmak üzere her
We
konuda
are ready for
yapıcı
constructive
işbirliğine hazırız.
cooperation on all issues,
Komşularımızdan
particularly
da
on energy and the
aynısını
environment,
bekliyoruz.
and we expect the same approach from our
Bu
neighbors.
vesileyle
On this
Doğu
occasion,
Akdeniz'de
I
Türkiye'yi
would like to
ve
particularly
Kuzey Kıbrıs
underline that
Türk
projects
Cumhuriyeti'ni
which
dışlayan
exclude
projelerin
Türkiye and the
başarılı
Turkish Republic of
olamayacağını
Northern Cyprus
burada
in the Eastern
özellikle
Mediterranean,
vurgulamak
such
istiyorum.
projects which include
Kıbrıs
exclude
adasının
us will not be
batısında
successful.
Türkiye'nin hak ve
Türkiye has
yetkileri
rights and
adanın
authority in the western
etrafındaki
part of the
alanlarda
island
ise
of Cyprus,
Kıbrıs
while
Türklerinin
the Turkish
meşru
Cypriots have
hakları var.
legitimate rights in the
Daha
areas
evvel de
surrounding
teklif
the island.
ettiğimiz Doğu Akdeniz
An Eastern
Konferansı
Mediterranean
müşterek bir
Conference,
zeminin
which we have
bulunmasına
proposed before,
katkı
would
yapacak.
contribute to finding
Kıbrıs
common ground.
meselesinin çözümü daha önce defalarca denenmiş
Resolving the
ancak
Cyprus
Rum tarafının
issue has been tried many
uzlaşmaz
times
tutumu
before,
nedeniyle
but,
tüketilmiş federasyon modeli üzerine bina edilemez. Kıbrıs adasında iki
Due to the
ayrı
rigid
devlet
stance of the Greek
ve
Cypriot side,
iki ayrı
no resolution has been
halk
found.
vardır.
We cannot possibly
Kıbrıs Türkleri
have this as a foundation
adanın
for a
eşit
resolution
sahibidir
of the issue.
ve
There are two
azınlık
separate
olmayı
states and two
kabul
separate peoples on
etmeyecek.
the island of Cyprus. Turkish
Uluslararası
Cypriots are
toplum,
equal owners of the island
Kıbrıs
and they will
Türklerinin
not accept being a
yarım
minority.
asırdır maruz
The international
bırakıldıkları
community must put an end to
haksız
the unfair and
izolasyona
inhumane
artık
isolation that the
son
Turkish
vermelidir.
Cypriots have been subjected
Son
to for
3
half a
Birleşmiş
century
Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda yaptığım
I
çağrıyı
reiterate the
bugün
call
bir
I
kere
made
daha
at the
tekrarlıyor.
last three UN General
Uluslararası
Assemblies.
toplumu Kuzey
Let me
Kıbrıs
repeat. I
Türk
call on the
Cumhuriyeti'ni
international community
tanımaya,
to recognize the Turkish
diplomatik,
Republic of
siyasi
Northern Cyprus
ve
and
ekonomik
to establish
ilişkiler kurmaya
diplomatic, political
davet
and
ediyorum.
economic relations
Sayın
with it.
Başkan,
Esteemed President,
Sayın Başkan, değerli üyeler, önümüzdeki
distinguished
dönemde
members, in the coming period,
Türkiye-Avrupa Birliği
we
ilişkilerinde
desire a new
yeni
beginning
bir
and vision
başlangıç
in Turkey
ve
European Union
vizyon
relations.
arzuluyoruz. Bu vizyon günü
This
kurtaran
should
değil,
not be a vision that just
ufku
saves the
yeniden
day,
tayin eden,
but rather
ortak
a vision that
geleceğimizi
redefines the
şekillendiren
horizon and
bir
shapes our
vizyon
shared
olmalıdır.
future.
Bunun için elbette
For this,
Avrupa
it is
Birliği'nin de
of course
bizim
important
kadar
that the European
istekli
Union is as
ve
willing
kararlı
and
olması
determined as we are.
mühimdir. Net güvenlik sağlayıcısı bir ülke
As a
olarak
net security provider,
Birleşmiş Milletler,
we continue to
NATO,
contribute to the
AGİ
operations and
ve
missions of
Avrupa
the United
Birliği'nin
Nations,
harekat
NATO,
ve misyonlarına
OSCE,
katkılarımızı
and the
sürdürüyoruz.
European Union.
2026 yılındaki NATO zirvesini
The annual NATO summit
Ankara'da
next year
toplayacağız.
will be held in Turkey,
NATO
in Ankara.
müttefikimiz Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ile
The USA, who is our
ilişkilerimizi
NATO ally.
ticaret,
Our relations with
yatırım,
them are continuing
enerji
on trade,
ve
investments,
savunma sanayi
energy,
başta olmak üzere
defense industry,
birçok alanda
in addition
güçlendiriyoruz.
to other many areas,
Ata
and we're
yurdumuz,
strengthening our
Orta
relations with
Asya'daki
them.
kardeş
we
ülkelerimizin
attach great
barış,
importance to the peace,
istikrar
stability,
ve
and
refahı
prosperity of
bizim
our
için
brotherly countries in
vazgeçilmezdir.
Central Asia,
Türk
which
Devletleri
is our
Teşkilatımız
ancestral homeland.
bölgesel bir çatı olmanın ötesine
Our
geçerek
organization of Turkic
küresel bir
states
aktör
is
olma
moving
yolunda
forward with
ilerliyor.
confidence on the path to becoming a
Köklü
global
beşeri bağlarımızın
actor, going
olduğu
beyond being merely a
Balkanlarda
regional umbrella.
barışın ve istikrarın sürmesi için
We are making intensive
yoğun
efforts to ensure the
gayret
continuation
içindeyiz.
of peace and stability
Temmuz
in the
ayında
Balkans,
ihdas
where we have
ettiğimiz
strong historical,
Balkan
cultural and people ties.
Barış
The
Platformu
Balkan
bu
Peace
yöndeki
Platform, which we
çabalarımızın
established in
en
July,
yeni
is
örneği.
the newest and most
KFOR
concrete
komutanlığı
manifestation of our
görevini
efforts in
de
this direction.
bu yıl
And
Ekim ayında bir kez daha
this October,
üstleneceğiz.
we will once again assume the
Afganistan'daki
command of
yönetimin
KFOR forces.
Toplumu
In
kuşatıcı,
Afghanistan,
dikkate alan
our
bir
fundamental
anlayış
desire is that
sergilemesi
the current
temel
administration demonstrates
arzumuzdur.
an approach that embraces
Yeniden
the society
toparlanma
and
sürecinde
that takes human
uluslararası
values into
toplumun
consideration.
Afgan halkını
In this process, it is
yalnız
essential that the international
bırakmaması.
community does not leave
Türkiye
Afghan people
ve
alone,
Türk milleti olarak
and
Afgan kardeşlerimizin
as Turkey
her
and
daim
as the Turkish
yanında
nation
olmaya
will
devam
stand by
edeceğiz.
the Afghan people
Değerli dostlar, Güney Asya'da
at all
barış ve
times.
istikrarın
Esteemed friends, in
muhafazasını
South Asia,
son derece
we
önemli
consider the
görüyoruz.
preservation of peace and
Nisan
stability
ayında
to be of utmost
Pakistan
importance.
ve
We
Hindistan
are pleased
arasındaki
with the
çatışmaya varan
ceasefire achieved
bu
following
gerilimde
the tensions
varılan
last April
ateşkesten
between Pakistan and
memnuniyet
India.
duyuyoruz.
The tension which had
İki ülke
escalated into a
arasında
conflict.
terörle mücadelede işbirliğini önemsiyoruz.
It is important to see a
Keşmir
cooperation between the
meselesinin
two countries when it
Birleşmiş
comes to
Milletler
counterterrorism.
Güvenlik Konseyi
The
kararları
issue of
temelinde
Kashmir
Keşmirli
should be
kardeşlerimizin
resolved on
beklentileri
the basis of
ekseninde
resolutions of the
diyalogla
UN
çözülmesini
for the best for
destekliyoruz.
our brothers and sisters
Afrika
in Kashmir
kıtasıyla
through dialogue. we hope.
eğitimden sağlığa,
In the
altyapıdan
continent of
ticarete
Africa,
kadar
from education
geniş bir
to
yelpazede
health, from infrastructure
ilişkilerimiz
to
yıldan
in
yıla
other areas,
güçleniyor.
um,
Somali'nin terörle
relations
mücadelesine
are improving.
gereken her türlü
annually.
desteği verirken insani yardım faaliyetlerimizi de
And while providing all
sürdürüyoruz.
possible support to Somalia,
Sudan'da
we are also
2
continuing
yılı
our
aşkın
humanitarian
süredir
and
devam
aid
eden
activities. In
çatışma
Sudan, the
ortamı
conflict that has
bizleri
been going on for
ziyadesiyle
over 2 years
üzmektedir.
saddens us deeply.
Sudan'da akan kanın durması ve
Stopping the
sürdürülebilir
bloodshed
barışın
in Sudan and
tesis
establishing
edilmesi
sustainable peace is
uluslararası
the shared
toplumun
responsibility
ortak
of the
sorumluluğu.
international community.
Bizim bu yöndeki
And
çabalarımız
Turkey's efforts in
devam
this
edecek.
direction will continue.
Büyük Göller Bölgesi
The Great Lakes
yıllardır
region
süren
has suffered
istikrarsızlık
greatly
ve
from
çatışmalardan
years of ongoing
ziyadesiyle
instability
müzdarip olmuştur.
conflict.
Kongo Demokratik Cumhuriyeti'nin doğusunda yaşanan
Our hope is
çatışmalar
that these conflicts
bir an
in
önce
the east of the Democratic
çözülmelidir.
Republic of the Congo will
Amerika'nın
give way to
arabuluculuğu
lasting peace and stability.
ve Katar'ın
We wholeheartedly
kolaylaştırıcılığında
support the
yürütülen
efforts being carried
gayretleri
out under the
samimiyetle
mediation of the
destekliyoruz.
US and the
Batı
facilitation of
Afrika'da
Qatar.
bilhassa
The
sahil
increasing
havzasında
terrorist activities in
artan
West
terör
Africa,
faaliyetlerini de
particularly in the
endişeyle
Sahel Basin,
takip
are
ediyoruz.
also of great
Tarihi
concern to us.
bağlarımızın bulunduğu bu
We will
bölge
continue our
halklarının
unwavering
huzura
efforts to ensure
ve istikrara
peace,
kavuşmaları
tranquility
için
and stability
çabalarımız
for the peoples of
devam
this region
edecek.
with whom we share
İlhamını
historical ties.
çift başlı
Drawing
Selçuklu
inspiration
Kartalından
from the
alan
historical
bizim de
double-headed
360
Turkish
derecelik
Selçuk Eagle,
yaklaşımla yürüttüğümüz
I would like to emphasize
Türk
that our
dış
relations with
politikasında
Asian countries
Asya
and Turkish
ülkeleriyle
foreign
ilişkilerimiz
policy are of
büyük
great
stratejik
strategic importance.
öneme sahiptir.
We pursue a
Yeniden
360-degree approach
Asya
in this policy.
girişimimiz çerçevesinde
Within the
ASEAN
framework of our Return
başta
to
olmak
Asia
üzere
initiative, we
bölgesel
are deepening our
kuruluşlarla
engagement with
angajmanımız
regional
giderek
organizations
derinleşiyor.
such as
Latin
ASEAN,
Amerika
the Indian
ve
Ocean Rim
Karayipler bölgesiyle
Association, for
münasebetlerimizi
example. We will
ortaklık
continue
ruhuyla
to develop new
ve
partnerships with
kazan
Asian countries,
kazan
and we
yaklaşımıyla
attach great
geliştirmeye
importance to developing
büyük
our
önem
relations with
atfediyoruz.
Latin America and the Caribbean
Bölgedeki
region in a
tüm
spirit of
ülkelerle
partnership and a
kurmuş
win-win
olduğumuz
approach.
dostane
We are
bağları
determined to
daha
further
ileriye
strengthen
taşıma
the friendly
irademiz
ties we have
bakidir.
established with all the countries in the region.
Kıymetli delegeler,
Esteemed
uluslararası
delegation members,
ticarette artan korumacılık
increasing
eğilimleri
protectionist
ve
trends in
tedarik
international trade
zincirlerinde
and
yaşanan
disruptions in
kırılmalar
supply chains
dünya
are
ekonomisinde
leading to
esaslı
fundamental
değişimlere
changes in the
yol
global
açıyor.
economy.
Mevcut sınamalarla başarılı mücadele için
To successfully
Dünya
address current
Ticaret
challenges,
Örgütü'nün yer
we
aldığı
support the
kurallara
reform
dayalı
of
uluslararası ticaretin reforme edilmesini destekliyoruz. Ucuz, güvenli ve sürdürülebilir enerjiye erişimi özellikle gelişmekte olan ülkelerin kalkınma hedeflerinin gerçekleştirilmesi için vazgeçilmez buluyorum. Çin'den Avrupa'ya uzanan ve stratejik önemi haiz pazar geçişli Doğu-Batı Ortak Koridoru projesini ilerletiyoruz. Modern ulaştırma altyapımız ve Bakü-Tiflis-Kars hattıyla dünya ticaretinin gelişimine katkı sunuyoruz. Tabiata saygılı bir gelecek inşa etme hedefiyle çıktığımız yolda 2053 net sıfır emisyon hedefine doğru kararlılıkla ilerliyoruz. Eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde yürüyen sıfır atık hareketinin tüm dünyada her yıl dalga dalga büyüyen, daha fazla insana ve kalbe ulaşan bir farkındalık halkasına dönüştüğünü görmek bizim için ayrı bir bahtiyarlıktır. Bu süreçte gelişmiş ülkelerin sorumluluklarını yerine getirmesi artık bir tercihten öte yükümlülük haline gelmiştir. Dünyada en fazla kalkınma yardımı yapan ülkelerden biri olarak Birleşmiş Milletler'in sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerine ulaşılması için çaba harcıyoruz. 2030 hedeflerine erişmek ve dünyanın dört bir yanındaki yüz milyonlarca insanı onurlu yaşama kavuşturmak için küresel finansman mimarisinin kimseyi geride bırakmama anlayışıyla uyumlu hale getirilmesini savunuyor. Burada şunu da özellikle dikkatinizi çekerek söylemek istiyorum. Biz jeopolitik sınamalarla uğraşırken İnsanlık yapay zeka alanında olağanüstü bir sıçramaya şahitlik ediyor. Çığır açan bu teknolojilerin dönüştürücü gücü ve sunduğu nimetlerden hiçbir toplumun mahrum bırakılmaması gerekiyor. Yapay zeka teknolojileri yeni bir tahakküm aracı olarak değil, insanlığın lehine kullanılmalıdır. Ev sahipliğini yaptığımız en az gelişmiş ülkeler için Birleşmiş Milletler Teknoloji Bankası dijital ve teknolojik açığın kapatılmasında kritik rol oynuyor. Hazırladığımız ve evrensel mutabakatla yakında imzaya açacağımız dijital dünyada çocuk hakları sözleşmesinin bu alanda küresel bir farkındalık oluşturacağına inanıyor. Çabalarımıza güçlü desteğinizi bekliyoruz. Diğer taraftan ırkçılık, yabancı karşıtlığı ve bilhassa İslam düşmanlığının vahim boyutlara ulaştığı günümüzde bir arada yaşama kültürünü tehdit eden bu akımlarla mücadele insanlık için zaruret halini almıştır. Medeniyetler İttifakı Yüksek Temsilcisi Sayın Moratinos'un Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Sekreterinin İslamofobi ile mücadele özel elçisi olarak da atanması kıymetlidir. Geçen sene burada ifade ettiğim gibi aile kurumu günümüzde daha önce hiç olmadığı kadar tehdit altındadır. Kadın ve erkekten oluşan aileyi savunmak aynı zamanda insanı, fıtratı, yaşamı ve geleceği savunmak demektir. Türkiye olarak artan saldırılar karşısında aileyi savunmaya devam edeceğiz. Kıymetli delegeler, insanlığın bir daha savaş felaketi yaşamaması için kurulan Birleşmiş Milletler'in kökleri içinde bulunduğumuz karanlık döneme ışık tutacak değerlerle doludur. Genel Sekreter Sayın Guterres'in teşkilatımızı etkin ve verimli hale getirmek amacıyla başlattığı Birleşmiş Milletler 80 girişimine desteğimiz tamdır. Bu girişimin Birleşmiş Milletler'in tüm faaliyetlerini daha da güçlendirecek bir süreç olarak başarıya ulaşmasını temenni ediyorum. Bu sürece İstanbul'u bir Birleşmiş Milletler merkezi haline getirme vizyonumuzdan da hareketle güçlü destek vermeye hazırız. 80. yılda Birleşmiş Milletler'i kuruluş ruhuna döndürecek adımları atmak hepimizin ortak sorumluluğudur. Biz güçlünün haklı olduğu değil, haklının güçlü olduğu bir sistem kurulana kadar dünya 5'ten büyüktür demeye devam edeceğiz. Görevimiz sistemi terk etmek değil, onarmak, yeniden işler hale getirmektir. Hiç şüphesiz daha adil bir dünya mümkündür. Türkiye daha adil bir dünyanın inşası için mücadelesini sabırla devam ettirecektir. Rabbim yar ve yardımcımız olsun diyorum. Hepinizi bir kez daha sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Turkey. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Dina Ercilia Boluarte Segara, President of the Republic of Peru. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta de la Asamblea
Madam
General,
President of the General Assembly, Annalena Baerbock.
Señor Secretario General
Secretary
de
General
las
of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres.
Señoras
Ladies
y señores,
and gentlemen,
Jefes de Estado
heads of state,
y señoras presentes en esta magna
ladies
asamblea.
and gentlemen present
El
here
Perú
in this august forum.
Es el centro y cuna de
Peru is
grandes
the center
civilizaciones
and cradle
milenarias,
of great millennial
siendo la
civilizations,
última
the last
el
of which
imperio de
was
los
the
Incas,
Inca Empire,
que dejó
which
un
left
legado de
us a
grandeza.
legacy of greatness.
Somos herederos
We are
asimismo
also heirs
del
of
virreinato
the
del Perú, que
viceroyalty
abarcó
of
las
Peru,
2/3
which
partes
encompassed
de
2/3
América
of
del
South
Sur.
America.
Somos un país mestizo,
We are a mestizo
mezcla
nation,
fundamental
a
entre
fundamental
hispanos
mix
y
between
andinos,
Hispanic and Andean
orgulloso
peoples.
de ser heredero
Proud to
de
be
los
the
más
heirs
grandes
of the two
imperios de
greatest
Europa y
empires
América
of Europe
del
and
siglo
America
XVI.
of the 16th century.
El pueblo peruano
The
es
Peruvian
hoy
people today
resiliente,
are resilient,
emprendedor, solidario,
entrepreneurial,
amante
supportive,
de la paz,
and lovers of
la
peace,
libertad y la
freedom,
democracia.
and democracy.
Nuestros grandes
Our great writers,
escritores, Mario Vargas
Mario
Llosa
Vargas Llosa
y José
and
María
José María
Arguedas,
Arguedas,
compartieron la idea
shared the idea
de que el Perú
that
es
Peru
país
is a
de
country
todas
of
las sangres.
all bloods.
Nuestra identidad expresa
Our identity
creativamente que somos
creatively
la unidad
expresses that we are
de los
the
diversos,
unity of the diverse,
unidos bajo la misma
united
roja y
under the
blanca
same
bandera
red and
peruana.
white Peruvian flag.
En nuestro país
In our country,
viven los pueblos
native
originarios y los
peoples
pueblos
and
del
peoples
mundo
of the
en
world
paz
live together
y unidad
in peace and
como una
unity
gran síntesis del
as a
Perú.
great synthesis
País en el que vivió y trabajó
Peru,
durante
the
40
country
años
in
el Papa
which
León
Pope Leo
XIV,
XIV lived
nacionalizado
and worked in
peruano,
for 40 years,
por su profundo
a
amor a
naturalized
nuestra
Peruvian
gente,
because of his deep love
tanto
for
por
our
su
people,
carácter
both
solidario y
for his
pacífico
supportive
como
as well
por
as
su fe
his
católica
peaceful
y
disposition
cristiana.
and his Catholic and Christian faith.
Todos los estudios señalan
All studies
que somos el
indicate
país más
that we are the
emprendedor
most
del mundo,
entrepreneurial
razón
country in the world,
por la cual después de la
which
pandemia
is
del
why, after the
COVID-19, que por
COVID-19
una
pandemic,
pésima
that
administración
due to
gubernamental
poor government
alcanzó
administration,
más de 2
claimed
millones
more
de
than 2
fallecidos.
million lives.
Nos hemos empezado a
But we have
recuperar
begun
logrando
to
hoy
recover.
más de 17 meses
And
de
today,
crecimiento
we look back on more
consecutivo
than 17
de
months
nuestra
of
economía.
consecutive
Hemos
economic growth.
derrotado la
We
recesión
have
y la
overcome the
inflación
recession and
originada por la
inflation
violencia
caused by
política
political violence
y por la
and by
corrupción.
corruption,
Un golpe de
a
Estado
failed
fallido
coup d'etat,
y la fuga de más de
and the
20
flight
mil
of more
millones
than
de
$20
dólares
billion
entre los años
that was between
2021 y
2021 and
2023.
2023.
Hemos recuperado la
We
confianza
have
de la inversión nacional,
regained
pero
the trust of
también
national but also
del extranjero,
of foreign
y
investment,
abrazado
and
a la
we
libertad.
have embraced freedom.
Somos un país solvente
We
y
are a
estable
solvent and a stable
por el
country
golpe de Estado de diciembre del
because of the coup
2022
attempt
que
of December
pretendía
2022,
instaurar una
which sought to
dictadura
establish a
sometiendo
dictatorship
a todos los
by
poderes del
forcing all
Estado.
branches of the state
Tuve que asumir
into submission. I had
constitucionalmente
to
la presidencia
constitutionally
de la
assume the
República.
presidency of the Republic.
Desde ese entonces
Since that
se
date,
estableció una narrativa
narrative
por la cual
was
el
established
golpista
by which
se
the coup
convirtió en
plotter
víctima y la
became a
presidenta
victim,
que
and the
asumió
president, who
constitucional y
constitutionally
legalmente
and
la
legally
presidencia,
assumed the presidency,
fue acusada
was
por algunas
accused
voces
by
de
some
golpista
quarters
y
of being a
usurpadora.
coup plotter and
La
usurper.
mentira trastocada en verdad
Lies turned into
y
truth,
la verdad en
and truth
mentira.
turned into lies.
Este es uno de los temas
This is
que
one
nuestro,
of the
de nuestro
issues
tiempo.
of our time.
La construcción
The
de
building
narrativas
of false
falsas que
narratives
buscan armar
to
proyectos
attempt to defend
políticos antidemocráticos.
anti-democratic
La
political
reflexión
projects.
es que las
The
ideologías
thinking
de
goes
odio,
that ideologies of
con sus
hatred,
proyectos de
with their
estados
projects of
fallidos
failed states
que crecen
that
como
grow
estados
into all-powerful
todopoderosos,
states,
requieren para
require,
imponerse una
in order
narrativa
to impose
falsa
their will,
para
a
lograr
false
su
narrative
objetivo por medio
in order to
de la
achieve their
violencia que
objectives
en el
through
poder
violence, and who,
aplasta las
once in
libertades,
power, crush
aplasta los
freedoms,
medios de comunicación,
silence
a la
the press
oposición
and
democrática,
democratic opposition,
viola los derechos humanos
violate
y da
human
inicio
rights,
al
and
control,
begin to control,
confiscación
to
y
confiscate,
expropiación
and
de
to
las empresas
expropriate
privadas,
private companies,
creando una burocracia
creating
corrupta
a corrupt
que
bureaucracy
destruye la
that
economía,
destroys the economy,
la sociedad y la
society,
moral pública.
and public morality.
El primer paso
The
para
first
todo
step
ello
for achieving
es
all
la
of this
construcción
is to build
de un
a
relato en el
narrative
que se
in order
miente,
to
se
lie,
engaña
to
y
deceive,
se
and
manipula.
to manipulate.
La ideología del odio de
The
clases
ideology
es
of
muy
class hatred
hábil
is very
en
skillful
trastocar la
at
realidad y
distorting
construir
reality
falsos
and
relatos,
building false
pues
narratives,
utiliza el método
because it uses the
totalitario de repetir
totalitarian
ad
method of
infinitum
repeating a
una
lie
mentira,
ad infinitum,
como se hiciera
as
en
was
el
done
mundo
in the world
antes de la Segunda
before
Guerra
the
Mundial
Second
y
World
como
War,
se viene
and
haciendo
as is happening
nuevamente
again
porque
today,
el
because
totalitarismo se
totalitarianism
renueva, se
renews
presenta con otros
itself, presents
rostros,
itself with other
porque lo
faces,
que sigue siendo una grave amenaza
but it remains
para
a
los
serious
países
threat
y
to
para el
countries
mundo.
and to the world.
El cínico relato se ve
The cynical
reforzado
narrative is
por el
reinforced
intervencionismo
by
en los
interventionism
asuntos
in the
internos de los
internal affairs
países,
of countries,
apoyando y
supporting
difundiendo
and spreading
falsedades
falsehoods
para
to
destruir la
destroy democracy
democracia y
and
eliminar
eliminate
la libertad.
freedom.
En el Perú
In Peru,
hemos superado
we have overcome
una fuerte, organizada y
strong,
desde violencia
organized and
política que
persistent political
pretendía
violence
la
that
vuelta al
sought the
gobierno del
return of the
golpista
coup plotters
y desde el
government,
año
and since
2024 se ha
2024,
logrado avanzar en el
progress has been made
restablecimiento de
in
la
restoring
estabilidad
stability
y
and
la
confidence,
confianza, razón por la cual
and This
La
is why
economía
the
peruana
Peruvian
logró
economy
crecer
managed
este
to
año
grow this year by
3,3% y en el
3.3%.
presente año 2025
And
está
in the
superando
current
un
year,
crecimiento del
2025, is exceeding
3,5%,
3.5% growth.
previéndose que el
With
año
forecasts that in
2026 se
2026,
mantenga la tendencia
the
de la
trend of
expansión
economic growth
económica.
will continue.
El gobierno
The
garantiza
government
3
guarantees
años de
3 years
crecimiento
of
económico
economic growth,
encabezando las
being the
cifras
leader
en
in
Sudamérica.
South America.
La inflación que
Inflation
tenemos
is
es inferior al
below
2% anual.
2% annually.
Las reservas internacionales son
International
superiores
reserves
a los
amount
88
to more
mil
than
millones
$88
de
billion,
dólares. Y nuestra
and
moneda
our currency
se mantiene
remains
estable y
stable,
se
and
fortalece
it's
cada día
getting
más.
stronger every day.
Nuestra deuda externa
Our
es menor
external
al
debt is less than
32,2% del PBI,
32.2% of GDP,
una de las más
one of
bajas
the
de
lowest
América
in the
y del
Americas
mundo.
and in the world.
Nuestro déficit
And our
fiscal
fiscal
este
deficit
año
this
será
year
de
will be
2,2%
2.2% annually.
anual. Señora Presidenta de esta magna Asamblea,
Madam President of this
el 24
magnificent
de
General
octubre se
Assembly,
creó
on
las
October
Naciones
24th,
Unidas,
the UN was
después
created
de la
after World
Segunda Guerra
War II,
Mundial, cuando se logró
when one
derrotar a
of
uno
the
de los
greatest
mayores proyectos
totalitarian
políticos
political
totalitarios
projects
construido
built
bajo una
on an
ideología de
ideology
odio
of hatred,
que produjo el más grave genocidio
leading
en la
to the most
historia
serious
de la
genocide in
humanidad,
human history,
el
the
Holocausto,
Holocaust,
que
was
jamás
defeated.
que
And this is
jamás
something that we
debemos
must
olvidar.
never, I say never,
Esa nefasta
forget.
guerra causó la
That
muerte
dreadful war
de 60
caused the
millones
death
de
of
seres
60
humanos.
million human beings.
Toda ideología de odio,
All
el odio de
ideologies of
clases
hate,
y su
class
elevación
hatred,
a
and
principio y
its
motor de la
elevation as a
historia,
principle and
el odio
driver
racial,
of history,
el
racial hatred,
nacionalista, el
nationalist
odio
hatred,
religioso,
religious hatred,
étnico, el
ethnic
odio a
hatred,
las
hatred
mujeres,
against
entre
women,
otros,
amongst others,
son los
are the
causantes de los
causes
peores
for the
crímenes
worst
en la
crimes
historia
committed
humana.
in human history.
Las ideologías de odio
Ideologies of
construyen
hatred
relatos como verdades
build narratives
absolutas
as absolute
que
truths
instrumentalizan a las
that
personas y a los
instrumentalize people
pueblos.
and nations.
La constitución
The
política de mi
political
patria
constitution of my
afirma
homeland,
que la
Peru,
defensa
affirms that the
de la
defense
persona
of
humana
the
y su
individual
dignidad
and their
es el
dignity
fin
is
supremo
the
de
supreme
la
goal
sociedad
of
y del
society
Estado.
and of the state.
El Perú rechaza en
Peru,
consecuencia los dos
Rejects
principales
the two
relatos de odio
principal
en el
hate
mundo,
narratives in the world,
el odio de clases y
namely
el odio
class hatred
religioso,
and religious
origen
hatred.
de guerras
These are the
y
origins
violencia
of
humana.
wars and
En el
inhumane
Perú
violence.
hemos sufrido
In Peru,
más de 20
we
años
suffered
de
for
un
more than
terrorismo
20 years
mesiánico,
from a
dogmático,
messianic,
violento y
dogmatic,
genocida
violent and
que le
genocidal
costó la vida a
terrorism
más de
that cost the
70,000
lives of more
peruanos.
than 70,000
El
Peruvians.
terrorista odia las
The terrorist
elecciones y el
hates
derecho
elections
ciudadano
and the citizens'
a
right
elegir y a
to
ser
choose
elegido.
and to be
Cuando participa,
and to stand for
lo
election.
hace para
When they
destruir la democracia
participate, they do so
desde
to
adentro.
destroy democracy from
Sin
within.
embargo,
However,
el relato que se ha querido
the narrative
imponer
that
es
they
una
wanted
mentira
to
flagrante.
impose is a flagrant lie.
Las Fuerzas Armadas
The
y
armed forces
policiales
and the police
que defendieron la
who
vida
defended
y
the
la
life
libertad de
and
los
the freedom
peruanos
of Peruvians
son
are
acusados
now
de violar
accused
los
of
derechos
violating
humanos,
human rights.
convirtiéndose así
Thus,
los
the
héroes,
heroes who
defensores de la
defended
vida,
life,
la
democracy,
democracia y la
and freedom
libertad en
are
victimarios
turned into
y los
victimizers,
terroristas
and the terrorists
en víctimas.
are turned into
Así,
victims.
Los héroes que
In this way,
defendieron
the
la
heroes who
democracia
defended
son
democracy are
perseguidos
being persecuted
en
in
juicios que se
trials
prolongan
that drag on
por
for
décadas, mientras que
decades,
los
while the
terroristas
terrorists
son
are
indemnizados y
compensated
considerados
and considered
víctimas.
victims.
El mundo al revés. La ONU, Presidenta,
This is the world in
ha
reverse.
sido un hito
The
fundamental en el
UN was
siglo
a
XX.
fundamental milestone in the
Pero en el
20th
siglo
century,
XXI
but in the
debemos
21st
estar
century,
más
we must
atentos.
be more vigilant.
Es nuestro deber
It is our
impedir
duty
que el mundo
to
se
prevent the world
precipite
from plunging into new genocides and new violence. It is not acceptable in a civilized world that one country invade another using a false narrative to justify a war that first and foremost attacks the civilian population. It is not acceptable to slaughter civilians, to capture hundreds of young people, women, and even children, and use them as hostages. We live under the threat of international organized crime. In Peru, international crime based on extortion uses terrorist methods such as bomb attacks to submit citizens to its will. These criminal organizations that use weapons of war have created financial mechanisms to launder blood-stained money, sending large sums back to their countries of origin. They seek to normalize this violence, which requires, in order to be defeated, recognition by the UN as terrorist organizations and new national and international legislation to stop them being a threat to the democratic system and to the development of peoples. It is also imperative that we act against drug trafficking and illegal mining that destroys the environment, pollutes rivers, and condemns peoples and individuals to slavery. International crime has subjected thousands of women taken from their home countries through violence and deception and being exploited and deprived of their freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through times that recall the darkest chapters of our modern history, and Peru is convinced that the world does not need less UN, but more and a better UN, one that is in tune with the times, in times in which ideologies of hatred that cause and cause so much damage to humanity have taken refuge in lies, in misinformation, and which have penetrated democratic societies. Peru, as a founding member, is committed to an open multilateral system based on international law and the principles of the UN Charter. And we see in the UN the pillar of the model that has brought peace and prosperity. But we have to look at what's happening around us in the world. At this time, as we're meeting here, in other parts of the world, they are killing children, girls, boys, innocent people. Prosperity will only come if we are united and work together. And we have to adapt to new threats. Each of our countries has the duty to make their contribution towards finding solutions to the problems that we all face together. And my country is striving to do this. But the interconnection of our societies and economies means that it is only through international cooperation that we can resolve the crises which we face. If we do not reform the United Nations, our common home, to restore representativeness and effectiveness to its action, then we run the very serious risk of seeing one of the most precious instruments that the international community has for world stability disappearing. For this reason, Peru supports the work of the UN80 initiative, launched by the Secretary-General, placing particular emphasis on the need to refocus the organization on its fundamental functions, bringing it closer to the needs of peoples, and at the same time making it more efficient. UN80 must be an opportunity to strengthen multilateralism and ensure that the organization is better prepared to achieve its essential goals. This reform can only truly become fully effective if it is complemented by a transformation in UN governance that prevents institutional stalemates when it comes to decision-making, while ensuring its suitability. Ladies and gentlemen, in Peru, our government is working to meet its commitments, both to our citizens as well as to the international community, facing the threat of organized crime resulting from the collapse of tyrannical governments that led to migration to other countries. This is true of our country. From day one, my government has fought to restore governance in the country and to defeat polarization and violence. In Peru, there is full separation of powers, the rule of law, respect for freedom and human rights. My government is the most stable of the last 5 years, during which 5 presidents have succeeded one another. We are fighting for citizen security, facing crime that takes advantage of the rise in the price of gold and drug trafficking. We have achieved positive, verifiable results in these areas. We are working to strengthen human capital. We are fighting child malnutrition and anemia, and we are building schools and hospitals throughout the country, which has not been done in recent years. The priority is children, women, and the Peruvian family. We are modernizing the country's infrastructure, ports, airports, roads, bridges, designing an economy that is better connected to the world, as well as a firm policy for fighting corruption. Our goal is to guarantee free and impartial elections, defeating the attempt of a violent minority that seeks their failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations organization has always been present in the modern history of my country, particularly in its most difficult moments. Similarly to what is happening elsewhere in the world, and despite our efforts, Peru today finds its democratic institutions and the rule of law under attack by the polarization of politics, the cause and consequence of the return of extremist violence. We suffer from the scourge of transnational organized terrorist crime, which causes deaths, attacks, insecurity, and drug trafficking that destroys the social fabric. We face the threat of climate change that is destroying our Amazon, causing the melting of our glaciers, and putting our biodiversity at risk. We promote inclusive and sustainable growth in the context of opposing powers. But none of these problems is merely national, but global. This is
Necesitamos
why
que las
we
Naciones
need
Unidas
the United Nations
vuelva a ser
to
un
once
ágora del
again
diálogo y
be
la
a forum
cooperación.
for dialogue and
Deseo recordar el
cooperation.
legado del
To
embajador
recall
Javier
the
Pérez de
legacy of
Cuellar,
Ambassador Javier
quien
Pérez de
logró
Cuellar,
ejercer
who
una
managed
acción
to do
relevante
relevant
de la
work in the
organización
organization
a pesar de la
despite the
Guerra
Cold
Fría.
War.
Con ese ejemplo
With that example in mind,
y en el apego de
and
nuestra
in
región
view
a
of
los
our region's
propósitos de la
adherence
Carta
to
y en
the
aras
purposes of the Charter,
de una mejor
and in order to
representación,
ensure better
creemos que es
representation,
tiempo de
we
que
believe it is
quien
time for the
ocupe la
next
próxima
Secretary
Secretaría
General
General provenga de
come from Latin
Latinoamérica.
America.
Señoras
Ladies and
y
gentlemen,
señores, el Perú está comprometido en
Peru
lograr
is
que esta
committed to
Asamblea
ensuring
General
that this General Assembly
no sea una simple
this year is not
efemérides,
a mere commemoration,
sino la reafirmación
but
de
the
nuestro
reaffirmation
compromiso
of our commitment
hacia una acción
to
colectiva
collective action
que revitalice
that
a las
will
Naciones
revitalize the
Unidas
United
como
Nations as a
herramienta que
tool
apoye
that
la
supports
paz
peace
y la unidad
and
global,
global
así
unity
como el
as well
desarrollo.
as development.
Tenemos que ser firmes
We must
en la
stand
verdad
firm
frente a los relatos
in
que
the
la
truth, in the
escamotean,
face of
la
narratives that try to conceal it,
pervierten o
pervert
mienten
it, or
abiertamente
openly
con el
lie
fin de
in
ocultar
order to hide agendas
agendas que no
that do not
corresponden a nuestro
correspond
tiempo
to our
y
time,
mucho menos
much less
al
to the
destino de la
destiny
humanidad.
of humanity.
Por ello,
For this reason,
es imperativo
it is
fortalecer
essential
la verdad
that we
frente a los
strengthen
relatos
truth against
basados
narratives
en
that
el
are based
odio,
on
la
hatred,
mentira
the
repetida que
lie
busca
repeated
imponerse
that seeks to
y que
impose
solo
itself and
engendra
only
destrucción.
leads to destruction.
Pese a todos los
But despite
obstáculos,
all of these
la
obstacles,
verdad
truth
se abre
will
paso
find a
y
way,
nos hace
and
libres.
truth will set us free.
Paz
Peace
y unidad
and
para el
unity
Perú y el
for
mundo.
Peru and for the
Por las
world,
luchas del planeta.
for all those on the
Kuskayan
planet.
Yankasun, ama Chiknikuspa, ama Yuyakuspa, buscando el desarrollo de nuestro pueblo.
Let us seek the
Señoras,
development of our
presidentes y
peoples,
presidentes del mundo.
presidents of the world.
Juntos trabajemos,
Together, let us work together
sin odiarnos,
without hating one
queriéndonos,
another.
procurando el desarrollo
Let us
de
work
nuestros
for the
pueblos.
development of our peoples.
Sí a la vida,
Yes to
no a
life,
la violencia
no to
y no a la
violence,
guerra.
and no
Muchas
to
gracias.
war. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Peru. The Assembly will hear an address by His Majesty King Abdullah II Ibn al-Hussein, King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I request protocol to escort His Majesty and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General,
in the name of
Your
God, the
Excellencies.
compassionate, the merciful.
Another year, another UN General Assembly, and another occasion when I stand before you to address the same issue, the conflict in the Middle East. And not for the first time, developments on the ground have made me question the worth and utility of words in capturing the magnitude of the crisis. Yet not speaking about it would signal acceptance of the situation and abandonment of our humanity. And that I will not do. Our UN General Assembly was born 80 years ago, pledging to learn from, not repeat, history. The world vowed never again. However, for almost as long, Palestinians have been living through a cruel cycle of yet again, bombed indiscriminately, yet again, killed, injured, and maimed, yet again, displaced and dispossessed, yet again, denied rights, dignity, their basic humanity, yet again. So I must ask, how long? How long will it be before we find a resolution to this conflict, one that safeguards the rights of all sides and allows a level of normalcy in the lives of the families at its core? How long will it be before I stand before you and speak not of suffering and devastation in my region, but of prospect, prosperity, and potential? Sadly, this is not the only conflict in our world. And some may say that other wars are also devastating. But the Palestinian-Israeli conflict remains unique. It is the longest-standing conflict in the world, an illegal occupation of a helpless population by a self-declared democratic nation, and a flagrant violation of repeated UN resolutions, international law, and human rights conventions. A failure that should have elicited outrage and action, especially from major democracies. Instead, it has been met with decades of inertia. My friends, the war in Gaza marks one of the darkest moments in this institution's history. But although it is today's horror, the injustice stretches back decades. The Palestinian-Israeli conflict has been on the UN agenda throughout its 8 decades of existence. How long will we be satisfied with condemnation after condemnation without concrete action? When it comes to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, it seems that what unfolds in the halls of power is theory. The struggles and suffering on the ground is reality. For decades, we have seen several attempts to achieve a solution by interim agreements and temporary stopgaps, none that delivered on the end game. In fact, many would argue these processes served as a distraction, as Israel grabbed more land, expanded illegal settlements, demolished homes, and displaced entire neighborhoods. Muslim and Christian holy sites in Jerusalem have been vandalized and desecrated by those under government protection. And throughout all these years, Israeli families, too, have not been able to live in true security because military action cannot bring the safety they need. Nowhere is that more evident than in Gaza. More than 60,000 Palestinians killed, 50,000 children injured or killed, miles of burnt-out rubble, neighborhoods, hospitals, schools, farms, even mosques and churches in ruins, widespread starvation. And what we are seeing is only a glimpse, because never in our modern history has the lenses of international media been obstructed like this from capturing the reality on the ground. Almost 2 years in, and the cruelty of this military campaign continues unabated. Furthermore, the current Israeli government's provocative calls for a so-called Greater Israel can only be realized through the blatant violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors. And there is nothing great about that. I can't help but wonder if a similar outrageous call were made by an Arab leader, would it be met with the same global apathy? The international community must stop entertaining the illusion that this government is a willing partner for peace. Far from it. Its actions on the ground are dismantling the very foundations on which peace could stand, and intentionally burying the very idea of a Palestinian state. It has shown how little it respects the sovereignty of other countries, as we have seen in flagrant violations in Lebanon, Iran, Syria, Tunisia, and most recently, Qatar. And its hostile rhetoric calling for the targeting of Al-Aqsa Mosque will incite a religious war that would reach far beyond the region and lead to an all-out clash that no nation would be able. It is legal and historical status quo. Compromising the delicate balance in the holy city will turn it into a tinderbox that ignites global conflict. And Jordan is serving as the main base for international humanitarian response in Gaza, working by all possible means to provide critical supplies of aid and food. And we appreciate our regional and international partners. I'm also immensely proud of the many Jordanians, including men and women of Jordan Armed Forces, who are at the heart of this effort. Ground convoys, aircraft crews, doctors, nurses, and mobile medical staff who work even under fire to provide relief. These and countless others carry forward Jordan's deep heritage of compassion and generosity to people in grave need. My friends, amid such darkness, there is a glimmer on the horizon. We are seeing more nations stepping up on behalf of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, one that ensures the release of all hostages, unhindered humanitarian aid, and support for the Palestinian people as they rebuild. We all know that force is no foundation for security. It is a prelude for greater violence. Repeated wars are teaching generations of Israelis and Palestinians that their only recourse is the gun. Security will only come when Palestine and Israel begin to coexist. Seems I have the same problem as President Trump. Begin to coexist side by side. This is the two-state solution, in line with international law and UN resolutions. An independent and viable Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital, alongside a secure Israel living in peace with its neighbors. For almost a quarter of a century, this has been the promise of the Arab Peace Initiative, in which Arab and Muslim partners around the globe extended their hand. My friends, for the past 2 years, we have finally seen the world's conscience stirring in the courage of ordinary people from every walk of life and every corner of the globe, raising their voices as one and declaring, it has been too long. This United Nations must echo that call. It has been too long, and it must act on that call until peace is a reality. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lee Jae-myung, President of the Republic of Korea. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
I would like to express my respect and gratitude to all members of the United Nations and staff of the UN Secretariat for their contribution to world peace and shared prosperity. I extend my sincere congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on assuming the presidency of the 18th session of the UN General Assembly. I also pay tribute to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his unwavering dedication and hard work. I hope the 18th session of the UN General Assembly will achieve even more meaningful results under their outstanding leadership. Madam President, Mr. Secretary, and distinguished delegates, this year is a meaningful year marking the 18th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. The past 80 years of the UN has been a valuable journey of protecting the dignity and values of humanity and at seeking a path forward for future generations. If someone asks what the UN has achieved, I would confidently reply, look at the 80-year history of the Republic of Korea. It is no exaggeration to say that the Republic of Korea's history, dotted with challenges and responses, is the history of the United Nations, which has constantly confronted enormous challenges facing humanity. Liberated from colonial rule the very year that the United Nations was founded, the Republic of Korea emerged from the scars of division and ashes of war through UN assistance, maintaining national identity while achieving industrialization and blooming into a democracy. Therefore, the Republic of Korea in itself is a country that has proven the value of the UN's existence. Whenever the Republic of Korea revived the hopes of lives as precious as the weight of the universe amidst horrific wars and disasters, the UN flag fluttered at the center of that intense solidarity. The United Nations has strived to provide equal rights and opportunities to everyone without discrimination, and has provided education and vaccines to make children's lives blossom. The small country in the East, which rose with the support of the UN and the international community, has become a proud UN member that is drawing the world's attention. It is raising its role and responsibility as a member of the international community more rapidly than any other country. There were times when democracy and peace were in crisis, but each time the Republic of Korea rose with indomitable strength. Even a safe coup could not break the people of the Republic of Korea's strong will, desiring democracy and peace. The revolution of light that the people of the Republic of Korea achieved against the darkness of the insurrection last winter was a historic moment that demonstrated the brilliant achievement of the UN spirit. The remarkable resilience and strength of democracy that the Republic of Korea has shown will be ours as well as that of the entire world. I need you to take my hand and guide me away from all this, away to where the light shines through, to where the flowers bloom. As the novelist Han Gang, laureate of the Nobel Prize in Literature, wrote, the Republic of Korea will be a milestone of light for all those who join the journey toward democracy. Today, at the UN General Assembly, where world peace and humanity's shared prosperity is discussed, I proudly announce that a new Republic of Korea, which will be a beacon of light for global citizens, has completely returned to the international community. Thank you. The Republic of Korea, which has grown thanks to the support and assistance of the UN, will not hesitate to take on the role of a leading nation, generously sharing its experience and history of restoring democracy. Despite ceaseless efforts from all corners of the world, the international community's determination and aspiration to maintain international peace and security 80 years ago still remains an unfinished task for everyone. 280 million people are still in a state of extreme hunger. Armed conflicts around the world, including in Ukraine and the Middle East, as well as the climate crisis, which has already become a real problem, threaten the survival of humanity. The answer lies in the wisdom of the pioneers who founded the United Nations, as well as the path that the people of the Republic of Korea demonstrated. There is only one way: more democracy. The people-centered government of the Republic of Korea, through the power of collective intelligence, is ceaselessly attempting innovations, seeking better alternatives in democracy. The way to solve common challenges facing the international community is no different. When all the countries experiencing the same problems gather here at the United Nations and continue multilateral cooperation, putting their heads together, we will all be able to move toward a bright future of peace and prosperity. I look forward to the UN80 initiative presented by the Secretary General, taking root as a vision that achieves UN's evolution and advancement in line with the demands of our time. I also hope the UN Security Council can increase the number of seats of non-permanent members, reflecting changes in the international environment, and enhance its effectiveness and representation. As a member of the UN Security Council for the term 2024 to 2025, the Republic of Korea is making efforts so that the UN Security Council can respond proactively to threats to the international peace and security. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Korea, having restored democracy, dreams of a better future. The Republic of Korea will fulfill its responsibility as a responsible global power that steadfastly upholds the values of freedom, human rights, inclusiveness, and solidarity championed by the United Nations. We will further develop our institutions and cultures so that everyone residing in the Republic of Korea, both nationals and foreigners, can be respected as an equal member of society in all fields of life. The Republic of Korea will strengthen and lead cooperation with the international community while realizing the value of respect for human rights. In a time of crisis where immediate survival is urgent, words like solidarity, coexistence, and cooperation may feel somewhat distant.
하지만 인류는
However,
언제나
humanity has
깊은
always dreamed of
절망만큼
hopes
높은
as high
희망을
as its deep
꿈꾸었고
despair,
더
and
나은
has
내일을
achieved the
향한
progress
열정으로
we see today
지금의
through a
진보를
passion for a
이뤄냈습니다.
better tomorrow.
어려운
The more
시기일수록
difficult the times are,
인류
the
보편
more we
가치에 대한
must return
믿음이라는
to the basic spirit of the
유엔의
UN,
기본
which is
정신으로
trust in universal
돌아가야 합니다.
values of humankind.
전쟁의
Just
참화를
as the
물려주지
determination
않겠다는
to not
일념이
pass down the
유엔
devastation of
창립으로
wars
이어져
led to the founding of the
분쟁을
UN
예방하고
and has
평화를
prevented
지켜냈던
conflicts and
것처럼
preserved peace,
미래의
we
인류가
today must
살아갈 더
cooperate
나은
more,
세계를 위해
trust more,
오늘의
and join
우리는
hands more
더
firmly in
협력하고
order to build a better
더
future,
신뢰하고
a better
더
world
굳게
for future
손잡아야 합니다.
generations.
지속 가능한 미래를
Democratic
향한
Korea will lead the way
다자주의적
in
협력의 길,
multilateral
우리
cooperation toward
민주
a sustainable
대한민국이
future.
앞서가겠습니다. 평화는 무엇보다
Peace is a
중요한
value
가치입니다.
that is more important than anything
대한민국에서도
else. In the
전
Republic of
세계
Korea, as
어디에서도
well as elsewhere in the world,
평화는
peace is the
민주주의와
basic
경제
foundation
발전의
for
기본적
democracy
토대가
and
됩니다.
economic development.
지금 우리가 직면하고
The
있는
disputes and
분쟁과
conflicts we are
갈등은
currently facing
인간의
vividly
존엄과
show how
지속
easily
가능한
the
발전의
ideals of
이상이
human dignity and
평화가
sustainable
없다면
development
얼마나 쉽게
can
무너질
crumble
수 있는지를
without peace.
선명하게 설명해 줍니다. 오늘날 대한민국은
The Republic of
유엔의
Korea
평화
is
유지
fulfilling
및
its
평화 구축
responsibility
활동에
as a
있어
key contributor to the
핵심적인
United Nations
기여국으로서 책임을
peacekeeping
다하고
and
있습니다.
peacebuilding activities.
분단
Our
국가인
brave soldiers
대한민국을
who have steadfastly
흔들림 없이
defended the
수호한
Republic of
우리의
Korea, a
용사들이
divided nation,
유엔이
are
주도하는
helping
지속
to pave the way
가능한
towards
평화의 길을
sustainable peace
돕고 있습니다.
led by the UN.
평화를 위협하는
Threats to
것은
peace are
물리적인
not only
요소만이
physical
아닙니다.
elements.
인공지능
In an
기술이
era where
안보
artificial
역량을
intelligence
결정하고
technology is
사이버
critical
공격이
to
국가
security
안보를 위협하는
capabilities
시대,
and cyber attacks threaten
우리는
national
이제
security,
보이는
we
적을
must
넘어
confront not only
보이지
visible
않는 적과
enemies, but
맞서야
also
합니다.
invisible enemies.
AI 시대의
If we
변화에
passively let
수동적으로
ourselves be dragged
끌려다닌다면
along by the changes
기술
of the
악용으로
AI
인한
era,
인권
we
침해의
will
그
meet a
어두운 그림자를
dystopia of
떨쳐내지 못한
deepening
채
polarization and
양극화와
inequality,
불평등
unable to shake
심화라는
off the dark shadows of human
디스토피아를
rights,
맞이하게 될 것입니다.
abuses caused by the misuse of technology.
그러나
However,
변화에
if
능동적으로
we proactively
대처한다면
respond to these
높은
changes,
생산력을
we can
동력
use the
삼아
high productivity
혁신과
as
번영의
a
토대를
driving force
세우고
to build a foundation for
직접
innovation
민주주의를
and
강화하는
prosperity, and
유용한
create a
기반을
useful base
만들
for
수 있습니다.
strengthening direct democracy.
내일 안보리
I hope the
의장으로서
open
주재하는
debate that I
공개
will
토의
preside
자리가
over as
인공지능의
UN
책임 있는
Security
이용을
Council
촉진하는
President tomorrow will
국제사회의
significantly
노력에
contribute to the
큰
international
보탬이 될
community's
것으로
efforts to
확신합니다.
promote the responsible use of AI.
아울러
Furthermore,
다음 달
we intend
대한민국
to share our
경주에서
vision
열릴
for the future of AI
APEC
through the
정상회의에서
APEC AI
APEC
initiative
AI
at the
이니셔티브를
APEC
통한
Economic Leaders Meeting,
AI
which will be
미래
held
비전을
in Gyeongju, Korea
공유하고자 합니다.
next month.
첨단 기술
We will
발전이
strive to ensure
인류의
that the
보편적
vision of
가치에
AI for
기여하는
all, where
모두를
advances
위한
in cutting-edge technology
AI의 비전이
contribute to the universal values
국제사회의
of
뉴
humanity
노멀로
becomes a new normal
자리
for
잡을 수
the
있도록
international
노력하겠습니다.
community.
AI가 주도할 기술
AI-driven
혁신은
technological innovations
기후위기
will be
같은
an
전
important
지구적
neutral
과제를
for
해결할
solving global
중요하고
challenges like the
또
climate
새로운
crisis.
도구가 될 것입니다. 지난 80년간
Over the past
지속
80
가능한 발전의
years,
길을
the
열어
United
젖히고
Nations has paved the way
인류의
for
존망이
sustainable
걸린 기후위기
development
대응을
and spearheaded
선도해온
efforts to address climate
유엔의
crisis
노력에
threatening the
세계
survival of
각국이
humanity.
화답해야
Nations
합니다.
around the world must respond to these
대한민국은
efforts. The Republic of
과학기술과
Korea is
디지털
pursuing
혁신을
a
활용해
great energy
에너지
transition,
효율을 높이고
leveraging science and
재생에너지
technology and
비중을
digital innovation
확대하면서
to increase energy
에너지
efficiency
대전환을
and expand
추진하고
the share
있습니다.
of renewable energy.
올해 안으로
We will submit
책임감
a
있는
responsible,
국가
nationally
온실가스
determined
감축
contribution
목표를
within
제출하여
this year, joining the
국제사회의
united
단합된
will of the
의지에
international
동참할 것입니다.
community. At the
2028년
fourth UN
칠레와
Ocean
공동
Conference
개최하는
that will be co-hosted
제4차
by the
유엔
Republic of
해양
Korea and
총회에서도
Chile in 2028,
지속 가능한
we will
해양
also
발전을
work to
위한
build
실질적 연대를
substantive
구축할 수
solidarity
있도록
for the
할
sustainable
것입니다.
development of oceans.
이처럼
Such efforts
전
by
지구적
the
과제에
Republic of
적극
Korea
대처하는
to actively address
우리
global
대한민국의
challenges
노력은
are based on a
지속
firm
가능한
commitment
발전이라는
to fulfilling
인류 공동의
humanity's
약속을
shared
실현하겠다는
promise of sustainable
확고한
development.
의지를 바탕으로 한 것입니다. 10년 전
Since the United
유엔이
Nations
지속 가능한 발전
established
목표를 수립한
the
이래
Sustainable Development Goals 10
국제사회는
years ago,
빈곤
the
퇴치와
international community
불평등
has
해소를
made
위한
much progress
여러
in
진전을
eradicating
이뤄냈습니다.
poverty and reducing inequality.
그러나
However,
개발 재원에
the
대한 수요는
demand for
지속적으로
development
늘어나고
financing is continuously increasing,
가장 취약한
and
이들은
the most
여전히
vulnerable are
고통
still
속에 놓여
suffering.
있습니다. 엄중한
Let
현실을
us
직시하고
squarely face this
새로운
grave
변화를
reality
만들어
and create
냅시다.
new momentum for change.
글로벌 개발
We must move
거버넌스를
toward
구조적으로
structurally
개혁하는
reforming
동시에
global development
재원의 질을
governance
높이는
while
방향으로 나아가야
enhancing
합니다.
the quality of financial resources.
원조받던
I
나라에서
trust that we will pull together
원조하는
in
나라로
order to bring
성장하고
about more
도약한
cases like the
대한민국의
Republic of
사례가
Korea
더 많이
growing and
나올 수
developing
있도록
from an aid recipient country
함께
to an
힘을
aid
모아주실
donor
것으로
country.
믿습니다. 올해는
This year
유엔 창설
marks the 80th
80주년이자
anniversary of the
한반도
founding of the
분단
United Nations,
80주년입니다.
as well as the 80th anniversary
새로운
of the division
도전과
of the Korean
함께
Peninsula.
미완의
New
과제가 우리를
challenges,
기다리고
as well
있습니다.
as unresolved tasks, await
민주
us.
대한민국은
Democratic Korea
평화
will begin a
공존,
new journey toward
공동
peaceful
성장의 한반도를
coexistence
향한
and shared growth
새로운
on
여정을
the Korean Peninsula.
시작합니다. 그
The
첫걸음은
first step
남북
will
간
be to
무너진
restore
신뢰를
broken
회복하고
inter-Korean trust
상호 존중의
and shift
자세로
to a stance
전환하는
of
것입니다.
mutual respect.
대한민국
The
정부는
government of the Republic of Korea
상대의 체제를
clearly
존중하고
reaffirms that it respects
어떠한
the
형태의
North's current
흡수
system,
통일도
that it will
추구하지
not
않을
pursue any
것이며
form of unification by
일체의
absorption,
적대
and
행위를
that it has
할
no
뜻이
intention
없음을
of engaging in
다시
hostile
한번
acts.
분명하게 밝힙니다. 이 세 가지 원칙을
Based on
바탕으로
these three principles,
우선
we
남북 간
intend to end
불필요한
the
군사적
vicious cycle
긴장과
of
적대 행위의
unnecessary
악순환을
inter-Korean
끊어내고자
military
합니다.
tension and hostile
취임
acts.
직후
That is a reason
대북 전단
why we have
살포와
proactively taken
대북
measures,
방송 중단
including
등의
halting
조치를
the launch of
선제적으로 취한
leaflets
것도
and suspending
같은
broadcasts
이유입니다.
toward the north.
앞으로 우리 정부는
Going forward,
남북
the
간
government of the
군사적
Republic
긴장
of Korea
완화와
will consistently
신뢰
seek
회복의
a
길을
path to reduce
일관되게
military
모색할
tensions
것입니다.
and restore inter-Korean trust.
가장 확실한 평화는
The most certain
싸울
peace is a
필요가
state where
없는
there is no
상태입니다.
need to fight.
교류,
Through comprehensive
관계
dialogue
정상화,
centered on
비핵화,
exchange
즉
normalization and denuclearization.
END를
In
중심으로
other
한
words,
포괄적인
END,
대화로
we must end the
한반도에서의
era
적대와
of
대결의
hostility
시대를
and
종식하고
confrontation on the Korean
평화
Peninsula
공존과
and usher in a
공동
new era
성장의
of peaceful
새 시대를
coexistence
열어가야
and
합니다.
shared growth.
교류와
The fact that
협력이야말로
exchanges and
평화의
cooperation are
지름길이라는
a shortcut
사실은
to peace
굴곡진
is a
남북
timeless
관계의
lesson
역사가
demonstrated by the history of fraught
증명해왔던
inter-Korean
불변의
relations.
교훈이기도 합니다. 남북 간
By
교류
gradually
협력을
expanding
단계적으로
inter-Korean
확대함으로써
exchanges and cooperation,
한반도에서
we will pave the
지속
way
가능한
for
평화의
sustainable
길을
peace
열어
on the Korean
나가겠습니다.
Peninsula.
한반도
It is
평화는
crucial
남북은
for
물론
both the RK
국제사회가
and the
함께
DPRK, as well as the
만들어가는 게
international
중요합니다.
community, to work together to establish
남북
peace
관계
on the
발전을
Korean
추구하면서
Peninsula. While striving to
북미
advance
사이를
inter-Korean
비롯한
relations, we will provide our active
국제사회와의
support and
관계
cooperation
정상화
for
노력도
efforts to normalize
적극적으로
relations with the international
지지하고
community,
협력하겠습니다.
including
비핵화는
between the United
엄중한
States and the
과제임에
DPRK.
틀림없습니다.
Denuclearization is
그러나
undoubtedly a grave task,
단기간에
but it is time
해결되기
to seek
어렵다는
realistic
냉철한
and
인식의
rational
기초
solutions
위에
based on a
현실적이고
cool-headed perception
합리적인
that
방안을
denuclearization
모색해야 할
cannot be
시점이
achieved in
됐습니다.
the short term.
핵과
The international
미사일
community
능력
must gather its
보도와
wisdom in a
중단부터
pragmatic
시작하여
and phased solution, beginning
축소의 과정을
with a stop
거쳐
in the sophistication of
폐기에
nuclear and
도달하는
missile capabilities,
실용적,
going through a
단계적
reduction process,
해법에
and
우리
reaching
국제사회가 지혜를
dismantlement.
모아주시기 바랍니다. 한반도에서의
Realizing
항구적
lasting
평화
peace
시대는
on the Korean Peninsula
분쟁으로
would
고통받는
present new
인류에게
hope and
새로운
possibility
희망과
to humanity
가능성을 제공할
suffering
것입니다.
from conflict.
대한민국은
The Republic of Korea will
END
end the
이니셔티브로
Cold War in the Korean
한반도의
Peninsula
냉전을
through the
끝내고
END
세계 평화와
initiative
번영에
and fulfill its
기여하기 위한
responsibility
책임과
and
역할을
role to
다하겠습니다.
contribute to world peace and prosperity.
서로 다른 나라의
A
국민이
future where
상호
people from
협력하며
different nations
전
cooperate
지구적인
and
도전을
overcome
함께
global challenges
헤쳐나가는
together
미래가
may
꿈 같은
sound like a
장밋빛
rosy,
전망처럼 들릴 수도
dream-like vision.
있습니다. 그러나 이는
However,
결코
this is
불가능한
by
꿈이
no means
아닙니다.
an impossible dream.
평화란
Peace
단순히
is not
무력 충돌이
merely the
없는 상태가
absence of
아니라
armed conflict,
다름을
but the
존중하며
realization of a
함께
community
살아가는
where differences
공동체를
are
실현하는
respected and
것입니다.
people coexist.
As long as respect and aspiration for diversity is inside us, we can always unite and embrace one another. K culture is connecting people all over the world beyond borders, language, and cultural differences. The success and spread of K culture prove that universal empathy is possible, transcending differences in all backgrounds. Gathering the energy of solidarity, coexistence, and consideration, the Republic of Korea, having ushered in a new diplomatic republic, is ready to move toward a sustainable future and a new page in human history. Though a difficult journey is expected, humanity has been able to grow and come this far by not giving up on challenges, even in the face of adversity. As the people of the Republic of Korea raised colorful cheering sticks in the face of a crisis in democracy, I call on the international community and the United Nations to lift the lantern of hope that will light the future of humanity. The Republic of Korea will boldly lead the way toward a new era of peaceful coexistence and shared growth on the Korean Peninsula toward a better future together. Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Korea. The Assembly will hear an address by His Highness Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, Amir of the State of Qatar. I request protocol to escort His Highness and invite him to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة رئيس الجمعية العامة، سعادة الأمين العام، حضور الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. لقد أنشأت منظمة الأمم المتحدة منذ 8 عقود بناء على عدد من القواعد والمبادئ التي توصلت إليها الإنسانية بعد حربين عالميتين، وتقوم هذه القواعد على الحفاظ على السلم والأمن الدوليين واحترام كرامة الإنسان وسيادة الدول وشؤونها الداخلية والتعاون الدولي بما فيه خير شعوبنا والبشرية. إن تراجع منطق النظام الدولي هذا أمام منطق القوة، يعني السماح بتسييد حكم الغاب، حيث تغدو مفاهيم القانون والعدالة نافذة خارج السياق، وحيث يحظى المتجاوز على الآخرين بامتيازات مجرد أن بوسعه فعل ذلك. هذه هي الواقعية السياسية الجديدة التي اختزل تعريفها ليصبح مقتصرا على مسايرة القدرة على فرض الأمر الواقع. ثمة قصر نظر كارثي في هذا السلوك، فمرتكب التجاوزات في العلاقات الدولية يعتبر أن التسامح معه ضعف، ويعد المتسامح مع تجاوزاته عاجزا. إن الموضوع الذي ينبغي أن يتصدر النقاش في المؤسسات الدولية حاليا هو كيفية استعادة نظام الأمن الجماعي قوته وفقا لميثاق الأمم المتحدة، وعودة الفاعلية للشرعية الدولية. الحضور الكرام، كما تعلمون تعرضت الدوحة يوم 9 سبتمبر إلى اعتداء غادر استهدف خلاله اجتماعا للوفد المفاوض لحركة حماس في مسكن أحد أعضائه بحي سكني يضم مدارس وبعثات دبلوماسية. وقد سقط جراء هذا العدوان 6 شهداء، من ضمنهم مواطن قطري يخدم في قوة الأمن الداخلي الأخويا، وأصيب 18 بجراح.
people have been injured.
كان هذا العدوان انتهاكا خطيرا لسيادة دولة.
Aggression was a violation against our sovereignty and a blatant violation that is unjustified of international law. But the whole world was shocked because of the circumstances of this heinous act, which we have classified as state terrorism. Unlike the claim of the Prime Minister of Israel, this attack is not a legitimate right to follow perpetrators of terrorism. It is an act of a diplomacy that is dedicated to political assassinations, and it undermines any diplomatic efforts aimed at ending the genocide against the people in Gaza. It is also an attempt to kill politicians who are members of a delegation that engages in negotiations with Israel while they were studying an American proposal. As you know, Qatar hosts, as a mediator during the negotiations, hosts delegations of Hamas and Israel.
وقد أنجزت الوساطة فعلا بالتعاون مع شقيقة مصر والولايات المتحدة الأمريكية تحرير 148 من الرهائن. وقد واصلنا الوساطة مع أن إسرائيل ألغت الهدنة الأخيرة من طرف واحد دون تقديم أي مبرر. يحدون في ذلك الأمل بالتوصل إلى وقف دائم لإطلاق النار والإفراج عن جميع الرهائن وانسحاب قوات الاحتلال من قطاع ودخول المساعدات الإنسانية وتحرير الأسرى الفلسطينيين. يزورون بلادنا ويخططون لقصفها. يفاوضون وفودا ويخططون لاغتيال أعضائها. من الصعب التعامل مع هذه الذهنية التي لا تحترم أبسط المبادئ في التعامل بين البشر. فتوقع تصرفات أصحابها يكاد يكون مستحيلا. أليس هذا هو تعريف الحكومة المارغة؟ لا يسعى طرف لاغتيال الوفد الذي يفاوضه إلا إذا كان هدفه إفشال المفاوضات. وما المفاوضات عنده إلا مواصلة للحرب بطرق أخرى ووسيلة لتضليل الرأي العام الإسرائيلي. إذا كان ثمن تحرير الرهائن الإسرائيليين هو وقف الحرب فإن حكومة إسرائيل تتخلى عن تحريرهم. فهدفها الحقيقي هو تدمير غزة بحيث يستحيل فيها السكن والعمل والتعليم والعلاج أي تنعدم مقومات الحياة الإنسانية. وذلك تمهيدا لتهجير سكانها. لهذا السبب يريد رئيسها مواصلة الحرب. إنه يؤمن بما يسمى أرض إسرائيل الكاملة وهو يعتبر أن الحرب فرصة لتوسيع المستوطنات وتغيير الوضع القائم في الحرم القدسي الشريف كما يخطط لعمليات ضم في الضفة الغربية. لم يعد هناك شك في أن التطهير العرقي وتغيير واقع المناطق المحتلة بل وفرض وقائع جديدة على الإقليم هو هدف هذه الحرب. وقد بين هذا الاعتداء الغادر على سيادة دولة خليجية على بعد آلاف الأميال أن رئيس الحكومة الإسرائيلية الذي يتباهى بأنه غير وجه الشرق الأوسط في العامين الأخيرين يقصد فعلا أن تتدخل إسرائيل حيثما شاءت ومتى شاءت. إنه يحلم أن تصبح المنطقة العربية منطقة إسرائيلية. وقد حذرت الدول العربية والإسلامية التي تنادت وعقدت مؤتمر قمة في الدوحة من عواقب هذا الوهم الخطير. ليست إسرائيل دولة ديمقراطية في محيط معاد كما يدعي قادتها بل هي في الحقيقة معادية لمحيطها وضالعة في بناء نظام فصل عنصري وفي حرب إبادة. ويفتخر رئيس حكومتها أمام شعبه أنه منع قيام دولة الفلسطينية ويعده أن الدولة الفلسطينية لن تقوم مستقبلا وإنه يتباهى بمنع تحقيق السلام مع الفلسطينيين وبأنه سوف يمنع تحقيقه في المستقبل. إسرائيل محاطة بدول
Israel is
إما
surrounded
وقعت اتفاق
by
السلام
states
أو
either who
ملتزمة
have
بمبادرة
signed a peace
السلام
agreement
العربية
who are committed to the Arab
ولكنها
peace
لا تكتفي
initiative.
بالتسويات
But
والهدن
Israel does not make
حتى
do
تلك
with
القائمة على
truces
موازين
and
قوى
settlements.
مختلة بل تريد أن تفرض
It
إرادتها
desires
على
to
محيطها
impose its
العربي
will on its
وكل من
surrounding
يعترض على
Arab
ذلك هو في
neighbors. And
دعايتها
everyone who
إما
believes so
إرهابي أو
is,
معاد
and
للسامية
everyone who opposes its will is
وهذا ما
either
أصبح الرأي العام
anti-Semitic or
حتى في الدول
a
الحليفة
terrorist.
لإسرائيل
Even
يدركه
Israel's
ويرفضه
allies realize this fact and
وها
reject
نحن
it.
نشهد نشوء
And
حركة
here we are
تضامن
today where
عالمية
we witness
تشبه الحركة
an
العالمية
international
ضد
solidarity
نظام
movement
الفصل
that is
العنصري
similar
في
to
القرن
the
الماضي
international movement against
ولا
apartheid
يفوتني في هذه المناسبة
last
أن
century.
أعرب عن
And
تقديري للتضامن
I
العالمي
would be
مع
remiss
قطر
not to express my
بما في
appreciation
ذلك
with the solidarity we have
بيان مجلس
received in
الأمن
Qatar
الذي
after the
أدان
attack, including the
بإجماع
statement by
أعضائه.
the Security Council that has condemned the attack.
الحضور الكرام لقد اختارت دولة قطر أن تظل كعهدها وفية لنهجها
Qatar will remain true
في صف القيم
to
والمبادئ
its
التي
history and
يفترض
legacy,
أن المجتمع الدولي
opposing
يقوم
the
عليها
crimes
والإيمان
that take place.
بإمكانية
We believe
التوفيق
in the
بينها وبين
ability
المصالح
of
حين تكون السياسة عقلانية
reconciling
وعدم الخشية
interests
في رفع
with
صوت الحق
security.
حين يخيم الصمت
We will
والتمسك
continue to speak
بالدبلوماسية
truth,
حيث
and
يستسهل
we will
الخصوم
engage in
استخدام
diplomacy
السلاح
when our enemies
لقد
find it
انخرطنا
easier
في
to use
وساطة شاقة لوقف الحرب
weapons.
وضمان تدفق المساعدات
We
الإنسانية
have engaged to
وإطلاق
mediate
سراح
an
الأسرى
end to the war
والمحتجزين
and allow for
وواجهنا
humanitarian
حملات
access and release
تقليد
hostages, and
ضد
we have faced
الجهود التي نبذلها لكن تلك
disinformation
الحملات
campaigns.
لن
However, these
تثنينا عن
campaigns
مواصلة
will not
جهودنا
deter
بالشراكة
us.
مع
We will
جمهورية مصر
continue our
العربية
efforts in
الشقيقة
cooperation and
والولايات
partnership with
المتحدة
Egypt
الأمريكية.
and the United States of America.
إن قناعتنا راسخة بأنه
We
لا
are
يمكن
firmly
تحقيق
convinced
السلام
that
في
peace can
منطقتنا
only
دون
be
اتخاذ
achieved in
المجتمع
our
الدولي
region
ولا سيما مجلس الأمن
through
موقفا حازما
a
بالانتقال من
position from the
انقياده
Security
لإيقاع
Council,
الاحتلال في فرض الوقائع في حروبه المتتالية إلى حل القضية
accepting and tolerating
الفلسطينية على
the
أساس
occupation's
إنهاء
crimes,
احتلال الأراضي الفلسطينية والسماح للشعب الفلسطيني بممارسة حقه في تغيير
till
مصيره
allowing to
وإقامة
the Palestinian people
دولته
to
المستقلة
enjoy
وعاصمتها
their right
القدس
to self-determination
على
and
حدود عام
establish their state
1967
with East Jerusalem as its
وفقاً
capital on the borders of 1967 as per UN resolutions and the two-state solution that has been the consensus of the international community.
إننا نثمن دور الدول التي
We
اعترفت بدولة
appreciate the role
فلسطين
of
ولا
states that
شك
have
أن
recognized
هذه
the state of
الاعترافات
Palestine. There is
تكتسب
no doubt
أهمية
that such
معنوية
recognition is
إذ تبعث برسالة
morally
مفادها
important because
أن
it
العنف
sends a
والمزيد
message
من العنف
that
لا
violence
ينجح في
and more
تصفية
violence
قضية
will
عادلة
not succeed in
قضية
liquidating
فلسطين
a just cause
ونحث باقي
such as
الدول على
the cause
الاعتراف
of
بدولة
Palestine,
فلسطين
and we urge more states to recognize the state
وإيمانا
of
منا
Palestine.
بأن عدم الاستقرار لا يعرف
We
حدودا
believe that
وأن الإنسانية
instability knows
مصيرها
no border
مترابط
and that
فقد واصلت دولة
humanity's destiny
قطر
is intertwined.
جهودها
Therefore, Qatar has
الدبلوماسية
continued
للإسهام
its
في
diplomatic
حل أزمات
efforts
أخرى
to
كالحرب في أوكرانيا
contribute to the
والحروب
settlement
في
of other
أفريقيا
crises such as in
وقد
Ukraine and
أثمرت
wars in
المثابرة في
Africa,
هذه الجهود
and our
مع شركائنا
persistence
في القارة الإفريقية عن
continued
خطوات
with
نوعية
partners in
نحو إحلال
Africa
السلام
in order
كان
to
أبرزها
draft peace
التوقيع على
agreements,
إعلان
and most
المبادئ في
importantly was
الدوحة بين
the signing
حكومة
of a declaration
جمهورية
of
الكونغو
principles in Doha
الديمقراطية
between the
وتحالف نهر
DRC
الكونغو حركة
and the
23
Congo
مارس
River
دعما
Alliance in March.
لمسار تقوده
Our
الولايات
efforts
المتحدة
support
لاتفاق
the
سلام
leadership
شامل
of the
في
US
الشرق
to
البلاد
achieve a
وستظل
peace
دولة قطر
agreement in the
شريكا
east of the
فاعلا في
country, and
المجتمع
Qatar will
الدولي
continue to
لجعل
engage as an international partner
المنازعات
in
بالطرق
order
السلمية
to
واقتناص
achieve the peaceful
الفرص
settlement of
لإحلال
conflicts
السلام
and to
العالمي.
seize opportunities to
الحضور الكرام
establish global
ما
peace.
زالت بعض الدول في
Your
منطقتنا
Excellencies,
تعاني
some
من
states in our
غياب
region
الاستقرار
still
والأمن
suffer
ولكن
the
لا
lack of
يبعث على
security
الأمل
and
حدوث بعض
stability.
التطورات
However,
الإيجابية
there is hope through some
فسوريا
positive
الشقيقة
developments.
تشهد منذ أواخر
In
العام
our dear
الماضي
Syria,
مرحلة
since the
جديدة
end of last year, is
نأمل أن تكون
going through a
بداية
new
مسار
phase
نحو تحقيق
that we
تطلعات الشعب
hope
السوري
will be
في
a
الاستقرار
path towards achieving the
والتنمية
aspirations of
وسيادة
the Syrian
القانون
people towards
وذلك
stability,
بعد أن
development, and the
طويت
rule of law
صفحة قاتمة
after the
من
end
تاريخ
of a
وطنه
dark phase of
وقد
the country's
وقفت
history.
قطر إلى جانب الشعب السوري على نحو المثابر طوال السنوات السابقة، وكنت أذكر بقضيته من على هذا المنبر حتى حين بدا وكأنها أسقطت من جدول الأعمال السياسة الدولية. ويتعين على المجتمع الدولي استغلال الفرصة المتاحة حاليا the international community is called upon to assist Syria now in order to succeed through the transition phase after decades of suffering. Our experience in other Arab countries has taught us that building state institutions and establishing relations between a state and others is based on equality, and internal stability on the basis of respect for diversity are paramount issues at this stage. Qatar will not spare an effort to provide the necessary support to our brothers and sisters in Syria. And we have no doubt that the Syrians will be able to overcome this phase and to reject sectarianism in all its forms, and that they will reject external interference, especially the Israeli attempts to divide Syria. And the conduct of Israel that is as though all areas south of Damascus are areas of Israeli influence. The Middle East has also witnessed positive developments through the election of President Ahmed Joseph Aoun in Lebanon and the appointment of Mr. Nawaf Salam as a prime minister, which is a step towards stability in the country. Qatar will continue to support the Lebanon government and people and institutions, and will continue to support the Lebanese army. We emphasize the need to implement Security Council Resolution 1701 and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the areas it occupied during the last war, and to end Israeli interference in internal Lebanese affairs. For Sudan, the people in Sudan continue to suffer an unprecedented humanitarian crisis because of the continued violence. We call once again on all parties to prioritize the national interest and to engage in a comprehensive dialogue that leads to a permanent peace and that preserves the unity of Sudan and its territorial integrity and independence, and that achieves development and stability. We declare our support for all international efforts that aim to achieve this goal. Distinguished Excellencies, Doha has always been a global capital that hosts major events in all spheres, and an area where leaders convene and decision makers from around the world to engage in negotiations and the formulation of solutions. Doha will host the Second World Summit for Social Development from the 4th to 6th November this year, and we look forward to welcoming you all during this conference.
ولا شك أن ثقة المجتمع الدولي بنا إنما تقوم على سجل من النجاحات التنظيمية التي حققتها دولة قطر على مر السنوات، وبناء على هذا الإرث الراسخ قدمت ملف ترشحها لاستضافة دورة الألعاب الأولمبية 2036 إيمانا منا بأن الرياضة ليست مجرد منافسة بل جسر يربط بين الشعوب ومنصة لترسيخ قيم السلام والتفاهم. ولقد أثبت تنظيمنا لبطولة كأس العالم لكرة القدم 2022 أننا قادرون على جعل الأحداث الرياضية الكبرى ساحة للتواصل والتقارب بين الثقافات المختلفة. وختاما إن دولة قطر وهي تعي جسامة التحديات التي يواجهها المجتمع الدولي تؤكد أنها ستظل وفية لالتزاماتها في مناصرة الحق وبناء جسور السلام وتعزيز العدالة في العلاقات الدولية. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Emir of the State of Qatar. The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Jennifer Gillings-Simons, the President of the Republic of Suriname. I request the protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Good morning. Madam President, we are here to commemorate in this special moment in history, as we celebrate the United Nations 80th anniversary. And this 80th anniversary of the General Assembly coincides with the 50th anniversary of the independence of the Republic of Suriname and our membership of this organization. On behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Suriname, I express sincere congratulations to the international community on this occasion. It is clear that a journey that spans over 80 years cannot be and has not been without challenges. The United Nations played, in some instances, an important role in ending colonial rule, worked on advancing human rights, and often provided hope and a future to the most vulnerable in our global community. This is also the organization that provided a voice to the global community and worked to establish a balanced world order aimed at adopting a framework for sustainable development agenda and contribute significantly to advancing human rights, more specifically the rights of women and children. The organization promoted education for all and universal access to health care. In some instances, the peaceful resolution of conflicts was achieved, preventing misery and saving human lives. Madam President, on the other hand, we must admit that the UN, at other times, regrettably has been unsuccessful in avoiding conflicts, wars, and violations of human rights. As we look at the world today, we see that in Europe, war has returned. Elsewhere, wars are displacing millions, killing many, and threatening global security and peace. In other countries and regions, for instance in the Middle East, we have witnessed unspeakable terror at the hands of terrorist organizations. The UN was not able to prevent that. At this moment, there are increased occurrences of grave violations of human rights and more specifically, the rights of children. For example, in Gaza, it is unbearable to even think about their suffering. Also, within our own region, which is the Caribbean, we have not been spared of rising tensions. It is with heightened concern that we noted the Secretary General's recent briefing on the Security Council meeting on the situation in Haiti, mentioning that the Haitians are enduring a perfect storm of suffering. Haiti is still paying a hefty price for being the first to throw away the shackles of slavery in the region of the Caribbean. Our hearts go out to the people of Haiti. Suriname strongly reiterates its position that conflicts should primarily be resolved through dialogue. And we remind the international community that Latin America and the Caribbean are proclaimed a zone of peace. We do not want military aggression in our region. Madam President, this is the moment, on the 80th anniversary, we should reflect and ponder on the next 80 years. What do we have to change and what needs to be done differently? We all must underscore and repeat it ceaselessly today that the United Nations will only be successful if all nations without exception, adhere to the resolutions we adopt. We can only keep the peace if we stop allowing that the votes of all the countries in the world can be nullified by one veto. Today, partially because of the work done by our organization, some poor countries have developed substantially, economically and otherwise. They have become powers who can't be ignored any longer. We have to remind ourselves that the world in which the United Nations was established 80 years ago does no longer exist. The task ahead, therefore, is that we, in the first place, renew our vows, recommit to the principles and objectives of the Charter of our organization, and recognize all the voices in the world, because people from all regions should have opportunities for a dignified life. Furthermore, the UN should adjust to the world we currently live in. This means, for example, the Security Council should expand to include all nations who exert major influence in the world. Exclusion of these players will only increase the risk of conflict and obstruct the beneficial cooperation necessary for humanity to develop and prosper. It is of great importance that all economically and otherwise strong nations and countries maintain a healthy competition that promotes the scientific advancement we need for sustainable development. On the other hand, these countries need to work together to guarantee global peace, so crucial for the existence and growth of the developing states and for their own countries. In this context, Suriname endorses the inclusion of, amongst others, Brazil, India, and the representation of the African continent for equal membership of the Council. Equally, we support the CARICOM position for a non-permanent rotating seat for the small island developing states and low-lying coastal countries. I would also like to remind the member states that my country, Suriname, has presented its candidacy as a non-permanent member of the Council for the period 2043 to 2044. Madam President, the United Nations must be a genuine unity of nations. If our organization, moving forward, wants to play a crucial role in creating a prosperous future for humanity, we have no choice than to genuinely unite, all of us. Suriname stands firmly for global peace, for the rule of law, and for the equal value of every human life. Considering this, Suriname once again calls for the lifting of the long-standing, unjust embargo against Cuba, bringing misery to its people. Madam President, Suriname is a country with people of indigenous, Maroon, Javanese, Hindustani, Creole, African, Chinese, and European descent. We all live together in a mosaic of cultures and faith. The persons from Surinamese origin living abroad are part of this mosaic of our population and can contribute to the socio-economic development of the nation. We consider this diversity a great asset. Actually, Suriname does not have diversity. Suriname is diversity, and we keep working together to protect and grow our national unity for our own well-being and as an example of harmony in this often divided world. My country also carries immense natural wealth, and it is our vision to create an economy that is resilient, sustainable, and inclusive. Together we strive to build this more diverse economy by developing, among others, our tourism and agricultural sectors, strengthen our educational system, and work towards universal access to basic health care. Suriname has a vast tourism potential with its green and lustrous hinterland, many waterfalls, rapids, and great rivers for relaxation, as well as for unforgettable adventures, if you're inclined to that. Rich biodiversity, cultural treasures, and the UNESCO-acknowledged historical city of Paramaribo. Through cooperation in the agriculture sector with our neighbors, we aim at improving food security within Suriname and the Caribbean community. My government views energy security as a strategic priority for national development, regional stability, and economic resilience. With an investment of more than $10 billion for the development of our offshore oil and gas, the country is getting a new beginning, a new start that will contribute significantly to our economic growth. However, we know oil and gas revenues should not be the sole fundament of our economic development. Hence, we need investments in relevant sectors in our country. We are steadily advancing our energy transition. While we already source about 50% of our energy needs through hydropower, we are moving toward natural gas and other forms of renewable energy as part of our long-term vision, because we know climate change is a fact. Madam President, I firmly believe that education is the foundation upon which every prosperous society is built. We are committed to invest in our education system, our teachers, our children and youth. The future of any country depends on the talent and skills of its people. My country reaffirms strongly its commitment to upholding the rights of indigenous and tribal communities, ensuring that their livelihoods, tradition, knowledge systems are respected and preserved, and the acknowledgement of their collective land rights. Strengthening our institutions is high on our agenda. Suriname has worked tirelessly on the prevention of diseases, and despite challenges, we have achieved results that we as a country can be proud of. As of June 30, 2025, Suriname has officially been declared malaria-free by the World Health Organization after 30 years of continuous fight against this disease, the first in the Amazon region to receive such a recognition. We're aware of the responsibility to remain vigilant as government as well as a community to ensure that these gains are sustained. Suriname's example showcases that we too can surely make a valuable contribution in combating infectious diseases. Madam President, the Caribbean community is expanding its outreach. And in this light, Suriname also welcomes the recently concluded Second Africa CARICOM Summit held in the Republic of Ethiopia. This, Madam President, honors the historic, cultural, and human bonds between the regions of the Caribbean and Africa. Suriname also acknowledges the CARICOM 10-point plan for reparatory justice, which has our full and strong endorsement. Slavery was a crime, is a crime against humanity, and we're talking about reparations, yes. We will furthermore continue to contribute with CARICOM, aiming at enhancing the organization's geopolitical influence. Despite our commitment as a country to the Paris Agreement 10 years ago, we see that the climate crisis is worsening. It's worse than we feared. Our countries have least contributed to climate change and carbon emissions, but are hit the hardest by its effects, directly impacting the livelihood and economic growth of our peoples. Suriname calls for the urgent attention of the international community to address the detrimental impact of climate change facing the small island developing states and countries with low-lying coastal areas. Our forests stand strong. More than 90% of our land is covered by rainforest. And this makes us the most forested country in the world. Your eyes have never seen so much green. Suriname is one of the 3 carbon-negative countries on Earth. Since 1992, our forest has absorbed nearly 290 million tons of carbon, and each year we capture more than we emit, and we want to keep it that way. The protection and conservation of our forests has been a priority. It doesn't stand by default, but by design. We have been logging sustainably for decades, and did so with the Sustainable Tropical Rainforest Management System developed in Suriname, an ecological approach to forestry. Also, the indigenous and tribal communities protect the forest by their continued stewardship. We are proud of the way we did it, but pride alone does not pay the bills and does not develop the indigenous and tribal communities. Madam President, we must not forget that these forests, our forests, are in competition with vast resources such as gold, diamond, bauxite, and more. We will need to make difficult choices. We want to keep our forest coverage at a minimum of 90%, but we cannot do it alone. The time has come for the world's largest emitters to share this responsibility, not only with words, but with action, justice, and finance. Suriname strongly calls for global action, predictable climate finance for high forested, low deforestation countries, fair recognition of real carbon removals, and direct support for the communities who live in and protect these forests. Suriname, Madam President, therefore endorses the initiative of the COP30 presidency to launch the Tropical Forest Forever facility and calls upon the international community to contribute to its success. Suriname, as mentioned previously, takes pride in being an example of peaceful coexistence, having different cultures, religions, and the traditions to live together in respect and solidarity. This is our gift to the world. The second gift, because we also have a forest that is delivering services to the whole world. This gift proves that harmony can prevail. As stated upon our admission to the United Nations in 1975, our republic indicated our willingness to engage with the international community. My country reiterates its strong commitment to multilateralism, one of humanity's most important achievements, which needs our protection in this time of change. In closing, aggression and military force should be replaced with peaceful resolution and dialogue, because it doesn't solve problems, it creates destruction and misery. As a matter of urgency, I call on every member state to keep the peace, protect the planet and all human rights. Suriname has shown the world that living sustainably together is possible. We are really better together. Thank you, Grand Tanye, and may God be with you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Katinas Nauseta, President of the Republic of Lithuania. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, humanity, emerging from the Second World War, embarked on a long road towards peace. Building on the solid foundation of the rules-based international order, our forefathers created the United Nations and its institutional system. This system was never perfect. Many nations, Lithuania included, had to struggle for decades, seeking freedom, independence, and sovereignty. Many people suffered war, famine, and premature death. And yet, it was the best international order that we have ever. The United Nations system embodied the great hope that nourishes the human soul and guides our actions for the universal good. Together we succeeded in condemning war and conquest, at least in theory, if not always in practice. To this day, even the worst aggressors feel ashamed to openly conquer, destroy, and enslave. Instead, they talk about special military operations and the need to protect those who frankly do not want to be protected. This shame is a significant achievement of our time. To the extent that current international norms limit the behavior of offenders, they help countless people to survive, escape torture, or even prosper. Thus, it is an ever-growing concern to witness these same norms being subjected to increasingly open and brutal attacks. Our international order is being slowly eroded by the irresponsible actions of those who should know better. The world is turning into a much more dangerous place. We have seen this before. We cannot ignore the striking parallels between the present day and the events of 1938, a time when the world chose appeasement over international law and diplomacy over deterrence, culminating in the infamous Munich Pact. That was a short-sighted attempt to satisfy a dangerous revisionist aggressor by giving away the territory of a sovereign nation. It proved to be a complete failure. The Munich Pact not only emboldened the Nazi regime, but also opened the door for Soviet expansion. Soon after, the secret protocols of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact carved Europe into spheres of influence and sealed the fate of many independent states. As Europe descended into another great war, Lithuania and the other Baltic states were illegally occupied, annexed, and brutalized. After regaining the independence 35 years ago, Lithuania feels a duty to guard the bitter memory of past mistakes. Never again will we place our hopes in appeasement. Never again will we stand aside. Never again shall Pandora's box be opened. In 1938, it was Czechoslovakia that was abandoned. Today we cannot abandon Ukraine alone. The war in Ukraine is well in
the end included. One of the partners in organizing today's forum is Denmark. So let me turn back to a member state representative and ask His Excellency Jeppe Tranholm Mikkelsen, who's the permanent Secretary of State for the Foreign Affairs of Denmark, to provide some perspectives on this topic.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. While Denmark is a small country and cannot claim to be a key player in a matter like this one, we do have a little bit of history with this particular issue. Back in 2005-06, the last time we were an elected member of the Security Council, that was the time of the election of Ban Ki-moon. But when we look into our files of that period of time, we have to admit that we played no role whatsoever and cannot really see that this was an issue that figured prominently. In 2015-16, we were not in the Security Council, but at that time the process was conducted by a Danish politician as the President of the General Assembly. And he was quite pushy in terms of trying to make this process more open and transparent, and we believe that we achieved quite some progress.
export chaos for strategic gain. Russia is not acting alone. The countries enabling Russia's war against Ukraine also violate international law. They prolong the war and deepen unnecessary suffering. Their actions damage us all, every sovereign nation. Lithuania therefore calls on the international community to maintain strong political, military, humanitarian and economic support for Ukraine. Having already provided more than 1 billion euros in assistance, half of which for reconstruction and long-term recovery, we are setting an example to follow. It is equally vital that the international community stop buying Russia's energy resources. Without all that, oil and gas money, Moscow's war machine would finally stop. If history is any indicator, Russia will never stop using energy for its geopolitical goals. Wherever Russian energy resources flow, corruption, blackmail, and sabotage will follow. Let me remind you, this is a country that understands only the language of force. Ukraine's ability to deter aggression will be the decisive factor in the future. Moreover, peace will never be sustainable without justice. Russia's numerous war crimes, from mass killings and attacks on hospitals to the abduction, deportation, and indoctrination of children, demand accountability. My country strongly supports the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression under the auspices of the Council of Europe. We call on all states to endorse this initiative. Accountability must have real consequences, legal, political, and financial. As a co-founder of Register of Damage for Ukraine, Lithuania calls on all eligible states to join this vital effort. Russia's frozen assets must eventually be used to help Ukraine defend itself and rebuild. I also cannot stress strongly enough that the return of all deported Ukrainian children and illegally detained civilians must be a global priority. We urge all states and institutions to strengthen international efforts and to ensure their safe homecoming. Ladies and gentlemen, as crucial as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine is, it is only part of the broader global upheaval. Lithuania watches the current situation in the Middle East with deep concern. We join the international community in calling for the full and immediate implementation of the ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. To prevent starvation, humanitarian aid must be allowed to reach those in need without obstruction. At the same time, the unconditional release of all remaining Israeli hostages remains a crucial step towards ending hostilities. Lithuania is firmly committed to a just and lasting peace in the Middle East. We condemn all the actions that undermine this goal. The ongoing mediation efforts led by the United States, Qatar, and Egypt deserve our full support. There is no alternative but to revitalize a credible political process towards a two-state solution, ensuring that the state of Israel and an independent, democratic, contiguous, sovereign and viable state of Palestine can live side by side in peace, security and mutual recognition, with Jerusalem as the future capital of both states. Sadly, many states remain trapped in cycles of conflict, crisis and long-term fragility. It is our shared responsibility to support those in need as destabilization spreads far and wide across international borders, regions, and continents. Our attention must also focus on the growing challenge of disinformation, which is increasingly being used to undermine democratic institutions and destabilize entire nations and societies. Lithuania calls on all members of the international community to defend truth as the supreme value and to fight attempts to rewrite history. Historical memory must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face high global uncertainty, one choice remains entirely clear. Either we will repeat the mistakes of history, or we will find the resolve to defend the core principles of the United Nations. Today, Lithuania chooses to act. We call on the international community to respond to today's challenges with unity and determination. We call on the United Nations to return to its founding purpose, to prevent the scourge of war to protect human dignity and to uphold the rights of nations large and small. Together, we must ensure that no permanent seat on the Security Council grants any state permanent impunity. We must support those who defend the very principles of the UN Charter. In this spirit, I welcome the Secretary General's UNAT reform agenda, a timely blueprint for adapting this institution to the realities of today's world. His call for a more inclusive, effective, and accountable United Nations deserves our broad support. Lithuania stands firmly behind these efforts to reimagine multilateralism. We call on all states to strengthen our collective ability to act across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Our message must be simple and straightforward. Aggression cannot win, and the principles of the UN Charter must prevail. Let us rise to the demands of this moment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo da Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, symbolic moment this one for United Nations, the celebration of 80 years, and for us, Portuguese, 70 years of membership. The time of judgment, of compromise, of renewal, multilateral ambition. Portugal is today what always aspired to be, an open country to the world, listening, dialoguing, building bridges, deeply multilateralist and guided by the Charter of United Nations. A world with more cooperation and respect for international law is safer, more predictable, stable, peaceful, prosperous, plural, representative, and able to respond collectively to global challenges. 70 years ago, we were living still in dictatorship. And we found in this community the space to rediscover the real values and contributing to global solutions. And even now, in a changed world, fragmented, polarized, unpredictable, this community is a key community to defend basic principles of a coexistence between nations, cultures, civilizations. And it is with this coherence and the sense of responsibility, with the conscience of the need of contributing, acting, and deciding, guided by values and principles, that will be candidates to the Security Council in 27-28, a decision we formalized in 2013. Excellencies, let me pay tribute to the former President of the General Assembly for his support to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. Let me congratulate the present President of this session, wishing the success in her term. But I would very specifically, and in Portuguese this time, say a word about the remarkable work of the Secretary-General António Guterres. O seu humanismo.
His humanism, devotion to international law, the reforms he has championed.
2017, que inclui agora
now including UN80 and the Pact for the Future, are testaments to his work and will be his legacy.
É orgulho para mim, having a Portuguese as Secretary-General of the United Nations, ter português como Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas. Someone is projecting a Portuguese way of acting in international relations. Uma forma portuguesa de estar nas relações internacionais. He will always be supported by Portugal. Contará sempre com o apoio de Portugal. And I must congratulate him for his speech. Because he said, I will never give up. I know him ever since we were teenagers. He never gave up, ever. And he's right. It's true we live at a time of multiple crises and persistent crises. Division, polarization, violations of international law, cleavage between power exercise and responsibility, technology and ethics, urgency of crisis and capacity of response and action. United Nations faces an existential moment. Without change, without renewal, the United Nations will be marginalized, and we could be left to the law of force. No G1, no G2, no G3, no G1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, or 2 plus 1 will be an alternative. No absence of multilateralism will avoid the need of multilateralism. The world is multipolar, will be multipolar. Just think of the situation in Ukraine or the situation in Middle East. In Ukraine, for years, and now for months, for 8 months, one is waiting the mediation of the most powerful in the world. Do we have a ceasefire? No, we don't. In the case of Middle East, we waited and waited for the intervention of the most powerful in the world. Did we have a ceasefire? Without the multipolar, multilateral intervention of so many countries, here in New York, with the recognition of the existence of the state of Palestine, some Europeans, others non-Europeans, we won't change soon. This means we need United Nations, we need multilateralism, we need dialogue between countries from every continent. And the same for international law. We need international law. We need international law for the reform of United Nations. We need international law as a foundation of peace and justice. A world governed by rules is a safer and more predictable and equitable world. We need a Charter of United Nations as a common compass. Of course, we must adjust United Nations, but we must never forget the lesson of the League of Nations. When one forgets the principles, when one abandons the principles on account of pure realpolitik, I mean the power or the powers of the moment, one forgets that no power is eternal. No personality is eternal. Empires went up and went down. We know by experience it. Colonial empires inside Europe, all kinds of empires went up and went down. We believe that in the reform of United Nations, we have 3 pillars: prevention, partnership, and protection. Preemptive action before the conflict, not just afterwards. Mediation, preventive diplomacy, intervention of the Secretary General and of the PBC. avoiding destruction and institution collapse. Building peace, fighting against the deep causes of violence, promoting resilient and peaceful societies. But development, peace building without development, preventive action without development doesn't work. We co-presided, together with an African partner, Burundi, the preparation of the fourth conference on financing of development. Ideas, dialogue, determination, results. Without sustainable development, no lasting peace is possible. Never forget to implement the 2030 agenda and the reform of the international financial architecture. It's a priority involving the digital, the space, the artificial intelligence technologies as force for peace, not tools for domination. Bridging the digital and technological divides as central to build resilient societies. C'est aussi très fier que...
And with great pride, we share in the priority of prioritizing oceans, addressing climate change. We can talk about combating climate change, but we must first and foremost admit that there is this change. That's why we prepared for UNOC 2 in Lisbon, and we were at UNOC in Nice. We were one of the first European states to ratify the BBNJ Treaty. We project 27% of our marine surface area. That is 3% of the objective for 2030.
Speaking of the appeal of partnership, the United Nations must deepen partnerships, strategic partnerships with regional organizations. Portugal has the experience that is very specific.
We have the experience of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries.
Portuguese-speaking community, present in 9 countries, 4 continents, 1 language. Presentes em 9 países, 4 continentes, uma língua,
A language, a short platform with its own voice at the UN. We hosted the 10th Global Forum of the Alliance of Civilizations.
For the Alliance of Civilizations. Also, the conference, UN Conference on Racism.
Portugal hosted the first UN Conference on Racism, and we promoted the implementation of the Durban Declaration.
We are part of the Ibero-American community. Indeed, Portugal feels like a kindred spirit of Latin America. We share common priorities such as inclusive multilateralism, sustainable development, and social cohesion.
Our self is made of respect and solidarity.
We launched the first EU-African Union summits.
Initiative of the first and second summits between European Union and the African Union. We cooperate actively with the PMA, CITES, and LLDC. At the same time, we think that protecting means also protecting the role of women, youth as agents of change, the access to education, leadership, political participation. The world needs more women and more youngest as leaders in the procedures of decision. Third pillar, protection. We participate for 65 years in peacekeeping. Thousands of armed forces and security forces participated in 25 missions in 4 continents, mostly in Africa. Peacekeeping now with 4 peace operations, a quick reaction force, punctual payment, example of intervention in every continent, defense of a predictable and stable financing, including for the missions that are promoted by Security Council or accepted by Security Council, but initiative of African Union. This year, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the additional protocol to the Convention of Rights of Children involved in armed conflicts. It's a drama. It's a drama. Children going on being victims in every war scenario. We have the legal duty, the political and the moral duty of protecting them. And then, of course, humanitarian international law. One spoke of it, about the situation in areas of conflict. Geneva Conventions are not suggestions. They involve duties. We participated in the 6th Commission preparing the Convention on Crimes Against Humanity. Human rights. Human rights. Human rights mean personal rights, political rights, freedom of expression, economic rights, social, cultural rights, universal, interdependent, and inseparable. Não podemos ficar.
We cannot remain indifferent
concerning major crises. We just declared our decision of recognizing the state of Palestine. In the Middle East, now we think that the following step is creating conditions for a ceasefire, immediately releasing the hostages, humanitarian assistance, but also creating political, economic, and social conditions to strengthen the solution of 2 sovereign states, rebuilding economies and societies, giving an opportunity to peace, to the daily life of Israelis and Palestinians, so that they can live, not die. Live, not die. In Ukraine, sovereignty, independence, and integrity with global total ceasefire, immediate and unconditional, first step for a fair peace, respecting international law and respecting the Charter of the United Nations. In Sudan, intervening to react much more quickly to perhaps the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in Africa. On Haiti,
in Haiti, where the suffering of the population is no longer tenable, this in light of the barbaric atrocities committed by criminal gangs and the recruitment of child soldiers, decisive UN assistance to the multinational security support mission is required before it is too late.
Excellencies, at a time when we are witnessing the largest number of armed conflicts since the creation of the United Nations, Portugal is ready to take on greater responsibilities and represent a global voice in the Security Council, bringing the experience of almost lessons learned in recent decades and proximity to all the states here represented, without discrimination. And for that, our vision for the Security Council will act to prevent and creating partnership and protection, and with the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective, to reflect the geopolitics of the 21st century and doesn't remain stuck in 1945, with representation of the African continent, with seats represented, and recognition of major emerging powers such as Brazil and India, with more transparent, a council that is more plural and consistent with the content and the spirit of the Charter. A Security Council which in 2024 met frequently since 1989. But it met frequently with less resolutions adopted and the highest number of vetoes casted. It's unacceptable that the use of veto continues to paralyze essential decisions. It is therefore unacceptable in the face of human suffering. The Charter is clear. A party to a conflict shall not be the judge of its own case. Portugal supports the ACT Group's code of conduct, measures to restrict the use of veto, and all initiatives that strengthen transparency and accountability within the Council.
A last word. Portugal is presenting itself to the Security Council without hidden agendas, but rather with an agenda aligned with the values and objectives of the UN, with humility, but with confidence, contributing to a council that is more effective, representative, and close to those who expect protection from it. We are a predictable country, a bridge builder, a reliable partner, an uncompromising defender of the UN Charter. It is in this spirit that we want to serve, that we reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations today, and that we hope will earn your trust for the future of the United Nations, but mostly for the future of the world. More peaceful, more just, more respectful of dignity, human dignity, in so many conflicts that represent a shame for all of us. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Portuguese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yomandu Usi, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señora Presidenta.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, heads of state and government, representatives of international organizations, official delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I come from a republic that lies to the east of the Uruguay River, one which on maps, in history and in culture occupies a small corner of the southernmost tip of the world. This is a country of grasslands overlooking the ocean, which stands out for the tranquility and hospitality of its people. I come from a country where it is now common practice for a president to visit neighboring countries accompanied by his predecessors from other political parties. This is a country where the handover between governing parties does not trigger an institutional crisis. On the contrary, this handover represents business as usual. I come from a country whose president can walk among the people without security can enjoy a football match standing in the stands like any other supporter. I come from a country whose political parties, almost all of them, more than half a century old, are always willing to agree on national solutions to national emergencies. Uruguayan solutions, as we call them. In saying this, I'm trying to express how Uruguay lives its profound vocation for peace and respect every day. I live in a country, of course, that does not stand on the threshold of paradise, since we are also facing fresh challenges in child poverty, public security, and social inequality. And on these issues also, there is, generally speaking, national consensus. Our historically robust institutions and political system have allowed Uruguay to continue to stand out in the region for its high level of human development and its income distribution policies. It has allowed us to be a country with stable rules, where contracts are honored, where international commitments are respected, and where macroeconomic stability is a state policy. But this impressive record can also be seen beyond our borders, because Uruguay is recognized worldwide for its commitment to peace, its tireless pursuit of the peaceful resolution of conflicts, its unfettered respect for international law as the greatest guarantee of the sovereignty of peoples, and for being a fraternal and hospitable land for migrants from all latitudes. From that small country which breeds tolerance, dialogue, and agreement as the historical key to coexistence, and which lies on a continent free of conflict and interstate wars, we come to this assembly to join efforts to contribute to stability and peace in an increasingly tumultuous and challenging world. The growing geopolitical tension and increase in conflicts, together with the underfunding of efforts for a peaceful and rules-based global order, are posing enormous challenges on a planetary scale. A few facts suffice to illustrate this. According to the 2025 Global Peace Index, in 2023 there were 59 interstate conflicts. This is the highest number since the end of the Second World War. In 2024, global military expenditure rose by almost 10% in real terms when compared to 2023. This represents the largest annual increase since the end of the Cold War. We're talking about military expenditure of $2.7 trillion. We're not only talking about increased conflict between nations, nor of rapidly growing military expenditures to sustain this, but we're also talking about new forms of cruelty and death that wars now bear. We are well aware that since the very birth of civilization, the absence of violence or war has perhaps been nothing more than a pipe dream. But in our time, technological progress has unleashed other, much more perverse means of waging war, such as the use of military practices aimed at sowing fear, terror, and death among the civilian population. Let it be very clear. We condemn all forms of terrorism, since it constitutes, among other things, a despicable act of cowardice. There is another perspective, a current perspective, one that leads us to believe that the main objective of current wars seems to be the systematic practice of extermination. The end has never justified the means. We must banish that old precept that war is the continuation of politics by other means. All war is criminal, irrespective of where it occurs, irrespective of the God invoked to justify it, and it will always deserve our most visceral condemnation. It is true that every nation has the right to its own territory and government. It's true that they have the right to establish a level of self-determination that allows a nation to coexist with other peoples. And the value of the United Nations is precisely to ensure that these principles are realized in a peaceful and civilized manner. No state that claims to be democratic and to live under the rule of international law can, even under the legitimate right to defend itself against terrorism, exercise barbarity against any civilian population, least of all against especially vulnerable and defenseless persons. Since 1948, Uruguay has maintained a consistent and steadfast position in line with the principles of self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Our historic stances on the main global conflicts, especially that currently underway in the Middle East, are well known. In this regard, Uruguay has always maintained the position of two states, two peoples. The Uruguayan government hence takes very seriously the reports produced by the international community concerning the Palestinian territories and urges the implementation of the recommendations made by the United Nations. At the same time, we urge the immediate suspension of military operations of death. We urge the suspension of death of innocent civilians. And we request the release of the hostages. In our world, at the same time, there are other persistent and worsening, more widespread and permanent tragedies, to such an extent that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in this very assembly 77 years ago, stands as a revolutionary manifesto in the times that we are living through, beginning with its first article, which proclaims all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and, endowed as they are with reason and conscience, should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. How far we are from our own principles and commitments when we see that the gap between those who have the most and those who suffer the most is ever greater. How far we are when we see that the principles of freedom and equality are increasingly estranged, and we hear much more talk of a supposedly free individual than of egalitarian societies in terms of income or the enjoyment of rights. How far we are from human sensibility when we forget that our main calling must be to stand with the majority, listening to every problem or anguish of our people and understanding even and fundamentally those who think differently. Madam President, I come from a country with a long, faithfully documented tradition in international politics. This tradition includes staunch support for multilateralism in all of its facets, political, economic, cultural, as the best and only way to face the challenges to which I have referred. It also, of course, includes a permanent commitment to international law, a commitment to dialogue and to the building of peace as one of our greatest contributions in the context of a fragmented and polarized world. My country's entire political system is proud to contribute decisively to global tasks such as the maintenance of international peace and security, the consolidation and development of international law through participation in normative bodies and in international courts, through our support for disarmament, food security, global health, and commitment to addressing climate change. In this context, I wish to highlight my country's historic commitment to the multilateral peacekeeping system. In the last 35 years, and without interruption, Uruguay has deployed battalions to various United Nations peace operations. We've taken on this role to such an extent that we've become the leading country in Latin America and the second per capita worldwide in contributing to this type of missions. Moreover, we have done this with particular distinction because our troops have been specialized in the most emblematic role of these peace operations, that is, the protection of civilians in armed conflicts. The nations represented in this assembly are well aware that my small country is very far from standing out for its military might or its economic dominance. And it is there, paradoxically, that our strength lies. Because we are incapable of standing in anyone's way. On the contrary, our strength lies in intangible capacities that this world greatly needs, because we are a country that can be relied upon to promote dialogue and peace. Firstly, because those principles define us as a republic and are evident in our respect for the separation of powers and the rule of law, the strength of our democratic system, and our respect and promotion of human rights and social equity, among other things. Secondly, because this is how we have historically conducted ourselves on the international stage. As early as in 1907, for instance, my country took a firm stance at the Hague Conference on Arbitration, seeing it as an essential and obligatory mechanism for resolving conflicts between states. Just a few years later, in 1921, Uruguay was the first state in the world to accept the jurisdiction of the Permanent Court of International Justice, the predecessor of the International Court of Justice. On the basis of these and other historical precedents, I hereby reaffirm that Uruguay is in an excellent position to be able to offer itself to the world as a host for negotiations, as a promoter of networks of dialogue and mediation, leading to the construction of peace and the prevention of conflicts. Believe me, we are prepared for this ever more urgent and necessary challenge. Among other reasons, because we have learned, as my country's former president, José Pepe Mujica, said, that tolerance is the foundation for peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Natasha Pirc-Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, please accept my warmest congratulations on your election at this historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Your election underscores the vital importance of including women in the decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in 1945, the end of the Second World War was greeted with celebrations, and hopes were placed in a new era of peace and cooperation, embodied by the creation of the United Nations. However, those hopes were soon overshadowed by the onset of the Cold War. When it ended in 1991, we once again dared to believe that this would pave the way to the vision of lasting peace, security and cooperation as enshrined in the UN Charter. Sadly, that vision has not materialized. In fact, the situation has worsened, and here is why. Firstly, the Security Council, envisioned as the very pillar of collective security, is failing to meet the expectations of the world, if it ever has. The Permanent Five were supposed to be role models for the rest of the world working for peace. Some work in their own interests instead. Secondly, the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals is faltering. Progress is lagging, and with cuts in development assistance, millions of the world's poorest are pushed further away from the access to even the most basic services. Thirdly, international law appears to stand at the precipice of irrelevance. The independence of elected international judges, the integrity of human rights institutions, personal security of human rights defenders, and the authority of this organization are under siege. Fourthly, the Genocide Convention risks becoming a relic of the past. Some states have put the International Criminal Court to its greatest challenge ever. Its prosecutors, whose only duty is the pursuit of justice, and its judges, whose responsibility is to uphold the law, our international law, now face sanctions and intimidation. As if the states that sanction them would prefer to shield the alleged perpetrators of atrocities rather than confront the truth and help deliver justice. Fifthly, the landmark opinion of the International Court of Justice affirming that international law obliges states to prevent harming the climate already feels obsolete. And finally, states are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, from the Ottawa Treaty, and from the UN agencies, or simply cutting their finances. Each such act chips away at the support for multilateralism, a system designed not for the powerful few, but for the benefit of all of us. Madam President, how are we to explain these trends to our electorates, to our people, and above all, to our children? Shall we tell them that this is the new normal, that might makes right, that the strong may seize what they want because they can, that they can kill with impunity because they can, that they may pollute, wage wars, and trample on international law just because they can? Are we prepared to look our children in the eyes and say, this is the world you will inherit and there is nothing we can do about it? With the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, we have charted a path toward a stronger, more forward-looking United Nations. But we must now create the conditions to fulfill our commitments. One way forward is to establish a permanent advocacy network to give the Pact unconditional, sustained political support. To this end, I propose the creation of a global forum for the future, an inclusive movement of states committed to multilateralism, mutual respect, and the defense of our shared vision. A movement determined to stand up for the Pact and drive its implementation at every level. As states consider how to implement the Pact for the Future, some solutions may be seen as inconvenient today, but in the long run, ladies and gentlemen, they are not optional. They are systemically necessary. The first example is the reform of the Security Council. We all recognize that it is the principal organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. But what it is not, and must never be, is a body that stands above international law to defend the interests of some at the expense of others. Jus cogens norms must be safeguarded as a matter of principle. If the prohibitions against genocide and crimes against humanity are accepted as Jus Cogens norms, can any permanent member claim a legitimate veto right in such circumstances? Member states have attempted to address this question through many reform proposals, but with minimal progress. This is why we must dare to go further now. We, the General Assembly, must take a bold step and request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on this very question. Second, we must confront the gap between our words and actions on gender equity. Progress has been made, but far too modestly. Over the past 80 years, 13% of leaders in multilateral organizations have been women, and no woman has ever served as Secretary General of the United Nations. And this, ladies and gentlemen, must change. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us make history. Today, the 80th session of the General Assembly is led by only the 5th woman to hold the presidency. By the end of this session, she would be joined by a Madam Secretary General-elect, a living proof to 4 billion women that even the most impossible job is not beyond their reach. But gender representation is not enough. What we must achieve is actual gender equity because it benefits not only women and girls, but entire societies. True equity requires systemic change, and so women's empowerment must remain at the heart of our global agenda. International organizations must weave a gender perspective into every strand of policy making. And that should be a result of effective participation of women and girls themselves. Electing a Madam Secretary General would be historic, but it must only be the beginning of a much deeper transformation. Madam President, the Pact for the Future sets out clearly what must be done to change our world for the better. I have mentioned only 2 of the many challenges we must confront decisively. But we can only succeed as a community if we accept that there is no future for humanity without a fundamental change. The mandate of the Global Forum for the Future would be to push towards such a change. This is why it must be inclusive. It must not be merely a coalition of countries. It must inspire hundreds of millions of people. For when it comes to human dignity, the constituency of like-minded individuals is vast, diverse, and knows no borders. Human dignity is indivisible. We must fight for it no matter how great the obstacles are. And there are many, we know that. Think of hunger. Time and again, humanity rose across continents to confront the scourge of hunger, to no avail. Worse still, hunger is now being weaponized, turned into a tool of war. We receive reports on a daily basis of how women and children are starved because they are marked as legitimate targets, as enemies. How cruel, how inhumane is that, ladies and gentlemen? We cannot allow this to happen any longer. 40 years ago, musicians stood against hunger. Instead of guns, they, the Band Aid, used music. The world heard them, but they were not loud enough, as hunger has not been eradicated. Today, we have science. We can address on a scale beyond imagination not only hunger, but every act of violence against human beings and all human fears. Granted, science, technology, and global connectivity are too often twisted by cynical leaders and warmongering regimes. But they can also be harnessed for the common good. Artists, influencers, and visionaries with audiences of millions can join forces with the governments of like-minded nations. Together, their voice in defense of humanity could become irresistible. Together, we can demand real action by all governments, all world and community leaders on the Pact for the Future, and hold to account those who betray human dignity to its very core. through wars of aggression, genocidal policies, and crimes against humanity. If we join forces and make ourselves heard, nobody can ignore us, not even the most arrogant governments and individual politicians. Of course, such initiatives cannot emerge out of thin air. They require leadership, strong, inclusive, and fearless leadership. We, the leaders of today, are only transient custodians of power. Some of us may not be here after the next election, but that is precisely why we must act now. Our responsibility and destiny will be judged by how we treat our planet and its people today. We simply cannot afford silence, ignorance, or passivity, not while we hold power and possess the power of the word. Hesitation is not an option, Madam President. For most of us, members of the UN, is not might that makes right. It is the opposite. We must not allow the powerful few to ignore us. We must not surrender to a world where power alone prevails. We, the majority of United Nations members, must be role models. We must work for a different world. The Global Forum for the Future can be a platform for the much-needed transformation in which partnerships with non-state actors and companies are indispensable. Profits must finally serve development for all. Innovation and sustainability must drive tolerance, mutual respect, and inclusive dialogue. Is that too much to ask? If we, the leaders of this planet, can offer nothing but terror, conflict, pollution, fear, inequalities, and war to 8 billion people, then we must confront the truth. We are complicit in crimes against our civilization and our planet. And not just us, heads of states, but leaders of international institutions, CEOs, and every individual with the power to make a difference share this responsibility. None of us can claim ignorance of what is at stake. If we believe in human dignity for all, we must deliver more. A world that fulfills lives, not threatens them. We must say yes to inclusive multilateralism and a resounding no to multipolarism. Let us show that this General Assembly can and will make a difference, as it has often done before. Let us demonstrate that we reject arrogance, hatred, and willful blindness to a lack of equality and justice, to wars of aggression, crimes against humanity, and genocide, because they tear us apart for generations. And let us proclaim in all seriousness and sincerity that we embrace personal and collective responsibility to uphold humanity, sustainable development, and international law, because this will keep us together as a civilization for generations. And Madam President, let me end on a personal note. For the sake of future generations, to fulfill our responsibility as human beings, to ensure that we are on the right side of the history, we should do the right thing. We did not stop the Holocaust. We did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. We did not stop the genocide in Srebrenica. We must stop the genocide in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore. None. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kasim Jomart Tokayev, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, for 8 decades, the United Nations has played a pivotal role in combating humanity's global challenges. Over that time, it has led our common efforts on collective security, nuclear non-proliferation, peacekeeping, development, poverty reduction, sustainability, and human rights. But we must also face the truth. The world around us has changed profoundly and, unfortunately, not for the better. That's why the United Nations remains today a symbol of hope for millions around the globe. This historic meeting is a unique opportunity to recommit ourselves to the founding principles and goals of our universal and truly indispensable organization. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the real crisis thrust in multilateral institutions. Serious violations of international law have become new normality, which undermines global stability and erodes confidence between peoples, between political leaders, and between states. In this challenging time, we all must empower the United Nations to make it more adjustable to the realities of today's unpredictable world. The spirit of mutual understanding and eagerness to cooperate must prevail over dangerous warmongering. State leaders have a responsibility to move toward making peace. A failure of the current generation of leaders to act is not an option, because future generations will pay a much greater price. In this regard, comprehensive reform of the United Nations is a strategic necessity, not a subject for endless contemplations. We need to establish a new group of truly dedicated people who will highly professionally and without any hesitations make concrete proposals for reforming the United Nations to make it better suited to the challenges of today and objectives of tomorrow. A central pillar of this bold effort to renew the United Nations should be a reform of the Security Council. Major powers of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should be represented in the Security Council on the rotational basis. In addition, Kazakhstan strongly believes that the voices of responsible middle powers also need to be seriously amplified in the Security Council. In fact, they have already started to play a larger positive role in international relations, bringing balance and building trust. They can act as bridges within the United Nations when major powers are divided or failing to resolve pressing issues of common concern. Above all, a credible United Nations for the 21st century requires member states to take concrete steps toward durable peace and security. Otherwise, the United Nations is doomed to forever mitigate consequences while root causes forever proliferate. We can begin this process already today by reaffirming our steadfast commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. The founding principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful resolution of disputes must be upheld without exception. Selective application of the Charter undermines its credibility. The world needs a new consensus based on trust, inclusiveness, and shared responsibility. For example, the enemy state clauses of the Charter, historical remnants of the Second World War, have already been recognized by the overwhelming majority of the international community is obsolete. For all these reasons, it's time to have a serious conversation about Charter review. Today we face an alarming reality. Arms control treaties are collapsing, and with them, so are the foundations of strategic stability. Global military spending in 2024 hit a record $2.7 trillion. The global cost of violence reached nearly $20 trillion. Therefore, rebuilding a robust global security architecture should remain a top priority for the international community. We advocate relaunching high-level dialogue among nuclear powers and stronger multilateral action to drastically reduce the looming threat of nuclear weapons. More widely, we must begin the hard work in this common priority. Meanwhile, the Caspian Sea is rapidly shrinking. It is no longer just a regional concern. It is a global warning signal. Therefore, we call for urgent steps to preserve the Caspian water resources with our partners across the region and the wider international community. Last year, Kazakhstan co-organized the One Water Summit with France, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank. Looking forward, stronger coordination, investments, and sustainable solutions are urgently needed to prevent future water crises. To help advance this agenda, Kazakhstan will host a regional ecological summit in Astana in April next year, to be convened in partnership with the United Nations and other international organizations. As part of our broader environmental commitment, Kazakhstan is implementing a nationwide Clean Kazakhstan campaign. This national movement mobilizes millions of volunteers in cleanup actions, waste reduction, and eco-education. At this initiative of Kazakhstan, the United Nations declared 2026 the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. We invite all member states to collaborate on this important endeavor. In this spirit, I propose that the General Assembly adopt a resolution proclaiming April 22 as the International Day of Greening the Planet. Dear friends, Kazakhstan views artificial intelligence not as one more technological advancement, but as a major breakthrough that can be a true engine of human progress. Yet, as artificial intelligence accelerates, so do the related risks, specifically deepening technological, economic, and geopolitical divides. At the same time, we should not let ethical norms fall behind this rapid evolution. Pressing questions of fairness, accountability, and individual rights must be addressed with clarity and urgency. We must act collectively to ensure that every country can benefit from AI. Kazakhstan welcomes the establishment under UN auspices of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. We stand ready to actively contribute to this platform to help ensure that AI remains safe, inclusive, and human-centered. In Kazakhstan, artificial intelligence will be integrated across all sectors of economy and public services. The basic infrastructure to deliver this plan is being built, and our bright young people are getting ready to turn this vision into reality. Our strategic goal is to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital power within the next 3 years. Large-scale digitalization and widespread use of AI have become a national priority in Kazakhstan. E-government is an important pillar of our national development strategy. Around 90% of public services are already digitalized. Kazakhstan has recently launched its fastest national supercomputer ever. But AI and automation are expected to threaten jobs in many countries. That's why digital progress must go hand in hand with professional education. Therefore, Kazakhstan believes it is imperative not just to increase employment, but to valorize the technical professions. Ladies and gentlemen, amid global turbulence, Kazakhstan is pursuing a bold national renewal to build a truly just and fair state. Over the last 3 years, we have carried out large-scale political and economic reforms that are unprecedented in our part of the world. Through a national referendum, we introduced a single 7-year presidential term, thereby strengthening democratic accountability. We remain committed to the formula of strong president, influential parliament, and accountable government. Guided by strong wish to modernize Kazakhstan, I have proposed a single-chamber parliament for a national referendum to consider. Our objective is to continuously embrace the political system to make it more transparent, effective, and reflective of people's aspirations. At the heart of these reforms lies a clear principle: law and order must prevail. We believe that only governance rooted in common sense and the rule of law can ensure public order and protect the rights of all citizens. It creates good conditions for international investment, trade, cooperation, and more broadly, the dynamic development of our country. The interests of law-abiding people and decent citizens must always come first, maintained through justice, accountability, and mutual respect. Kazakhstan's economy is showing clear signs of sustainability and resilience. This year, economic growth is expected to exceed 6%, underscoring the sustainability of our economy as the largest in our part of the world. But we are not complacent. We will continue our efforts to ensure a long-term growth. Kazakhstan's energy strategy is based on 4 pillars: oil and gas, coal, uranium, and critical minerals. These precious assets are the basis of reliable energy partnerships. Climate change and the green agenda cannot be accepted by all countries that have huge deposits like coal, which nowadays can be cleaned up by advanced technologies. That's why we have committed to decarbonize our country in 35 years. Renewable energy is not the single solution to all energy problems. Agriculture is another driver of our development with huge potential for global markets. Kazakhstan's grain export capacity has amounted to 12 million tons, reaching a great number of international markets, creating new opportunities for trade expansion using enhanced transport connectivity. We will continue our cooperation with all major international partners and regional stakeholders to further diversify our external trade and economy, making it more inclusive and resilient. Excellencies, we will remain firmly on this path, deepening governance reforms at home while supporting global governance abroad. Kazakhstan will continue to serve as a bridge builder and peacemaker. It will also continue to choose balance over domination, cooperation over confrontation, and peace over war. We stand ready in cooperation with other players, stakeholders in the international community to renew the promise of the United Nations as a beacon of peace, justice, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledged to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the Global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies without foregoing what we would call base load energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the Global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the north for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the Global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that there are countries that continue to violate international law and also defy the United Nations resolutions and rulings, also from bodies like the International Court of Justice. The establishment of the Hague Group and the Madrid Group aim to reaffirm the primacy of international law, promoting accountability and ensuring support for a just peace. We cannot and should not accept that members of this organization continue willfully to violate without consequence the charter that we have all agreed to uphold. Therefore, as nations that have pledged to uphold the UN Charter, we have the ultimate responsibility to ensure and protect the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination, consistent with the case that South Africa brought before the International Court of Justice. There is growing global consensus. There is growing global consensus that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Just last week, the United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that Israel is responsible for the commission of genocide in Gaza. As Palestinians continue to face genocide and famine, we have a duty to act. South Africa has acted in the interest of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop. We welcome the historic high-level meeting held yesterday on the two-state solution yesterday in this very chamber. This reflects the determination of the global majority, a global majority that now stands at 142 and more countries, that Palestinians deserve a peaceful state alongside a peaceful Israel. Many nations in the world are calling for that, and that is the voice that we believe that Israel should heed, and those powerful nations that can make a two-state solution viable and possible and implementable should act in that regard. The long overdue announcement by increasing number of countries to recognize the state of Palestine is testament to this determination. We have a responsibility as the member states of the United Nations to reaffirm the right also of self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. The very first resolution of the United Nations General Assembly in January of 1946 called for the elimination of atomic weapons. The resolution was passed shortly after the catastrophic use of atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed thousands of people. Decades later, we have not made significant progress in the fulfillment of the commitment to nuclear disarmament. In 2026, next year, South Africa will be presiding over the first review conference of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This treaty reaffirms that there is no greater assurance of non-proliferation than the complete prohibition of nuclear weapons. I was glad to hear that a number of leaders stood here to speak against nuclear weapons and the use thereof. This year we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality, the empowerment of the women and girls of the world. South Africa reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the empowerment of women and their full, equal, and meaningful participation in all spheres of life. Yes, we would support also the election of a female Secretary General of the United Nations. The Beijing conference milestone reminds us of our shared responsibility to advance human rights, dignity, and justice for all. We are all equal, men and women, and there is no reason that we continue to hold the women of the world backwards. The right to development must be central to the policies and operational activities of the United Nations and its specialized agencies, programs, as well as funds. It must be at the core of the policies and strategies of the international financial and multilateral trading systems. As we celebrate 80 years of the United Nations, we must seize the opportunity to build a better United Nations for the next 80 years. What is needed now is a stronger and more capable United Nations, a United Nations that is based on the renewed commitment to its founding principles. We must invigorate the negotiations on the Security Council reform at the intergovernmental negotiations in the General Assembly, including by initiating text-based negotiations. The Security Council must be accountable. It must also be representative. It must be democratic and effective in executing its mandate. We can no longer accept that a large portion of the world's population is not represented in the United Nations Security Council. My own continent, Africa, home to 1.4 billion people, as well as South America, are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. This is unjust, this is unacceptable, and it must end. We want representation in the Security Council. We look forward to working with the Secretary General on the UN 80 initiative to ensure that our organization works more effectively and efficiently. Mandates given by member states must be implemented, and the necessary structural changes and program realignment must be implemented across the UN system. In the face of the decrease in funding to the United Nations to fulfill its mandate, the UN 80 initiative is important to maintain the integrity of the multilateral system and to uphold international law. Lastly, I am reminded that our collective membership of the United Nations is our shared humanity in action. The United Nations at 80 compels us to reflect on our collective achievements and to chart a way forward, building an organization that is able to address our common challenges. We must rise to the occasion and do our utmost together to ensure the political, economic, and social freedom of all humanity. We must reaffirm that freedom is indivisible and that the denial of the rights of one person diminishes the freedom of all of us. We must reaffirm the equal dignity and worth of every person and must therefore leave no one behind and no country behind. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of the Republic of Uzbekistan. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Secretary General, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I am truly delighted to extend my congratulations to you with the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly. Our meeting today is taking place in a complex, rapidly changing global situation that calls for new approaches to the work of our organization and its future. Today, across the world, the role and place of international institutions are weakening. Confrontations, conflicts, and wars are intensifying. Technological and social inequality is increasing. An economic and humanitarian crisis are deepening. All of this is creating an entirely new and unsettling geopolitical reality. We highly commend the efforts of His Excellency Secretary General Antonio Guterres aimed at maintaining our organization as a main platform for the peaceful resolution of the most difficult and pressing global issues. In this regard, we fully support the UNAT initiative and reaffirm our strong commitment to the Pact for the Future. We support the transformation of the United Nations Security Council and the expansion of its membership in order to effectively address current threats and challenges and protect the interests of the developing countries. Distinguished participants of the session, we are pursuing a policy to build a democratic, law-governed, social, and secular new Uzbekistan in full alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. To this end, we are consistently continuing our irreversible reforms. Our top priority goal is to fundamentally transform the lives of each and every family and citizen in our country to enhance human dignity and well-being. In recent years, we have managed to reduce the poverty rate in Uzbekistan from 35% to 6.6%. We have achieved this result primarily through the transformation of the education and science sector. establishment of innovative industries and high-tech manufacturing enterprises, modernization of green energy and transport infrastructure, comprehensive development of small businesses, and as a result, the creation of millions of jobs. In our country, preschool education coverage has increased from 27% to 78%, while the higher education uptake among our youth has risen from 9% to 42%. Most importantly, we consider enhancing the prestige of the teaching profession as a key issue. In order to create a single international platform for the exchange of teachers' experience and knowledge, we propose to hold a World Summit on Professional Education in Uzbekistan. We are also creating an advanced healthcare system in our country. We invite all our foreign partners to participate in a high-level event dedicated to the fight against childhood cancer and other serious diseases, which will be held tomorrow at our initiative at the United Nations headquarters. Another important area is gender policy. We aim to further strengthen the role of women in social, political, and business life of our country. We advocate for holding the Asian Women's Forum in a regular basis in our region, turning it into a permanent platform. I would like to emphasize once again, we remain committed to our obligations in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. By the year 2030, we intend to join the ranks of upper middle income countries. To this end, we will consistently continue our open and pragmatic policy. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, from this esteemed podium, we declared our firm determination to transform Central Asia into a region of peace, good neighborliness, and partnership. Today, we can confidently declare that we have achieved this strategic goal. The era of closed borders, unresolved disputes, and conflicts is in the past. In recent years, the volume of mutual trade, investments, and transportation of goods in our region has increased fivefold. We are implementing joint investment funds, cross-border trade, and industrial cooperation zones, and major infrastructure projects. We also recognize as a common achievement that the consultative meeting of the heads of the state of Central Asia have become an effective mechanism for deepening regional integration. I can confidently affirm that as of now, we are at the beginning stage of the forming a new Central Asia. Our region, thanks to its unity, stability, and distinct identity, is steadily securing a stronger position in the system of international relations as an independent actor. In order to achieve our goals, we intend to give top priority to expanding mutually beneficial ties with all our foreign partners. In this regard, together with UN structures, we propose to implement a number of new projects and programs in our region. In particular, we propose holding an international forum under the auspices of ECOSOC and UNCTAD dedicated to the economic development of the Central Asian states, establishing a regional hub for green technologies in industry jointly with UNIDO, adopting program on the rational use of water resources, the creation of green spaces, and the achievement of demographic resilience in our region. In addition, we propose the adoption of UN General Assembly resolution supporting the efforts of the Central Asian countries aimed at deepening regional partnership and economic integration. Distinguished heads of delegations, speaking about global and regional security and sustainable development, it is impossible to overlook the issue of Afghanistan. Supporting the aspirations of Afghan people for a peaceful and stable life requires the united efforts of the international community. I would like to emphasize that it is of utmost importance to prevent this country's isolation. We intend to implement large-scale economic and infrastructure projects in that country. We propose to adopt a dedicated UN resolution on the development of transport and energy corridors of international significance through the territory of Afghanistan. At the same time, we cannot turn a blind eye to the deeply worsening humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. We call for an immediate cessation of hostility and the continuation of political negotiations. In line with the UN resolutions, we remain steadfast supporters of the two-state solution principle. We are also deeply concerned by the situation around Ukraine. We welcome the start of the high-level dialogue aimed at resolving the crisis through diplomatic means. Distinguished participants of the event, effective measures are being undertaken to implement the global counterterrorism strategy in Central Asia. In cooperation with the UN Office of Counterterrorism, a regional council on rehabilitation and reintegration was established. We propose to transform this council into an international competence center. This very body will serve as an important platform for exchanging experiences on adapting to peaceful life for those repatriated from conflict zones. Furthermore, we stand ready to provide all the necessary conditions for the establishment of the Regional Office of Counterterrorism in Uzbekistan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in today's world full of threats, we are witnessing how vulnerable the global transport system is. These challenges primarily have a negative impact on the stability of landlocked developing countries. It is of utmost importance to ensure the security of international transit corridors and to establish efficient logistics networks. In this regard, we believe the time has come to introduce a global mechanism on strengthening transport connectivity to achieve sustainable development goals. I would also like to draw special attention to the increasingly acute challenges of climate change. For instance, the consequences of the RLC desiccation must remain at the constant focus of the international community. We are consistently continuing our work to restore the RLC ecosystem. In recent years, salt-tolerant desert plants have been planted on 2 million hectares of the dried seabed of RLC. By the year 2030, green cover will be created on 80% of this area. Another serious issue is the water scarcity. As of now, more than 2 billion people in the world do not have access to clean drinking water. We are planning to hold a World Forum on Water Saving in our country. The outcomes of this conference are expected to recognize the water crisis as a serious threat to sustainable development. We intend to adopt a special roadmap for the wide introduction of innovation technologies in a global level. Another adverse consequence of climate change is the intensifying trend of climate migration. Unfortunately, clear international mechanisms and the legal framework in this direction have not yet been created. We advocate for the adoption of the Global Pact for a broad international partnership and coordinated policy on this serious issue. Dear participants of the meeting, It is of great importance to prevent inequalities in digital development and the use of artificial intelligence between countries. We propose to create an international cooperation mechanism aimed at the gratis exchange of practical solutions and models of artificial intelligence in healthcare, education, and culture. I would like to emphasize another priority issue. Our future, the destiny, and the prosperity of the world are in the hands of the younger generation. It is our urgent task to instill in the hearts and minds of our sons and daughters the most noble ideas, such as peace, humanism, and friendship, mutual trust, and respect. In this regard, we put forward the proposal to establish the World Youth Movement for Peace and to locate its headquarters in Uzbekistan. We are consistently implementing a policy of tolerance in our society. At the same time, we will actively continue our efforts to deeply study the ideas of Islamic enlightenment and promote them to the world. In the coming months, we will open the Center of Islamic Civilization, which is unique for our wider region. We intend to hold a special presentation at the United Nations of the rich spiritual and scientific heritage of our great ancestors, thinkers and scholars such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, and Imam Maturidi. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the new Uzbekistan is a supporter of mutual solidarity, open dialogue, and close partnership with all countries. We are always ready to contribute to strengthening dialogue among peoples, cultures, and civilizations, and to achieving universal human goals. I thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Republic of Uzbekistan. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. The next plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. The meeting is adjourned. The fifth plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hurel Suk Ukna, President of Mongolia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I wish to extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Annalena Baerbock on assuming the important role of the President of the General Assembly at this historic moment marking the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, and my best wishes for a successful session. 8 centuries ago, the great Chinggis Khan established the great Mongolian Empire, bringing together the West and the East under the rule of justice and principled statecraft. Spanning the vast expanse of Eurasia, the Pax Mongolica era heralded a period of remarkable progress and flourishing for humankind. The Pax Mongolica embodied progressive ideals that form the basis of today's collective efforts to maintain global peace and stability. Then, 8 decades ago, when the dust and ashes of the World War had not cleared yet and humanity had not healed yet from fear and anxiety, the United Nations, a great family of nations, rose to prominence as a guarantor of world peace and security and a sanctuary of hope and trust. Since its establishment, the United Nations has illuminated humanity's path, serving as a steadfast beacon of hope and trust for nations to maintain peaceful coexistence and share a prosperous future. In today's volatile and challenging international environment, we welcome Better Together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights as the theme for the 80th session of the General Assembly and the General Debate. Indeed, this theme calls upon us to assess and reflect upon the United Nations' achievements and challenges over the past 80 years, further strengthen its work in accordance with the United Nations Charter and the principles of international law, and combine our collective voices and efforts in pursuit of concrete and tangible outcomes. Distinguished delegates, Mongolia has consistently upheld the United Nations Charter and universally recognized principles and norms of international law, respecting the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of all states, resolving disputes by peaceful means, respecting human rights and freedoms, and fostering equal and mutually beneficial cooperation. Since becoming a full-fledged member of the United Nations in 1961, Mongolia has steadfastly supported the organization's efforts to strengthen international peace and security. It has demonstrated its enduring commitments to disarmament and non-proliferation and declared its territories nuclear weapon-free status. Furthermore, Mongolia has actively collaborated with the United Nations at all levels, including establishing a dialogue mechanism in Northeast Asia, participating in the United Nations peacekeeping operations, and putting forward various proposals and initiatives in the areas of socio-economic development, environment, and climate change to advance the implementation of development policy and goals. During his visit to Mongolia in 2022, United Nations Secretary-General Mr. Antonio Guterres described our nation as a symbol of peace in a troubled world. It is a profound recognition of Mongolia's humble contributions and dedication to the work of the United Nations and its enduring commitment to the cause of peace. Over the past 23 years, Mongolia has continuously deployed personnel from its armed forces to United Nations peacekeeping operations, making a meaningful contribution to global and regional peace and security. During this period, Mongolia has deployed more than 23,000 peacekeepers to 16 United Nations peacekeeping missions and consistently ranked among the top 20 troop and police contributing countries out of more than 120 member states. As we mark the 25th anniversary of UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, it is a pleasure to announce that through the steady increase in the deployment of female military personnel, the proportion of women peacekeepers from Mongolia has reached 14% in 2025. Mongolia will continue to extend its unwavering support to the United Nations in its efforts to maintain international peace and security, and it remains committed to contributing to peacekeeping operations. Distinguished delegates, at this critical juncture, with only 5 years remaining until the 2030 agenda deadline, global progress toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals stands at the mere 17%. According to the Sustainable Development Report 2025, Mongolia's implementation of the SDGs has reached 66.7%, ranking it 14th in the United Nations Multilateralism Index. This is a testament to our decades-long efforts and a worthy achievement. I want to acknowledge the tremendous efforts of the international community and all member states in advancing the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We welcome the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, held recently in Seville, Spain, where a broad consensus was reached on the crucial role of financing in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We also appreciate that the conference agreed to increase the engagement of developing countries and take comprehensive actions aimed at reforming the current international financial architecture. Within the framework of implementing the Seville commitment adopted at the conference, it is essential to direct international development cooperation towards supporting the most vulnerable groups and addressing their challenges. It is my pleasure to note that Mongolia has been playing an active role within the United Nations in advocating the interests of landlocked developing countries, in raising awareness of their special needs and unique circumstances, and closely collaborating with them to ensure their voices are heard on the global stage. The 3rd United Nations Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries convened in August in Turkmenistan and adopted the Avaza Program of Action for 2024 and 2034. Landlocked developing countries have long faced trade and economic development challenges due to their geographic location. Member states have committed to implementing the program to advance the development of landlocked developing countries over the next decade and bring positive improvements to the livelihoods of more than 600 million people living in these countries. To ensure the effective implementation of the Avaza Program of Action, it is crucial for landlocked developing countries to align their national development plans with the program while mobilizing all available resources to strengthen regional integration and cooperation. Furthermore, we call upon the international community, financial institutions, and development partners to provide concrete support and cooperation with landlocked developing countries. Distinguished delegates, Mother Earth is our one and only home. However, as a result of humanity's careless behavior towards the environment, Mother Earth, with her very existence under threat, is sending a distress call like a patient in critical condition. If we do not take resolute action to preserve our Mother Earth now, she will inevitably find her own way to survive, with or without us. Since ancient times, we Mongols have believed that all beneath the sky is alive. We have revered mountains, rivers, plants, and animals, understanding that the harmony of the earth and the living world is inseparably intertwined with humanity's inner life and conscious actions. 2 millennia ago, the great Han Modon of the Huns, the Mongols' ancestors, proclaimed that the very foundation of the state is the land. Thus, UNESCO recognized this time-honored tradition of revering nature by inscribing the Mongolian traditional ritual of worshipping sacred sites on the last of the intangible cultural heritage in need of urgent safeguarding. We Mongols are a people blessed with the beautiful tradition of living in harmony with Mother Nature, preserving her pristine purity and nurturing our children from an early age with the mindset and spirit to cherish her. Accordingly, the United Nations General Assembly resolution entitled 800 Years of Mongolian Statehood, adopted in 2005, highly appreciated the contribution of Mongols to humankind's history and recognized the ever-increasing significance and relevance of a culture of living in harmony with nature, which is inherent in nomadic civilization in today's world. Today, we are committed to sharing our cultural heritage and traditional knowledge, rooted in a profound respect for living in harmony with nature, with the international community, as a valuable contribution to building resilience and enhancing adaptation to climate change. In 2026, Mongolia will host the 17th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification and observe the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. In this spirit, our country, in partnership with the United Nations, spearheads the International 10-Year Rangeland Flagship Initiative. We warmly invite you to join us in supporting and collaborating on this important endeavor. Mongolian people say, the source of life is water, and the source of water is tree. Access to safe drinking water is declining worldwide, with 3.6 billion people currently affected by water scarcity. Therefore, it is imperative for countries to implement integrated management of land and water resources in a coordinated manner and to place special emphasis on preventing water scarcity. I cordially invite you all to participate at the highest level with broad participation in the 17th session of the Conference of the Party to the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, scheduled from August 17 to 28, 2026 in Ulaanbaatar. This conference seeks comprehensive solutions to adapt to climate change, protect and enhance water resources, and combat desertification and land degradation. Distinguished delegates, from the moment of birth, we Mongols have grown up on horseback, carrying our glory across the world on noble steeds and contributing to the writing of humanity's proud and enduring history. We Mongols are a nation steeped in a unique cultural heritage. We honor our noble horse in our state emblem, craft our state flag with the mane and tail hair of our swift steeds, and the souls of people around the world are spellbound by the haunting melody of horse fiddle known as the morning whore. Since ancient times, horses have been integral to human livelihoods, culture, and civilization. With the goal of preserving and safeguarding cultural heritage and traditions associated with horses and highlighting their enduring role in humankind's livelihoods, Mongolia proposed a resolution to designate July 11th as World Horse Day. This resolution was adopted during the plenary meeting of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly on June 3, 2025. On this occasion, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the horse-loving people of Mongolia to all UN member states for their support in adopting this resolution to designate and observe World Horse Day on the day of Mongolia's National Nadam Festival, which is also inscribed on UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. Distinguished delegates, this year, countries around the world are assessing the progress made over the past 30 years since the adoption of the Copenhagen Declaration on Social Development and the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Mongolia has undertaken a broad range of policies and activities to advance the social development goals outlined in these milestone documents, related legal frameworks, and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. These efforts have focused on poverty reduction, promoting social equality and inclusion, supporting families, children, and youth, and protecting the rights of the elderly and persons with disabilities. Among these efforts, the state policy on gender equality aims to ensure equal rights, opportunities, and treatment for both men and women while actively preventing and eliminating gender-based discrimination. Notably, Mongolia has greatly prioritized advancing gender equality and increasing women's participation in decision-making, with women now making up 25% of our parliament. We are pleased to underscore that, according to the Global Gender Gap Report 2025 by the World Economic Forum, Mongolia ranked 65th globally, improving by 20 places from the previous year and securing 5th place in the Asia-Pacific region. In recent years, Mongolia has regularly hosted international events dedicated to women and gender equality, including the International Conference on Strengthening the Role of Women in Peacekeeping in 2022, the Female Foreign Ministers Meeting in 2023, and the World Women's Forum in 2024 in cooperation with the United Nations. Last month, we successfully hosted the World Women Entrepreneurs Forum under the theme Inspire, Impact, Invest in Ulaanbaatar. I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all countries that supported and participated in the forum. Mongolia will continue to serve as a strong bridge of partnership, cooperation, and solidarity in advancing women's leadership and participation at all levels of social and political life. Distinguished delegates, the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus once said, "The only constant in life is change." Supported by its member states, successive UN leadership have consistently pursued reforms to refine the organization's structure and operations across all aspects. In this context, Mongolia welcomes and supports the UNGA initiative that the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres presented. We are confident that ensuring gender equality in senior leadership positions within the United Nations will undoubtedly have a positive impact on fostering more transparent, balanced, and inclusive decision-making processes. Therefore, we support initiatives to nominate women candidates for the UN Secretary-General and the Rotation for Equality initiative, which calls for gender rotation in the UN General Assembly President's position. Furthermore, Mongolia upholds and implements the principles of the UN Charter and universally recognized norms of international law, actively contributing to strengthening the UN-centered multilateral system. Mongolia reaffirms its commitment to the UN reform, particularly of the Security Council, to ensure it reflects current realities and embodies equitable and fair representation, inclusivity, transparency, effectiveness, democracy, and accountability. In an era defined by escalating conflicts, rising walls of distrust, and deepening divisions, it is more vital than ever to foster international relations grounded not merely in multipolarity, but on multi-pillar principles that honor each nation's history, culture, civilization, national interests, and unique development paths. The United Nations was established 80 years ago with the noble goals of saving humanity from the scourge of war and maintaining international peace and security. The United Nations, the cornerstone for the peaceful and harmonious coexistence among nations, must be reinforced and empowered through strong multi-pillar principles that ensure equal rights and balanced influence. Therefore, let us reflect solemnly on whether the mission entrusted to the United Nations 8 decades ago has been fully realized, and let all member states join hands in a shared commitment to revitalize the organization into a powerful institution strong enough to usher in Pax Globalica, a lasting world peace, by embodying the ideals of the Pax Mongolica, which laid the foundation for peaceful coexistence among nations and human progress 8 centuries ago. At this pivotal moment, as we commemorate the historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations, I would like to emphasize the growing importance of its role in fostering mutual understanding, trust, and respect among nations, as well as in advancing peace, stability, development, and the vision of a world free from war. Mongolia has consistently pursued a peace-loving and multi-pillar foreign policy, made tangible contributions to international peace and sustainable development, and remains committed to fulfilling this responsibility with honor. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all on the momentous occasion of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. May the eternal blue sky bless us with peace throughout the world. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Mongolia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sardar Bardi Muhammadov, President of Turkmenistan. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished Mr. President, distinguished heads and members of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me to congratulate you on the opening of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish you a productive session. I would like to congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly and wish her every success. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to Ambassador Philemon Yang for his skillful and effective leadership of the General Assembly during the previous session. Distinguished participants, the current state of global affairs, as well as the nature and trends of political, economic, and social processes, objectively require a decisive shift towards coordinated interaction among states and international organizations in order to achieve our shared overarching goal, the maintenance of peace and security, the creation of conditions for further progressive development, and the preservation of the legal foundations underpinning the modern world order. It is precisely from this standpoint that Turkmenistan views the main objectives of the 80th session of the General Assembly, placing great hopes in its role in shaping a robust, balanced, and secure global architecture. A key area of Turkmenistan's cooperation with the United Nations is ensuring international peace and security. Recognizing its responsibility as a permanently neutral state, Turkmenistan stands ready to take further practical steps to foster an atmosphere of cooperation, mutual understanding, and respectful dialogue. These are the principal defining conditions for ensuring stability and sustainable development at the global and regional levels. We are convinced that one of the most effective mechanisms for advancing and achieving these goals today is the practical application of the principle of neutrality. In this regard, Turkmenistan has initiated the inclusion of a separate item on the agenda of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, entitled Neutrality for Peace and Security. We deem this important in light of the growing recognition by the international community of the significance of neutrality, as well as the awareness of its potential and utility in the context of the UN's peace-building strategy. In line with this, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose a draft resolution entitled The Role and Importance of the Policy of Neutrality in Maintaining and Strengthening International Peace, Security, and the Process of Sustainable Development. As you are well aware, this year has been proclaimed by the General Assembly the International Year of Peace and Trust on the initiative of Turkmenistan. This landmark event coincides with the anniversary of the establishment of the United Nations. In December this year, Turkmenistan will host a major high-level international forum on the Year of Peace and Trust. We see this as a tangible contribution to achieving the strategic goals of the United Nations, and we look forward to broad and representative international participation. We believe that harmonizing national approaches to global development trends, as well as to establishing and strengthening trust and mutual understanding, should be systematic and consistent. In this regard, Turkmenistan is seeking to initiate the convening of a World Summit on a culture of peace and trust. One of the key objectives of this summit would be to develop a global code of international trust. This would serve as a universal foundation for building relations between states based on the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as on cooperation and joint efforts to address global problems. We believe that ensuring universal peace and mutual understanding is inseparable from the civilizational aspects of modern development and from the need to preserve and foster cultural and spiritual ties. In this context, Central Asia, which for centuries has played a clear role as a bridge spanning the civilizations of East and West, is now called upon to revive its historic mission, to become a space for dialogue, cooperation and the convergence of values and worldviews. Therefore, during this session, Turkmenistan will propose, in cooperation with the United Nations, an international forum to be held entitled Central Asia, a Space of Peaceful Coexistence. Countries of the region will participate, as well as other interested states and international institutions. Turkmenistan will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly on proclaiming an International Day of Mediation. This would emphasize the importance of diplomacy and neutral platforms in preventing and resolving conflicts. One of our country's priorities remains our active involvement in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals and in strengthening cooperation in key areas such as transport and energy. As Turkmenistan is one of the centers of multilateral dialogue on these issues, we will continue to contribute to establishing a fair, balanced, and inclusive international development system. During this session, Turkmenistan will initiate the proclamation of a United Nations Decade for Sustainable Transport for the period 2026-2035 and will submit the relevant draft resolution. We are convinced that this will help to consolidate the efforts of the international community in developing transport corridors, enhancing their sustainability and ensuring accessibility for all countries. Our country will also submit a draft resolution to the General Assembly entitled The Key Role of Reliable and Stable Energy Connectivity in Ensuring Sustainable Development. At present, one of the priority issues on the development agenda is the digital transformation. We are convinced that this transformation must be balanced. It must reflect the realities and legitimate interests of all states, including the developing world, and also must be free from politicization and bias. In this regard, Turkmenistan intends to put forward an initiative to establish a world platform on digital integration. This is to be based on the principles of equality, trust, and on preventing the use of information and communication technologies to harm peace, security, and sustainable development. During the 80th session, Turkmenistan will continue its work on environmental and climate issues. It will strive for them to be taken into consideration systematically, as they are basic components of ensuring security, and we will advocate for the establishment of multilateral mechanisms to monitor and respond to climate, environmental, and man-made disasters. Turkmenistan will seek to bring about a regional center to combat desertification for Central Asian countries. It is our belief that the establishment of such a centre would contribute to building regional capacity, to strengthening cooperation in the field of environmental protection, and would also make a significant contribution to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in combating climate change and protecting land-based ecosystems. Our country will promote the Caspian Environmental Initiative, proposed at the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, which is intended to become an international platform to preserve the Caspian Sea ecosystem. An important step in this direction is the Caspian Environmental Forum, which we propose holding in 2026. We are convinced that now it is especially important to strengthen the role of the UN in fostering broad humanitarian cooperation, in promoting rapprochement and mutual understanding among peoples, and in overcoming value and spiritual barriers, as well as engaging effective channels of cultural diplomacy. To develop intercultural dialogue and to lend practical support to General Assembly resolutions on multilingualism in international relations, we are proposing proclaiming an International Day of Multilingual Diplomacy as well. Distinguished heads and members of delegations, all of Turkmenistan's international initiatives and actions are always measured against and aligned with the UN Charter and its founding documents, as well as with its long-term goals. It is no coincidence that we always emphasize that cooperation with the UN is a strategic priority for Turkmenistan. We say this with a conviction that the UN is the only international organization endowed with universal legitimacy. In this regard, it must remain the guarantor of peace and development, and be the backbone of global security and stability. Turkmenistan will continue to advocate consistently for strengthening the central role of the UN in international affairs. We consider strengthening the primacy of international law and in improving the international legal framework and increasing the effectiveness of the implementation of UN conventions, treaties, agreements, and other multilateral documents as key factors in this regard. In this context, Turkmenistan is initiating the proclamation of the Year of International Law in 2028. This will become an important step in strengthening the international legal foundations of peace and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, this session holds special significance for Turkmenistan. 30 years ago, within these very walls, the United Nations General Assembly unanimously adopted the resolution on the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan. For our country, this was a momentous, historic event. In essence, it determined the entire subsequent course of Turkmenistan's foreign and international policy. International recognition of our neutrality also contributed to boosting the country's domestic development by providing favorable external conditions for this. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the people of Turkmenistan to express my gratitude to the United Nations member states and the entire international community for the decision adopted in December 1995 to recognize the permanent neutrality of Turkmenistan, a decision reaffirmed by two subsequent UN General Assembly resolutions. Turkmenistan will always remember the trust placed in it and will steadfastly and unswervingly uphold its international commitments. Once again, I would like to congratulate all delegations on the opening of the 80th anniversary session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success in strengthening our cooperation and mutual understanding. Thank you very much indeed.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Turkmenistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gabriel Boric Font, President of the Republic of Chile. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Distinguished President, members of the United Nations General Assembly, guests, peoples of the world, residents of New York. 80 years have elapsed since the creation of the United Nations. 80 years have also elapsed since Gabriela Mistral, a Chilean woman who came from the Elqui Valley, won the Nobel Literature Prize. Her voice as a poet, a teacher, as a diplomat continues to ring out in our homeland and across the world. And it was precisely here in New York in 1955 that the Chilean ambassador, José Massa, conveyed a message about human rights that was written by Gabriela Mistral. That message said, "I would be happy if our noble strength, our noble struggle to obtain human rights was taken up faithfully and loyally by all nations of the world. This triumph would be the greatest we could achieve in our time." We have we notched up that victory? Have we triumphed in that way? The answer is categorical no. And the fact is, at this stage, I don't really know what to say about Gaza, because many people have said everything already at this podium and at others, but there are our words and those that may be spoken by anyone, but regardless, we still have the fact that innocent people have lost their lives. We still have the empty stares of those suffering. In 2025, thousands of innocent people have lost their lives simply on the grounds of being Palestinian. 80 years ago, the same thing happens. Millions lost their lives simply for being Jewish. Instead of talking about figures, issuing condemnations or demands, as we tend to within these walls, instead of that, I want to talk about humankind. Humanity. Gaza is a global crisis because it is a crisis of humanity. And in this chamber, and for those who are listening to us in their homes, within their delegations, in their various countries, all of us are human beings. That's what I'd like to say. So when under the rubble, we have children, boys and girls lying under that rubble, there is genuine pain and grief in our homeland in Chile. And I know that that pain is shared by the vast majority of the world's nations. And one of the problems we face as humankind is that often pain engenders hatred. But we must face up to pain and that fact and combat hatred with all of our strength. We must transform our desires to hate into a desire for justice. We can't make any concessions to violence. I don't want to see Netanyahu destroyed by a missile side by side with his family. I want to see Netanyahu and those responsible for the genocide against the Palestinian people brought to the ICJ and other international courts. In another context, looking elsewhere, the war in Ukraine is also an affront to us. It causes us pain. But some people might ask themselves, what's that got to do with Chile? What's happening in Ukraine got to do with Chile? They're so far apart, we don't understand their language. Some people level those arguments against us and our homelands. We say back to them that we have to see ourselves in the people in Palestine that are searching for food. We have to identify and stand in the shoes of the kidnapped children that have been taken away by Russia. We're all human beings, and one of the reasons we come here and meet today together is that we perhaps continue to have faith in humankind. That's principally what brings us here. Our hearts cannot cease to be moved by pain And we cannot cease to be moved by the needs of others like ourselves. It's for that reason that we have set down rules which are steps forward for civilizations, and they come from the lessons we've learned from the major challenges we've affronted as humankind. And these rules, we should say this loud and clear from this rostrum and take action here. These principles, these values are not being respected. Let's say that loud and clear. It's not okay to invite people to negotiate, to invite a neutral country to negotiate and then assassinate someone that's helping negotiations. That's what happens with Qatar. We can't bomb the nuclear facilities of another country. We can't invade countries like Iraq, saying that there are weapons of mass destruction that don't exist. That's not okay. It's not okay to invade a sovereign country like Ukraine and then impose negotiations on those people. And we all seem to resign ourselves to the fact that that's going on, as was recalled by the French writer Albert Camus when he talked about the experience of the Second World War. If we don't believe in anything, if nothing makes sense, and we can't invoke any values, well, in that case, everything is allowed. There's no good, no evil, and nothing is important. So, if we were to accept that reasoning, we'd have to admit that reason stands on the side of the successful party and no one else, and the rule which we use to assess humankind, the yardstick, would simply be effectiveness. So, in other words, the law of might is right. I want to say to you that ultimately this way of reasoning is the justification of killing. In a world where that occurs, the life of a woman, a man, or their children will always depend on fate or some whims of good or evil, arbitrary decisions. In a world like that, all of those that live without condemning hatred with all of their might are as guilty of homicide as the person dropping a bomb or pulling a trigger. Particularly if you have the voice and the power to say enough, as we do, as all the leaders that we are in this room, we have, with that in mind, greater responsibility. We refuse to rule in favor of those who have might or money, and we say that we're labeled as utopian, nursing pipe dreams. But what is history if not a continued utopian voyage? There will be people who simply want to do things that produce short-term results. But in general terms, shortcuts lead us to the edge of precipices, to the abyss. And the fact is, we don't need to be successful in the way we understand success today in the Western world to continue fighting for a fairer world, because we know that what we have together has allowed us to change the world, to make it more just, have more loyalty, more solidarity, more inclusion. We've done that. So, distinguished delegates, when we are invited to submit, to bow down, when it is said that intelligence is somehow irrelevant, when people want to show us that you can lie to get an advantage, to get ahead, we want to say no. We're not giving way to cunning trickery, violence, or passivity. Let us say no to all of that. I can and I must respect the person who likes blue more than red, someone who is of a faith that's not my own, the person who thinks it's better to increase or reduce taxes according to the circumstances. Ultimately, I can and I must respect diversity of opinion. But at the same time as I respect different opinions, the opinions of those who think different to me, I face the outrage, the fact that people lie. And what's all the more outrageous is that they're aware that they're lying. Perhaps, for example, it's been said at this very rostrum today that there's no such thing as global warming. This is not an opinion. It's a lie. And lies must be fought against. Of course, we can discuss the best way of tackling global warming, or we can talk about who are more responsible than others, but we can't deny global warming. We can argue, we can discuss how the Nazis managed to govern such vast swathes of Europe, but we can't deny the Holocaust. We can study the secondary effects of a vaccine, but we cannot state with no evidence whatsoever that vaccines cause autism. The world needs a true, genuine dialogue between those of us who think differently, between people who have different visions of the world. It's for that reason that we created the United Nations, for that precise reason, to have dialogue and to decide that brutality is not acceptable, to decide that human rights must be protected regardless of ideologies or who's the victim or who's the torturer. That international law is the guarantee that reason will prevail over might always. Opposed against this dialogue, the other direction is lies and silence, and both will bring us to the edge of an abyss, into deepest suffering. So what is the task before us today? We have to chart the course that we want as humankind and work with the United Nations, who are paving this path. Chile is rallying behind this shared vision, this shared respect for democracy, human rights, social justice, equity, unfettered respect for the freedom of expression, climate action, all of these things that stand as pillars of hope and action to address the difficult changes and weather these current storms. Today we need to say loud and clear that we defend a commitment to democracy always in an nuanced fashion with no excuses whatsoever. For that reason, this week, together with Brazil, Spain and Uruguay and Colombia, we convened the second meeting for the defense of democracy. That was a collected effort that began here in the United Nations a year ago. We want to build bridges so that we can identify the shortcomings of democracy. We want to look at ways of remedying these shortcomings and of improving the quality of life of our peoples. We will not settle with simply pointing out what we don't like about the world. We will not settle for saying that doesn't represent us. We want to propose ideas that we want to see and champion them. With all of that in mind, I'd like to briefly dwell on one particular issue. I come from Chile, that is a tricontinental country. Tricontinental. It has inextricable ties to the ocean. We have more than 6,700 kilometers of coastline. We are a country that looks at the ocean, and as such we are proud of having been the first country in America and the second in the world to have ratified the BBNJ agreement to extend governed ocean area beyond areas of national jurisdiction. In recent weeks, we saw the 60th ratification necessary for it to enter into force. As such, the first COP of that agreement will be held next year. We do hope it will be held early next year. Here, I wish to reiterate the fact that we are ready and willing to have its secretariat established in our Pearl of the Pacific in the city of Valparaiso, because we believe that this agreement is an opportunity to make ocean governance closer to the global south. Chile is always also a country that looks towards and has an Antarctic vocation. Our leadership in scientific research is clear. We provide logistical support for research, and we have campaigns for the protection of this area. When you've gone to Antarctic, you will have done so through Chile. In 2 weeks, we'll have another meeting of the Commission for the Preservation of Marine Antarctic Resources. So I call upon states parties now to approve the proposal of the Marine Protected Area for Dominion 1. That was the proposal established by Chile and Argentina. We cannot simply exploit resources if we don't adopt appropriate preservation measures, because ultimately we'll see the destruction of marine life, which we also depend on. Let us not forget that we are part of one single ecosystem. Maintaining biodiversity and sustaining life on Earth is something we must urgently grapple with, and we need to do so with a sense of responsibility towards our ancestors, towards those we share the planet with today, and with a sense of responsibility to future generations. Distinguished delegates, as we have a situation of climate crisis, protracted conflicts and humanitarian crisis, against that backdrop, the selection and appointment process for the next Secretary General of the United Nations takes on particular significance. I come to this assembly convinced of the fact that always, even in the most difficult circumstances, there is room to take clear-sighted action as a collective body, action which is transformative and imbued with humanity. Human tragedy is never a foregone conclusion. We will not give up on the hope that there will be good in the world and that the United Nations we need can be built, because that conclusion depends on what we do. I want to say to you that regional balance must be respected in the Secretary General appointment process. It's time for Latin America and the Caribbean to have their moment. We are a war-free region with a rich diplomatic tradition. We forge consensus. We are unwaveringly committed to the UN Charter and have been since its very inception. Tackling the historic gender imbalance within the United Nations is important. We've never had a woman Secretary General, and that is something we must remedy. 80 years of history without a woman having been appointed Secretary General. The UN must reflect the progress made by the world and recognise that a woman at the helm is not just a symbol of equity, but also represents and reflects the fact that women are half of the population, and appointing a woman as Secretary General will send out the clear signal that women can occupy all parts of the world and nothing's closed off to them. Chile wants to actively contribute to that collective effort, and for that reason it is for me a great honour to announce from this rostrum that Chile will nominate our former President, Michelle Bachelet Jerie, as candidate to the post of Secretary General of the United Nations. She is here with us at this session. Michelle Bachelet is not only someone known to all of you on the global stage, she is a woman whose own trajectory is fully in line with the values that inspired this organization. She was head of state of Chile twice. Incidentally, she was also the first female head of state. She was also the Minister for Health and Defense. She was the Executive Director of UN Women and also High Commissioner for Human Rights at the United Nations. Michelle Bachelet has governed, has negotiated, has solved problems and has listened. Her trajectory, what she's done throughout her life, combines empathy with strength and resolve, experience with openness, and she combines all of these with a proven ability to make decisions and to take action. In times of mistrust and fragmentation, I firmly believe, and I know that this conviction is shared by my nation, that Michelle Bachelet is someone able to build bridges between the North and the South, between the East and the West, between urgent needs to find solutions and the urgent need to defend principles. With her leadership, the United Nations will be able to restore credibility, effectiveness and a sense of purpose in the face of current challenges. She will build on the legacy of Antonio Guterres that I can say has given the best of himself from the good of humankind within this institution. With humility and a sense of conviction, Chile presents this candidacy with the conviction, the certainty that Michelle Bachelet will be able to make a decisive contribution to making the United Nations once more a place for meetings, place for solutions and active hope for the world as a whole. Distinguished delegates. 80 years. Let us look back at those decades and let us take stock of these strides forward seen in international governance. In spite of the challenges we're facing, we can also say that we have made progress. But we are eaten away at by the feeling that that progress is under threat. Who will draw the maps of the future? We want to believe that those cartographers will not be those waging assaults on multilateral institutions and eroding their credibility. We don't want them to be those who humiliate the weak. We want all peoples together to draw the maps of the future. Together we represent all of those people, and together we will trace out clear maps so that we have not only a possible and viable future, but one that is full of dignity for everyone and respects them. And to achieve that goal, this organization, let us remember the organization that was built on the ashes of the Second World War, after the failure of the League of Nations, this organization is crucial. And renewing it, changing it, reforming it is an urgent need. So, as a renewed organization, but one with the same purpose, it will be an organization that everyone works together in. The words of Victor Jara, that great Chilean great Chilean artist, he talked about this great love of earth which has helped us to live. He loved peace, to enjoy life, love and freedom for everybody. He talked about those things so that his children could exist, his city could exist, and his people could exist. Let us, distinguished colleagues, move together, free and equal, similar and different. Let us walk along this shared path of seeking truth, justice, happiness and justice. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Chile. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emomali Rahmon, President of the Republic of Tajikistan. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Madam President, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Today, as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the adoption of the United Nations Charter, I extend to all member states my heartfelt congratulations and best wishes on this occasion. The contemporary world is undeniably experiencing a period of instability, turbulence, unpredictability, and escalating complexity. Geopolitical tensions, efforts to reshape a framework of international relations, conflicts and confrontations in different parts of the world, along with series of security threats and challenges have posed significant risks to lasting peace and safety. At the same time, the consequences of climate change and growing social inequality impose restrictions on the process of sustainable development and sustainable global development. In such a complex and turbulent circumstances, the role of the United Nations as a platform for inclusive dialogue, cooperation and the promotion of peace and security worldwide becomes more important than ever. In this regard, our countries should make joint and consistent efforts in international practice to protect this principle, return to full compliance with international law. In this process, strengthening equal cooperation among small and large states is also considered to be an important and timely step. Madam President, Tajikistan's National Development Strategy 2030 is fully aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we support a full and timely implementation of this item of global agenda. Unfortunately, developing countries, particularly those mountainous and landlocked, face multiple challenges and difficulties in achieving these goals. Particularly vulnerable countries feel the need to take serious measures to ensure sustainable development, financing, and improve access to financial resources. Despite significant attempts in this field, the amount of funding for sustainable development offered by the international community continues to be insufficient to address their current need. This situation necessitates timely response, the allocation of additional funds, and a review of approach to the international financial architecture and system. Tajikistan advocates for effective and fair reforms of international financial instruments. At present, we are observing varying degrees of economic progress among nations, and the influence of developed nations and international financial organizations could play a significant role in tackling this issue. Many developing and less developed countries remain vulnerable to the impacts of economic and financial crisis, poverty, infectious diseases, including COVID, natural disasters, and food insecurity. They need to implement effective financial support measures, including debt relief. In our view, now is the high time to seriously consider this important item. Ladies and gentlemen, today climate change-related issues in various countries around the world, including Tajikistan, pose serious obstacles to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Our country, with 93% of its land covered by mountains, is deeply concerned of an adverse effect of this situation. Changes in the hydrological cycle, a series of floods and droughts, and severe dust storms over the past decades have had a direct impact on Tajikistan's water and energy resources and food security. Every year we suffer tremendous material and financial losses due to water-related natural disasters. Regrettably, these phenomena often result in loss of life and the destruction of vital infrastructure. The impacts of climate change and rising temperatures have led to accelerated melting of glaciers and the deterioration of marine and ocean ecosystems. I would like to recall that Tajikistan hosted the high-level International Conference on Glaciers Preservation this summer in Dushanbe. This meeting brought the international community together to intensely deliberate on issues related to the cryosphere. It is worth noting that of Tajikistan's 14,000 glaciers, which are one of the region's main sources of drinking water, more than 1,300 have completely melted, and the rate of melting of these ices is accelerating. This is even though Tajikistan's glaciers and other water sources account for up to 60% of Central Asia's water resources. We must not remain indifferent to the matter of addressing issues related to the source of human life, water. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Tajikistan plays a proactive role in water diplomacy. Our country is taking practical steps in cooperation with its international partners as a part of its latest initiative, the International Decade for Action Water for Sustainable Development 2018-2028. I call on member states and stakeholders to actively participate in the next event within the Dushanbe water process, the high-level international conference which will be held in Tajikistan next year. This event will undoubtedly give a new impetus to our continued joint efforts within the framework of the Water Action Agenda. We are confident that it will also serve as a solid foundation for preparations for the 2028 United Nations Water Conference in Dushanbe. Madam President, strong institutions and legal literacy are the ground of a just and stable society. Today, the international community is witnessing disrespectful and violation of international law, which is the foundation of order, peace and stability throughout the world. We emphasize the need for strict adherence to international law and the resolution of all disputes and disagreements within the framework of the law. Being deeply aware of this reality, Tajikistan proposes that the United Nations General Assembly considers proclaiming an International Year of Legal Literacy. We call on all member states to join this initiative and strengthen the global culture of transparency and justice. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid adoption of digital technologies and the effective use of artificial intelligence can noticeably contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to extend my profound gratitude to all member states for their unwavering support of Tajikistan's proposal to adopt a special resolution entitled "The Role of Artificial Intelligence in Creating New Opportunities for Sustainable Development in Central Asia." I am confident that the resolution adopted by the General Assembly on July 25th of this year will serve as a key instrument for the safe and equitable use of artificial intelligence in our region. We, in this context, consider the establishment of a regional Centre for Artificial Intelligence in Dushanbe to be favourable. This centre would undoubtedly facilitate an implementation of joint initiatives and projects among Central Asian countries in the field of artificial intelligence. It is worth noting that, along with the improvement of digital technologies the number of new security threats, particularly cybercrime, is also growing. We therefore emphasize that cybersecurity must be an important component of collective security. It is evident that, along with cybercrime, terrorism, extremism, illegal weapons smuggling, drug trafficking, and other forms of transnational organized crime continue to pose a serious threat to the global security. Tajikistan supports the further expansion of international cooperation on global security within the framework of the Dushanbe counter-terrorism process. We are determined and willing to establish constructive interaction within this process with international organizations and the UN member states to even more enhance efforts to counter the aforementioned threats and security risks. We believe that relevant UN agencies, in particular the Office of Counterterrorism, can make an effective contribution to the comprehensive implementation of global counterterrorism strategies and programs and strengthen their support to all member states in this area. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan gives full support of the resolution of all disputes and conflicts through political and diplomatic means. We must redouble our efforts to enduring, lasting, and comprehensive peace based on international law. A year ago, from this podium, I proposed considering a special United Nations resolution proclaiming a decade of promotion of peace for future generations. A year later, the adoption of such a resolution has become even more pressing. In today's complex and volatile world, this initiative will create conditions for international cooperation to achieve lasting peace. I call on all UN member states to support this proposal for the sake of our current stability and a better and prosperous life for the generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we emphasize our principled, invariable position on the Palestinian issue. We believe that lasting peace in the Middle East is possible only through the implementation of the United Nations resolutions and the principle of the two-state solution. In this regard, we recall the need to resolve this issue exclusively through negotiations and diplomatic means in accordance with the international law, particularly the Charter of the United Nations. We call for a lasting ceasefire in Gaza and access to humanitarian aid. Tajikistan also supports peace and stability, overall security, and socio-economic development in neighboring Afghanistan. We are ready to render our full assistance in these processes and in this regard call on the international community to provide humanitarian assistance, especially to regions affected by drought and recent severe earthquakes. Distinguished participants, Tajikistan supports the comprehensive reform of the United Nations system within the framework of the UN80 initiative, UN 2.0, and the UN Secretary General's vision for a modernized United Nations. At the same time, we welcome the Pact for the Future as an important collective initiative to promote peace and sustainable development. These initiatives embody the shared aspirations and will of the international community to respond to modern threats and challenges and build a solid foundation for future generations. We reiterate the need to strengthen the key and coordinating role of the United Nations in ensuring inclusive peace and security. Only with trust, cooperation and unwavering determination we can build a just, peaceful and sustainable future for all humanity. Tajikistan stands ready to cooperate with partner countries and all United Nations member states in achieving these noble goals and addressing other pressing issues on the global agenda. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Joseph Aoun, President of the Lebanese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, fellow colleagues, heads of state and delegation, I stand before you today to talk about peace, development, and human rights. At a time when some of my fellow citizens are facing death, parts of my country are under occupation, and while my homeland and my people live in uncertainty. This situation takes me back some 77 years ago to the drafting committee of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948. During one of the debates, the late, great Eleanor Roosevelt stepped in to support one member's opinion so that he is not left alone, as she said to those in attendance. The dissenting member respectfully responded, "Honorable lady, my concern is not to side with the majority or the minority, but to align with the truth." The author of these words was no other than Charles Malik, the Lebanese philosopher who worked alongside other great minds of the time to give humanity this eternal declaration. He was also granted the honor of presiding over this august assembly from 1958 to 1959 to represent my country, Lebanon. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I recall this incident today, first, to express my profound sense of pride and my heightened sense of responsibility as I stand before you today for the first time in my capacity as President of Lebanon on the 80th anniversary of this great organization. Second, because our session focuses on examining the inherent relationship between three human virtues: peace, development, and human rights, and between these three virtues and my country, Lebanon. The Lebanese experience, alongside lessons from our region and the world, have shown that there can be no development without peace, for growth cannot take place within chaos, and prosperity cannot be achieved amid conflicts and wars. Peace is the only foundation for development. Experience has taught us that just as there is no development without peace, there can be no peace without justice, and no justice without human rights, particularly the right to live in dignity. Without dignity, peace becomes an illusion, and the only growth will be in poverty, underdevelopment, violence, and bloodshed. Since the establishment of this great organization, its charter stipulated the need to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, to live together in peace with one another as good neighbors, and to employ international machinery for the promotion of the economic and social advancement of all peoples. These noble principles remained on paper for 80 years, as the blood of our people was spilled on the ground. The reasons might be numerous. One can attribute them to the authoritarian nature of man, the nature of relations between countries based on power struggle, hegemony, and the race for absolute dominance in all fields. However, another reason has stirred this tragedy. At least 30 years ago, since talk began in this very chamber about a new world order. The reason is related to the issue of identity and plurality within any society or within societies and countries, especially in the era of globalization. On the one hand, people need one another. On the other hand, they fear for their identity. This led to an emerging issue that drove humanity back to the path of conflict. Let us acknowledge here that religion remains a primary factor in defining the identities of human groups. In the name of religion, countries are at war with one another. In the name of religion, many countries have imploded from within. Furthermore, religion continues to shape the world in profound ways. While Islamophobia and xenophobia grow in the West, the East is still haunted by the memory of colonialism and the remnants of old religious wars. Despite remarkable scientific progress, the world finds itself trapped in a bygone era. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, colleagues, at the heart of this dilemma, Lebanon plays a unique role. This is its raison d'être. This is the significance of Lebanon and its message to the world. Amid the global clash over religious identities, Lebanon stands out as a nation where Christians and Muslims coexist as equals under a constitution that guarantees equitable representation to both communities in the Parliament and the Council of Ministers, with full citizenship for all individuals. This model is open for progress. This model was criticized by some. However, it offers a unique, evolving approach, as the late Pope John Paul II observed. Lebanon is more than a country. It is a message of freedom and plurality for the East and the West. End of the quote. I reiterate and emphasize a message of freedom and plurality. In a region where people are killed or kill over their religious belief, or even for displaying a symbol of faith. In a weary world torn between those who want to impose religious attire and others intent on banning it, Lebanon offers a unique, unmatched, and irreplaceable model. A model that deserves to live, that must exist for the region and for the world. A model that allowed me, as an Arab Lebanese, to serve as the only Christian head of state from East Asia to the coast of Europe. My country, Lebanon, the land of human secularism with profound faith, without any imposition or prohibition of any kind. A model that requires all those who are committed to a better future for humanity to ask the following two questions. First, why would there be an international and UN obligation to preserve Lebanon? And second, how can we achieve this goal? First, indeed, there is a human obligation to preserve Lebanon. If this model falls, this model of coexistence between two different religious communities that are completely equal, where else around the world can we replicate this experience? If Christians were to disappear from Lebanon, this equation, this delicate balance will fall, and with it, justice. If the Muslim community in Lebanon no longer exists, this balance will also fall. And this will also undermine justice. The fall of Lebanon, precipitated by the loss of any of its integral components, would foster the rise of extremism, violence, and bloodshed, both in our region and in the world. It is clear to me today that many of the underlying causes of the war on Lebanon, as well as the deeper, more insidious motivations behind it, have been aimed at dismantling Lebanon's unique model. These actions serve to justify an Orient fractured by conflicting identities and perpetual ethnic rivalries, destined to remain in a state of ongoing conflict. While certain may benefit from this situation, however, it is ultimately in the interest of the world and humanity to strive for international peace. Hence, the success of the Lebanese experience will set a benchmark for any country. This model today is a vibrant, steadfast, and energetic country determined to live, resolutely refusing to succumb to adversity. What it takes to save it? Simply a clear and firm stand, in words and action, aimed at liberating all the Lebanese territory and securing the exclusive sovereignty of the Lebanese state, enforced solely by its legitimate and legal armed forces over its land. This is the unanimous will of the Lebanese people since the declaration of November 27, 2024, which was adopted with the support of the United States and France and this very organization as a mechanism to enforce UN Security Council Resolution 1701. I reaffirmed this commitment in my inaugural address following my election as president in January 2024, and it was also approved by the government in its ministerial statement of February 2024. Throughout our negotiations with President Trump's envoy, Ambassador Tom Barak, we worked on drafting a paper to guarantee full stability on our land, to which we are still bound and still await the same commitment by other concerned parties on our borders as well. This is what Lebanon seeks. Let me be more frank. Allow me to feel some pride for my country and my people, for they do deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly an exceptional country by all measures. We are a country that each year receives people from the Lebanese diaspora, the equivalent of a third of the country's residents. This underlines the unwavering connection between the Lebanese people and their homeland. There is hardly a major project in our region that does not bear the signature of a Lebanese person, nor a cultural or artistic event that lacks a Lebanese imprint. In fact, it is almost certain that Lebanese contributions can be found in every significant endeavor. Among the member states of this distinguished organization, one could scarcely find a nation that does not have within its borders a member of the Lebanese diaspora who is engaged, productive, and creative. These individuals integrate harmoniously with their host societies. We, ladies and gentlemen, are a country capable of embracing modernization, and we have started already implementing a gradual program of financial and economic recovery. Together with an independent financial audit, a fair restructuring of the banking sector, and the modernization of the administration, we have also taken on the fight against corruption and organized crime to rebuild the trust of the Lebanese people in their state and the world's confidence in Lebanon. Simultaneously, we have launched legislative and institutional reforms consecrating the independence of the regulatory bodies of the state's productive sectors and enhanced the independence of the judiciary aligned with international standards in the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism. Our government has also recently joined the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, in line with our history of commitment to the principles of international legitimacy. We are also set on advancing public freedom, combating hate speech, and empowering young men and women in the decision-making process. We can only be prosperous if our citizens, all our citizens, live in dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, our country is dedicated to investing in quality education, and we are expanding today this investment to encompass a knowledge economy. Lebanon is also an essential crossroad for global trade corridors. While advancing on all these fronts, our country simultaneously shoulders numerous burdens. And we shoulder these burdens with responsibility and seriousness. Most pressing among them are the persistent instabilities along our southern border. We call for the immediate cessation of Israeli aggression, the full withdrawal of its occupying forces from all Lebanese territory, and the release of our hostages that we shall not forget nor leave behind. And we insist on the complete implementation of UN Security Council Resolution 1701. This will be achieved with the help of the mandate given to UNIFIL, working in coordination with the Lebanese army over a transitional period to achieve peace and stability. In this context, allow me to extend my gratitude to the members of the Security Council who adopted the resolution to renew UNIFIL's mandate to help us achieve lasting peace and stability. However, the deep underlying causes of our crises extend beyond our immediate borders. This is why it is our moral, human, and political obligation to call for an immediate end to the devastation taking place in Gaza. We urge the revival of a new political track aimed at finding a just and permanent solution to the Palestinian question based on the resolutions of international legitimacy, the principle of the two-state solution, ensuring the right of both states to a secure and dignified existence, as ratified by your General Assembly, with a majority of 142 states out of 164 states in the New York Declaration. The second major burden Lebanon is carrying now is the unprecedented displacement situation taking place on its soil, which, measured by capita, stands as the largest in history. Lebanon looks to the United Nations and its specialized agencies, as well as to the Syrian authorities, to address this critical issue. Through direct negotiations and with the support of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we aim to reach comprehensive understandings and agreements across different aspects of our bilateral relations, the goal being the dignified and safe return of the displaced Syrian citizens, as well as the restoration of the special relations between Lebanon and Syria in good neighborliness and close cooperation in various fields, overcoming the misunderstandings of the past. The third burden crippling us today is the reconstruction of Lebanon following the Israeli aggression on our soil, especially with respect to the infrastructure necessary for the return of the Lebanese Authority to the Lebanese border towns and to the rebuilding of homes and villages bulldozed and demolished by the aggression. for there will be no stability if it is not rebuilt and its beauty restored. Furthermore, there's the issue of providing the necessary means to our legal armed forces so that they may take on the task of defending and safekeeping our national integrity. We remain hopeful about the public initiatives to organize international conferences dedicated to that purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon does not seek special privileges or favors. Indeed, it calls upon the international community to act with responsibility, fairness, and equality, thereby enabling Lebanon to reclaim its role as a land of freedom and plurality. This very spirit underpinned the Distinguished Assembly's resolution on August 16, 2019, to grant Lebanon's request to establish the Human Academy for Dialogue and Conversions within its borders, a resolution that was for a time overshadowed by the many crises Lebanon has faced in recent years. Today, Lebanon is intent on reviving this vital initiative. Our intention is both to reassure ourselves and to send a message to the world. Lebanon is returning to its rightful place, both within the international community and among the nations gathered at the United Nations, a true platform for human values and the advancement of humanity. In closing, I reiterate the opening theme of my message. While I stand here today advocating for peace, my countrymen are being killed. The conflict is still very fierce between Lebanon being a land of life and joy and a platform that spreads both values to the region and the world, and Lebanon being a place of sorrow and wars, spreading both woes to the region and the world. We in Lebanon have made our choice. We choose to be a land of life and joy, and we shall abide by it. I call upon you all, for the sake of peace in our region, for the good of humanity, stand with us. Do not abandon Lebanon. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Lebanese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, President of the French Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, Madame la Secrétaire générale adjointe, Monsieur le Secrétaire général adjoint, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames, Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames, Messieurs les ambassadrices, ambassadeurs et délégués, je suis heureux de m'exprimer une nouvelle fois devant vous lors de cette 80e session de l'Assemblée générale des Nations Unies. 8 décennies que nous avons voulu consacrer au service de la paix, du développement, des droits humains. 80 ans qui nous obligent à mesurer le chemin parcouru et à adapter notre pas à la marche du monde. Le 26 juin 1945, nous adoptions la Charte des Nations Unies après 2 guerres mondiales, alors que les combats faisaient encore rage en Asie, que la décolonisation était à peine entamée, que l'Union soviétique étendait son empire et que nous comptions les morts par millions et découvrions l'horreur de la Shoah. Oui, cette étape du monde n'était pas terminée et pourtant nous étions en train de bâtir, à coups de résolution, de détermination, cette volonté de préserver les générations futures du fléau de la guerre, et proclamions notre foi dans les droits fondamentaux de l'homme, et nous nous engagions à créer les conditions de la justice, à favoriser le progrès social, à pratiquer la tolérance et à vivre en paix les uns avec les autres. Nous ne rêvions pas, et en convoquant ici notre passé, et ce que nous étions il y a 80 ans, j'ai envie de vous dire ce soir, nous avons le droit de rêver. Parce que notre monde d'aujourd'hui mérite la même détermination à agir ensemble. Nous étions 51 à San Francisco et ce sont désormais 193 États membres qui siègent à cette Assemblée. Les textes qui font notre organisation posent clairement les principes de l'action collective, ils expriment des valeurs communes, ils définissent des procédures robustes. Et je sais pourtant combien
know,
Les
nevertheless,
frustrations
how
sont là,
great
que
frustration
nourrit la
is.
représentation inégale des
We
États, en
see that
particulier au
states are
Conseil de
unequally
sécurité.
represented, particularly on the
Et c'est
Security
pourquoi je
Council, and that
soutiens
fuels
avec
frustration.
force
And that's
son
why I
élargissement, sa réforme,
unequivocally support
en
its expansion, the
particulier son
reform of the
élargissement pour le
Security
continent
Council,
africain.
particularly its expansion
Je
for
sais
the
aussi combien
African
les
continent.
équilibres
I also
politiques,
know the
économiques et
extent to which
sociaux ont
political
évolué
and
et que de
social
nouveaux acteurs ont pris
balances
plus de
and states of players
responsabilités.
have changed and
Et qu'une
different actors have
multitude
taken on more
s'interroge sur la promesse
responsibilities.
des
Many
Nations
people are
Unies,
asking about
sa
whether
réalité
the United Nations
et son
promises have been
bénéfice.
upheld, whether it's in sync with reality
Alors ne
and
nous
whether
mentons
it
pas,
brings with it
ce
any
80e
benefits.
anniversaire n'est
Let
pas
us
une
not
fête.
kid ourselves.
Les conflits
This
armés se
80th anniversary
multiplient,
is not
internes ou
a
internationaux,
fact that we can just
étatiques ou
accept.
provoqués par
Conflicts,
l'action
international,
criminelle
national, state
et
conflicts
terroriste.
are proliferating.
Et les belligérants
Criminal and
bafouent
terrorist activity
délibérément
is
les conventions de
proliferating,
Genève,
and people are
comme si
deliberately
l'horreur
trampling
servait la
on
vengeance
the
ou la
Geneva
terreur la victoire.
Conventions, as if war was just
Gaza,
about terror, revenge and
Soudan,
victory.
Haïti, la Birmanie,
Haiti,
la
Burma,
République démocratique
Ukraine,
du
the Democratic
Congo.
Republic of the Congo.
La liste est
The
aussi longue
list is as
qu'insoutenable
long
des
as it
violences
is
que subissent les
unconscionable.
populations dans ces
There
territoires de
are
guerre.
more and more cases of violence being weathered by
De grandes
people whose
transformations
nations
sont
are at
aussi
war.
en
Major
cours
transformation is
pour nous
also
tous sur cette
underway
planète.
for us all across the
Le
globe.
changement climatique n'est pas
Climate
maîtrisé,
change is not
l'effondrement
under
de la
control,
biodiversité se
biodiversity is
poursuit,
collapsing.
les efforts que la plupart
Efforts
d'entre
that the
nous sont
majority
prêts
of us
à
are
faire
ready
se
to
heurtent
make
au
are coming
cynisme
up
de
against the
quelques-uns
obstacles of
qui
the
peuvent faire la
cynicism of a
différence mais qui
few that
refusent
can make a
encore.
difference but refuse
Et
to
nous
do
voyons
just that
l'accélération
still. And we
des
see
technologies
the
qui ouvrent d'immenses horizons,
technology
d'immenses
picking up
opportunités,
pace. They
mais laissent
pave
aussi
the
le
way
champ
to
libre
horizons of
à
opportunity,
des forces
but
d'autant
they
plus dangereuses
also
qu'elles ne
pave the
sont pas
way
régulées.
for dangerous forces because
Nous
they're
voyons le
dangerous
commerce
because they're not
mondial qui vit
regulated.
l'heure des
Global
guerres
trade
tarifaires, lesquelles
is
s'ajoutent aux
weathering tariff
déséquilibres mondiaux.
wars, and that's another form of imbalance, globally
Cette alarme
speaking.
n'éteint pour autant
Alarm
pas
bells
l'espoir.
are ringing out
Nos
loud, but that doesn't
divisions
extinguish hope. Our divisions
n'empêche pas que
do
la Syrie
not
s'est libérée de la
mean
dictature, que l'Ukraine
lack of
tient
hope
bon
did not mean
et que
Syria
la
wasn't
paix est
able to free
possible dans la
itself
région
from
des Grands
war.
Lacs.
Ukraine is staying the course, and
Nous
peace
avons
is
aussi
possible in the
approuvé
Great
des
Lake
traités,
region.
des
We've
accords
also
ambitieux
adopted
que
treaties,
certains pensaient
ambitious agreements
impossibles.
that some people
Un
thought
traité
were
sur les
impossible. A
pandémies,
treaty on
un
pandemics,
traité pour
a
protéger la haute
treaty to
mer,
protect the high
un autre pour
seas,
financer
another to
le
finance
développement.
development.
C'est bien que la complexité du monde n'est pas
The
une raison de renoncer
the
à nos
world's
principes
complexity is not a
et nos
reason to throw in
ambitions.
the towel on our
En
principles
quelque
and our
sorte, nous vivons un
ambitions.
moment
To a certain extent,
paradoxal
ours is a moment of paradox.
où nous avons besoin,
We
plus
need,
que jamais,
more than ever
de
before,
restaurer l'esprit de
to
coopération
restore
qui
the
a
spirit of
prévalu il y a
cooperation that
80 ans.
prevailed 80 years ago.
Et où pour autant nous sommes en train de nous
And
diviser,
however, in spite of
et où il
that,
faut bien le dire,
we're
divisions au sommet
isolating
de l'ordre
ourselves. There's
mondial.
more and more divisions,
La
and that's
fracturation du
plagued
monde
the global order. The world is
nous
breaking
freine dans
down,
notre capacité
and that's
collective
halting our collective
à régler les grands
capacity
conflits du
to
moment
resolve major
ou à relever
conflicts
les
of our
défis qui
time,
supposent de nous
and
entendre.
stopping us from addressing global
La France est fière
challenges.
de compter parmi les
France
peuples
is
des
proud
Nations
to be among
Unies
the
et rend
people of the
hommage à tous
United
ceux qui les
Nations
servent.
and pay tribute to all the
Soldats sous
people that
casque
serve
bleu
them,
qui
soldiers
maintiennent la
wearing
paix où
blue
personne ne
helmets
va
that
plus,
maintain peace, where no
travailleurs
one else wants to
humanitaires et
go,
personnels de
humanitarian
santé
personnel
qui se
and
portent au
healthcare
secours des plus
workers that come to
fragiles,
the aid of the most
juristes,
vulnerable, legal
observateurs,
specialists, observers,
rapporteurs qui témoignent de la
rapporteurs that
réalité,
bear witness
imposent la
to
force du
the
droit et
reality,
préviennent
ensure that the rule of
l'arbitraire.
law can
Et je
prevail,
voudrais
that
ici aussi
arbitrary whims
parler
do not
de tant
rule
et
the
tant
day.
de nos ONG,
I'm
de nos
talking, of course,
soignants,
about our
de nos
NGOs, our
journalistes,
nurses, our
bien
journalists,
d'autres encore qui
and many
témoignent
other people who
que cette
bear witness
organisation
to the
est
fact that this
irremplaçable.
organization
C'est la raison
cannot
pour
be
laquelle ceux
replaced.
qui
It
en
is
sont
for
les
this
pires
reason
critiques
that those that
sont aussi
are its
ceux qui veulent
harshest
changer les
critics are
règles du
also
jeu,
those that want to
sûrs
change
qu'ils
the
sont de
rule
leur
of the
domination
game
et plus intéressés
because they
à
want
se
to exert
partager le monde qu'à qu'à dégager les compromis nécessaires au bien commun.
Do not
Au fond,
want the common
le grand
good to
risque du
prevail. They
moment
want to
que nous
serve their
vivons,
interests, and
c'est le
that is the
risque de
major
voir
risk of
l'état
our
de
time.
fait
The risk of
l'emporter.
seeing the facts as
C'est
they
le
are
risque de voir la loi du plus fort
become the
l'emporter.
ongoing state of
C'est le
play.
risque de
We
voir
don't want to see
l'égoïsme de
might is right
quelques-uns
prevail, but that's the
l'emporter.
risk. We don't
C'est le
want to
risque
see
de
the
voir
selfishness
quelques-uns
of some
penser qu'à
people
eux seuls ils
win
peuvent
the day.
décider
That's
du
the
cours du
risk.
monde
The risk
et
is that some
d'oublier
people,
qu'il
an
n'y a
elite,
pas
will
de
decide the
communauté
course that the world will
internationale
run, and that they will forget that there's an international community.
sans un rapport respectueux
There
entre
needs to
pairs,
be respectful
sans une
relations between
coopération
peers.
entre pairs,
There needs to be
qui
cooperation
seul rend
between
possible la
peers.
paix, qui seul
That
rend
alone
possible de
makes
relever les
peace
défis du
possible.
changement
That alone makes
climatique,
it possible
de la
to address
transformation
climate change,
technologique
to have a
ou de
successful
la lutte
digital
contre les
transformation, or to
proliférations
fight
militaires.
against military proliferation.
C'est pourquoi la
It is for
priorité,
this reason
80 ans
that
après, qui doit être la
80
nôtre,
years later,
est de savoir
our
retrouver
priority is
la sève de ce
to
multilatéralisme
really
efficace,
find the crux of
d'une
effective
efficacité
multilateralism,
collective.
to get back to
Là où
that
il faut bien
gem,
le dire,
collective effectiveness. We need to be clear here.
l'anti-jeu, dirait-on ailleurs,
The
de
anti-game
quelques-uns
of some people makes it almost impossible for our organization to be collectively effective. They're playing against us. We need to work together to get back to that collective multilateralism. There's no point here in dividing the North from the South to think that there can be a united West in the face of a global South. That's a pipe dream. That's a vestige of an era where we wanted to isolate ourselves in blocks, pitting ourselves against each other. Here at this forum, there are only men
qui n'ont pas les mêmes religions, qui pensent différemment, dont les civilisations sont parfois différentes, mais qui ont décidé un beau jour que bâtir la paix, relever les défis, en particulier de l'inégalité ou des grandes transitions du monde, faisait qu'ils oublient ces différences pour coopérer tous ensemble. C'est pourquoi il nous faut consolider plutôt les règles existantes et les institutions qui garantissent notre autorité collective et cette efficacité. Les droits de l'homme restent le pilier central de l'édifice des Nations Unies et donnent leur cohérence à l'ensemble des mesures que nous prenons. Et dans cette période où les conflits se multiplient et s'étendent, ce sont aussi à des crises massives des droits humains que nous faisons face. Notre devoir à tous est donc de veiller au respect du droit humanitaire international, comme nous proposons de le faire dans ce cadre de l'initiative mondiale que nous portons avec quelques homologues, l'Afrique du Sud, le Brésil, la Chine, la Jordanie, le Kazakhstan et le CICR. Soutenons la Cour pénale internationale dans sa lutte contre l'impunité. Permettons que les arrêts de la Cour de justice internationale soient mis en œuvre. L'autorité du droit est notre meilleure chance face à la loi du plus fort. L'application des principes est le seul remède aux deux poids, deux mesures que tant d'entre nous sont venus dénoncer à cette tribune devant cette Assemblée depuis que nous en avons fait le Parlement du monde. La paix et la sécurité. C'est pourquoi il est si important que l'Ukraine résiste à la Russie et obtienne une paix qui dissuade celle-ci de lui voler encore son territoire, ses enfants, ses richesses et son avenir. L'agression russe n'est pas le problème de l'Europe, mais celui de nous tous. Elle pose l'éternelle question de l'autorité du droit face à la loi du plus fort, de la liberté face à l'impérialisme. L'Ukraine n'a pas voulu la guerre. Elle veut la paix. La France aussi veut la paix. Les Européens veulent la paix. Les États-Unis d'Amérique veulent la paix. Pour cela, l'Ukraine a un droit fondamental, celui de vivre en sécurité et de ne plus craindre que la Russie l'attaque à nouveau. C'est pourquoi la France, avec le Royaume-Uni, a bâti une coalition des volontaires rassemblant 35 nations pour donner à l'Ukraine des garanties indispensables à sa sécurité dans la durée. Nous créons ainsi les conditions d'une paix solide et juste qui permettra aux Ukrainiens d'accomplir leur destin. Et ce qui s'est passé ces dernières semaines dans l'espace aérien de la Pologne, de la Roumanie, les provocations vues en Estonie ou ailleurs sont la preuve aussi que tous les Européens sont défiés aussi par des menaces et des volontés de déstabilisation russe qui supposent une telle unité. L'Ukraine l'a dit souvent, elle est prête au cessez-le-feu et accepte la négociation. Il revient désormais à la Russie de prouver qu'elle peut choisir la paix alors qu'elle multiplie aujourd'hui les attaques contre les civils en Ukraine et les provocations que je viens d'évoquer. Dans cette attente, la France se tiendra fermement aux côtés de l'Ukraine avec ses partenaires européens et tous ceux qui comprennent l'importance de mettre la Russie en échec pour préserver l'ordre mondial. Et je me félicite des propos il y a quelques heures du président des États-Unis d'Amérique, rappelant l'affaiblissement progressif de l'économie russe, les échecs sur le terrain de la Russie qui, imaginez-le, en peu de 1000 jours, à peine pris 1% du territoire ukrainien malgré tant et tant de pertes, tant et tant de victimes civiles. Je me félicite de voir que le président américain croit dans la capacité de l'Ukraine, pas simplement à tenir, mais à faire valoir ses droits avec nous. C'est parce qu'elle refuse le double standard, ce deux poids deux mesures, que la France s'engage aussi aux côtés de l'Ukraine, comme je viens de l'évoquer, comme elle le fait pour la paix au Proche-Orient. Hier, Nous avons adopté un plan crédible pour mettre fin à la guerre à Gaza, préserver une solution à deux États, Israël et la Palestine, permettre la libération de tous les otages et sauver tant et tant de vies. Nous avons tracé un chemin vers la paix qui nécessite avant toute autre chose que les otages encore détenus par le Hamas soient libérés, que les frappes sur Gaza cessent. Et je suis heureux que l'Arabie saoudite et la France aient convaincu un grand nombre de membres de cette Assemblée de signer la déclaration de New York. Nous sommes 142 membres de cette Assemblée. À tendre la main pour bâtir un chemin de paix. La paix immédiate, libération des otages, la stabilisation de Gaza, la démilitarisation et le démantèlement du Hamas, et une reconnaissance réciproque de deux États et un État palestinien démilitarisé, reconnaissant Israël et un État d'Israël reconnaissant un État de Palestine. Et tous les États de la région qui ne l'ont pas encore fait, reconnaissant ainsi l'État d'Israël. Par cette reconnaissance qui est en fait un chemin vers la paix, c'est aussi la stabilité de la région tout entière que nous cherchons à bâtir. Il ne peut pas y avoir de sécurité, de stabilité pour Israël si c'est une guerre permanente avec tous les voisins qui est paix avec la Palestine, en Cisjordanie et à Gaza, et à travers Jérusalem. Paix au Liban, où la lutte contre le terrorisme ne peut pas se faire au détriment de la souveraineté des Libanaises et des Libanais. Et c'est pourquoi je me félicite du travail que nous avons conduit main dans la main avec les États-Unis d'Amérique, avec les Nations Unies et la FINUL pour bâtir ce chemin qui permet de restaurer la souveraineté du Liban, remettre les forces armées libanaises en situation avec l'appui de la FINUL de retrouver point à point cette souveraineté et évidemment de bâtir ce monopole des armes qui seuls peuvent être détenus par les forces armées libanaises. Le Liban respire mieux quand le Hezbollah est moins fort. Le Liban respirera encore mieux quand l'ensemble des caches d'armes, quand l'ensemble des armes détenues par le Hezbollah seront reprises à la main des forces armées libanaises. Il n'y a pas d'autre choix. La France réunira prochainement une conférence de soutien à la reconstruction du Liban et nous appuierons aussi la conférence que nos amis saoudiens tiendront en soutien aux forces armées libanaises. De la même manière, la Syrie doit retrouver son unité et sa souveraineté. La Syrie est plus libre depuis que le régime d'Assad est tombé. J'ai reçu le président de la transition à Paris, je le reverrai demain avec plusieurs États de la région. Nous œuvrons pour que la Syrie puisse respecter toutes les composantes de sa société civile, en font la force, la sève. Et en même temps puisse, en retrouvant cette unité, retrouver la pleine maîtrise, elle aussi, de sa souveraineté. Et puis, la région ne pourra être en paix que si le programme nucléaire iranien, qui a été partiellement détruit, est à nouveau pleinement contrôlé. C'est pourquoi la France, l'Allemagne et le Royaume-Uni ont déclenché d'un accord commun le processus menant au rétablissement de toutes les sanctions internationales prises précédemment contre l'Iran. Celui-ci porte seul la responsabilité de manquer à ses obligations, mais peut encore décider d'ouvrir les portes à l'AIEA, de faire la lumière sur son stock d'uranium enrichi et d'accepter de nouvelles négociations. Les prochaines heures seront déterminantes. Soit l'Iran fait un geste, se réengage dans un chemin de paix et de responsabilité, permettant de retrouver ce chemin et à l'AIEA de faire son travail et au stock d'être ainsi transféré, soit les sanctions devront s'appliquer. J'aurai l'occasion de m'en entretenir demain avec le président Pezeshkian. Sur chacune de ces questions cruciales, la France avance des solutions concrètes. Le plan pour que cesse la guerre en Ukraine existe. Le plan pour faire la paix au Proche-Orient existe. Le plan pour remettre sous contrôle le programme nucléaire iranien existe. Le plan pour retrouver la pleine souveraineté du Liban existe. Chaque fois, nous voulons être le partenaire de tous ceux qui partagent cette exigence d'agir efficacement. Pourtant, le risque existe aussi que nous nous lassions d'agir et détournions le regard de trop de détresse. La tragédie humanitaire en cours au Soudan est sans doute la plus grave de toutes aujourd'hui.
biggest
Il nous appartient
of those
collectivement de nous
facing us today.
mobiliser,
It's up to us collectively to rally,
comme nous l'avons fait à Paris
to
en
mobilize, as we
2024.
did in Paris
Coordonnons
in
nos
2024.
efforts
Let us coordinate
pour
our
agir
efforts
ensemble,
to act
pour que les
together
belligérants
so
acceptent
that
la
the
négociation
warmongers
et remettent
accept
le pouvoir aux
negotiations
civils.
and put
De la même
power
manière,
back
dans la
in
région des
civilian
Grands Lacs, la
hands. In the
souveraineté et
same way,
l'intégrité
in the
territoriale
Great
de la
Lakes region, the
République
sovereignty and
démocratique du
territorial
Congo doivent
integrity of
être
the Democratic Republic of
respectées.
the Congo must
Il
be
faut rendre
upheld.
l'espoir à la
We need to
population des
return
Kivu
hope to the
et aux
people of
centaines de
Kivu and
milliers
to
de
the hundreds
personnes
of
qui ont été
thousands of people
déplacées.
that have been
Et c'est
displaced.
aussi pour
And
cela
it is also for that reason
Et c'est aussi pour cela que nous réunirons le mois prochain à Paris tous ceux qui peuvent répondre à l'urgence humanitaire et faire converger les initiatives de paix. Et je me félicite de ce qui a été conduit par l'Union africaine, par tant de voisins, par le Qatar, par les États-Unis d'Amérique. Mais l'urgence humanitaire, là aussi, est indispensable. Nous ne devons oublier aucun de ces conflits. Nous n'avons pas le droit à aucun moment de nous décourager. Cette capacité de sursaut, c'est notre force, c'est ce qui nous a rassemblés il y a 8 décennies. Nous n'avons aucun droit à la fatigue dans ce moment que nous vivons. Ayant égrené, sans être pour autant complet, tant de crises, je regarde avec vous lucidement le monde dans lequel nous vivons. Nous voyons partout les risques de prolifération revenir et les nouvelles menaces sans cadre collectif réémerger. L'urgence est aussi à rebâtir un cadre crédible, vérifiable pour lutter contre toute prolifération nucléaire, de reconstruire un cadre crédible pour recontenir les menaces et les proliférations balistiques. Je n'oublie pas les menaces chimiques, bactériologiques, et je n'oublie pas les risques nouveaux, ceux qui impliquent l'intelligence artificielle, le quantique, le cyber, ou le spatial. Autant de menaces sur lesquelles nos cadres existants communs ont été affaiblis ces dernières années. Parfois parce que certains les ont rendus caduques, d'autres fois parce que les règles de vérification n'ont pas été dûment observées, aussi parce que l'accélération technologique fait que celle-ci, ses capacités d'innovation vont plus vite que nos cadres existants. Sur tous ces points, nous n'avons pas le droit de céder. Et notre responsabilité est d'avancer, de bâtir ce cadre de paix indispensable. C'est la même exigence d'efficacité, ce même multilatéralisme efficace qu'il nous faut avoir sur les grands défis globaux qui sont les nôtres. Je sais l'attention que le secrétaire général y accorde et je veux le remercier de l'ambition qu'il affiche pour notre organisation au travers de l'initiative ONU 80. Et je partage cette préoccupation. Oui, il nous faut dans ce moment de désordre que j'évoquais pour les grandes questions de paix et de guerre, ne pas oublier que nous avons tant de défis globaux qui supposent le même esprit de coopération. Regardons en face nos grands déséquilibres mondiaux. Ils touchent toutes les économies, certes les plus riches, au nom de l'une d'entre elles. Mais encore plus, les pays à revenus intermédiaires, les pays développement et évidemment si nous n'arrivons pas à avoir une conversation internationale organisée sur les grands déséquilibres de la planète, si nous y répondons de manière dispersée et non coopérative, nous les aggravons. Aujourd'hui, notre défi, c'est de voir comment aider la Chine à développer la demande intérieure dont elle a tant besoin. Comment essayer de faire que les capacités de production remarquables qu'elle a su développer ces dernières années, ces capacités technologiques, font l'objet parfois de transferts de technologie, mais aussi s'accompagnent d'un développement harmonieux de son marché intérieur. Comment faire face aujourd'hui au déséquilibre commerciaux américains de manière coopérative et pas par des tarifs qui viendront fracturer notre commerce international? Et comment faire que nous ayons une Europe qui arrive à répondre aux besoins d'investissement collectif
And we need to shoulder that responsibility. These challenges mean that we need to cooperate.
Mais que nous n'opposions pas aussi le G7 avec les BRICS,
but we can't pit the G7 against the BRICS, and that's the very rationale behind our agenda for the French G7 of 2026. Of course, we'll work with the Canadian presidency of G7 and the coming presidents of G20. We need to return to that spirit of cooperation that
Parce que c'est ce qui nous permettra
aussi d'avoir un agenda commun pour financer les défis mondiaux qui sont les nôtres. Regardons-nous aujourd'hui. Nous sommes partout en train de réduire nos ambitions communes pour financer les grands défis du monde. Baisse des financements collectifs pour la santé. Baisse des financements collectifs pour la sécurité alimentaire. Baisse des financements collectifs pour l'éducation. Ces défis sont pourtant les nôtres, autant et encore plus qu'ils l'étaient avant la pandémie de Covid-19. Et donc il est absolument indispensable que collectivement nous sachions bâtir des solutions concrètes, des financements nouveaux pour le faire. Les Européens ont décidé de se mobiliser et je remercie la présidente de la Commission qui a eu un discours fort en la matière et mobilise les instruments de financement que européens nous avons mis ensemble pour répondre à ces grands défis. Mais nous devons le faire aussi dans un cadre rénové, celui que nous avons essayé ensemble de bâtir pendant la pandémie elle-même, avec nos partenaires africains, lors du sommet de financement que nous avions ensemble construit en 2021, celui ensemble que nous avons poursuivi lors du sommet des 4P, où nous avons bâti ce pacte pour la prospérité des peuples et la planète, au fond avec un même agenda. Nous devons ensemble mieux coopérer face aux déséquilibres économiques mondiaux. Nous devons bâtir un agenda de croissance partout. Mais nous devons le faire pour aussi aider les pays à financer des efforts d'éducation, de santé, de stabilisation et de sécurité alimentaire et pour relever les défis de la biodiversité. Sortons de ce dilemme où il faudrait choisir entre la croissance come off the horns of a dilemma. We don't need to choose between growth, climate change and biodiversity. We can do everything if we mobilize private and public financing within a framework that brings together, reconciles East, West, North and South. That's the framework we've built. And now what we need to do is expedite the transition that's already underway.
Par les dirigeants de la Banque mondiale et du Fonds monétaire international. Mais il nous faut
the heads of the World Bank, the IMF have commented on these efforts, but we need to go faster. The frameworks we developed have already become obsolete. We need to mobilize more private financing to accompany transitions in middle-income countries, developing countries and the poorest nations. We must develop guarantee mechanisms that losses will be covered, and we need to mobilize more private financing to help those countries and help them to grow. That is vital if we want to avoid crises, destabilization tomorrow. This agenda is an agenda which brings us together.
Et qui sort en quelque sorte quelques-uns de leur égoïsme et évite que quelques autres soient
and avoids a situation whereby others are alone facing their challenges.
C'est pourquoi aussi nous devons continuer, quels que soient les vents mauvais qui soufflent, à nous mobiliser face aux défis de la biodiversité et du climat. Je le disais, nous avons su ensemble bâtir des victoires ces derniers mois. Le traité de Nice, qui a pu rentrer en vigueur par une mobilisation collective, va enfin donner un cadre de régulation à nos océans. C'était attendu. C'est la même mobilisation collective que nous devons avoir sur le plastique. Bâtir un traité international visant à mettre fin à la pollution plastique. C'est la même mobilisation que nous devons avoir pour déployer de manière beaucoup plus efficace les crédits biodiversité et redonner plus de consistance à nos crédits carbone. Et c'est la même mobilisation qu'il nous faut avoir en vue de la COP de Belém. Je le dis, si l'Europe et la France seront au rendez-vous des objectifs de 2035 qui nous sont assignés, seront au rendez-vous aussi de la mobilisation de tous les financements pour mener cette transition, qu'ils soient publics ou privés. Nous n'avons pas le droit, là aussi, de nous détourner
right to turn away, stray from the course towards the goals we set ourselves. We have no right to simply crumble and become isolated. As you see, all of these global challenges, education, healthcare, agriculture, food security, biodiversity, climate, the fight ultimately against all inequalities that destabilize our global order require the same spirit of cooperation. The same spirit that I talked about, the spirit we showed in the face of war and destabilization. Our challenge is the fact that crises, there's a plethora of them, they're growing in number.
Mais je vous rassure, je vais l'arrêter là.
My speech was long and quite comprehensive, but I do reassure you I'm coming to an end. But I forcefully say to you once more, in spite of all that, in spite of the long list that sometimes gives the impression that we might be overwhelmed,
notre devoir
our duty
est de rester debout
is to remain on our feet and to continue to act together. 80 years ago, those that preceded us were facing collapse. The war hadn't finished.
Le pire venait de se produire.
The worst had just come to pass.
Déjà divisé était en train de se composer. Et ils ont décidé de construire ce trésor que sont les Nations Unies. On pourrait accabler notre Assemblée de plein de reproches, y compris des reproches.
Overwhelm our assembly, level criticism against it, reproach it for everything. Not all reproaches are fair, some are.
Si elle est inefficace, c'est que quelques-uns la bloquent, et souvent les plus puissants. Si elle ne va pas assez vite, c'est que nous ne sommes pas assez déterminés pour la faire avancer. Les Nations Unies, c'est nous tous. Il y a une chose, c'est que nous n'avons pas droit au cynisme. Nous n'avons pas droit à la fatigue. Nous n'avons pas droit à l'esprit de défaite. Parce que notre monde est là devant nous. Et le risque qui court, c'est celui de la fragmentation, de la loi du plus fort, de l'état de fait, du cynisme et en quelque sorte de la perte de contrôle. Oui, c'est bien ça, la perte de contrôle. C'est ce que vivent partout nos peuples. La peur devant un futur qui ne contrôle plus. La peur devant des migrations subies chez les uns. La peur devant un climat qu'on n'arrive plus à contrôler. La peur devant des inégalités qu'on n'arrive plus à stabiliser. La peur devant une guerre qu'on n'arrive pas à arrêter. Cette peur n'a qu'un ami. Le plus fort qui en a créé les conditions. Le cynique qui pense qu'on peut se débrouiller à l'abri à quelques-uns qui réussissent. Nous n'avons qu'une responsabilité, agir ensemble, bâtir ce multilatéralisme efficace à nouveau, avec la même foi, la même détermination que les pères fondateurs de cette Assemblée. Le faire avec encore plus d'efficacité, mais avec la même volonté. Ne rien céder aux injustices. Ne rien céder à la fatalité. Alors c'est à nous de faire.
So it's up to us to do just that together. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the French Republic. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Shadia Zaparov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to sincerely congratulate Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her election as the President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to wish her every success in her work. This year, we mark the 80th anniversary of the UN, a unique institution that has stood guard over peace, security, and development for nearly a century. Over this 80 years, Despite numerous conflicts, the world has fortunately been spared the outbreak of a third world war. The United Nations has undoubtedly played a key role in this achievement. The organization has become not only an international platform for dialogue, but also played a special role in preventing a global conflict. Today, the trend of regionalism in world politics is strengthening. We are witnessing continued price hikes, a shortage of liquidity, and a war of sanctions in the global economy. The threat of terrorism and extremism has spread across all countries. Despite criticism, the UN remains the only true universal organization endowed with both moral authority and institutional capacity. Today, Kyrgyzstan takes pride in the political stability it has achieved and in ongoing social and economic transformation. These achievements did not come easily to us. For us, the price of attaining freedom and independence was very high. But I can state one thing with confidence. We have been able to establish Kyrgyzstan as a state. This achievement allows us to set ambitious goals for the future. International organizations, including the UN, recognize Kyrgyzstan as one of the freest and most stable states on the Eurasian continent with a strong civil society. A large-scale and irreversible fight against corruption and crime is considered a priority area of state policy in Kyrgyzstan. Today, our task is to pursue political modernization and economic development in line with the demands of tomorrow. We are committed to improving the investment climate, building an information society, and establishing fair and transparent public governance. Ladies and gentlemen, every year in New York, leaders of all world's nations gather to once again remind themselves and each other of the great mission for which UN was created. I too have come to New York with this mission. Today, my diplomatic staff have prepared a polite text that takes into account the international diplomatic situation. However, this year, standing at this high podium, I decided not to speak as a diplomat. This year, from this podium, I wish to speak not only as the head of state, but as an ordinary person and a citizen of my country, openly expressing my true thoughts and reflections on the international events happening in the world. This year marks the fourth time I am delivering a speech at the UN General Assembly. For 3 consecutive years, I came here and delivered pleasant, beautiful words. But today, I have decided to speak openly and directly about the problems that trouble the hearts of millions of people. In different parts of the world, in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia, new armed conflicts and wars are erupting. Millions of people losing their homes, are forced to abandon their native lands, and millions become victims. Who suffers the most? First and foremost, ordinary people. We cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of many peoples. Palestina'nın, Ukrayna'nın, Sudan'ın, Suriye'nin jana başkalarının azap çekip жатқанына көз жұмып отырбашыбыз керек. Алжирлерде соғыштық аракеттер уланып, карапайым адамдар қырылып, адам құқықтары бұзылуда. Дүйнө коомчулугу өзүнүн өзүнчүл геосаясий кызыкчылыктарына таянып, аталган чыгчатактарга мунусу көбүрөөк, ал эми тигиниси азыраак маанилүү деген принцип менен мамиле кылып, кош стандарттуу ыкманы колдонууда. Украинада дээрлик 4 жылдан бери жаңжал уланып, адамдар өлүп, жарандары өлкөдөн качып чыгууда. Биз АКШ президенти Дональд Трамп менен Россия президенти Владимир Путиндин Украинадагы жаңжалды жөнгө салууга багытталган аракеттерин жана чечимдерин колдойбуз. Биз буга кызыктарбыз. Анткени Россия Украина жаңжалынан улам биз дагы жапа чегип жатабыз. Бир тараптуу санкциялар бизге жаңыдан бутуна туруп келе жаткан өлкөгө да кесепетин тийгизүүдө. Кыргызстан экономикасын өз алдынча чыңдоого күчүрөп аракеттенип келебиз. economy independently. Therefore, we view unjustified sanctions as interference in our internal affairs and as pressure that hinders the development of our still-forming economy. I have always said, I will say again, Kyrgyzstan has strictly fulfilled and will continue to fulfill its international obligations. However, we cannot sacrifice the interests of our citizens and the economic development of our country. The sanctions imposed on Kyrgyzstan are based on false information spread by certain non-governmental organizations and dishonest people. We are ready to accept independent international audits to thoroughly review the activities of Kyrgyzstan's banks. In 2024, EU countries traded with Russia to the amount of $141 billion, of which $36 billion was Russian imports.
Ал эми биздин эки банкка каршы санкция жарыялаган Британиянын өзү
2024
Россия менен $2,2 миллиард соода жүргүзгөн. Ачык айтканда, кимдир бирөөлөр өз алдынча кызматташуу мүмкүнчүлүгүн өзүнчүлүк менен өзүнө калтырып, өз кызыкчылыктарын коргоп, башкаларга тыюу салган. Бул көрүнүштү кантип атоо керек? Өзгөдөн бир нерсе талап кылаардан мурда өзүң башкаларга үлгү бол деген сөз. Бизге Россия менен кызматташпагыла деген талап коесуңар дагы өзүңөр кеңири кызматташып. Бизди силерге караганда Россия менен көптөгөн экономикалык байланыштар бириктирип турат. Ошондуктан экономикалык жактан Россия менен кызматташпай кое албайбыз. Биз башкалар менен тирешүүнү каалабайбыз. Биз дээрлик бардык өлкөлөр менен кызматташып, көп векторлуу саясат жүргүзүп жатабыз. Мисалы, биз ошол эле Англияга жылына $1 миллиарддан ашык долларга алтын сатабыз. Менин өлкө президенти катары биринчи милдетим жарандарымдын жана өлкөмдүн коопсуздугун камсыз кылып, экономикалык абалын жогорулатуу. Биз экономикалык кызматташтыкты жана сооданы саясатташтырууга каршыбыз. Ошондуктан эки банкка банкыбызга салган санкцияларды тез арада алып салууну талап кылабыз. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун баш катчысы буга чейин Газа тилкесин миңдеген балдардын көрүстөнү деп мүнөздөгөн. Газадагы согушту жана үрөй учурган окуяларды токтотуу үчүн дагы эмне кылуу керекпиз? Биз Газа тилкесиндеги аяосуз кагылышуулардын айынан эбегейсиз жоготууларга учурап жаткан Палестина элине тилектеш болушубуз керек. Бүткүл дүйнөнүн көз алдында өтүп жаткан адам чыдагыс трагедияга кайдыгер карабашыбыз керек. Биз палестиналыктарга каршы геноциддин токтотулушун жана Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун эл аралык соту тарабынан эл аралык соттук иликтөөнүн башталышын талап кылабыз. Менин өлкөм ар дайым зордук зомбулукту жана терроризмдин бардык көрүнүштөрүн кескин айыптайт. Анын ичинде 2023 жылдын 7-октябрындагы Израилге террорчулардын кол салууларын дагы айыптайбыз. Андай террорчуларды катуу жазалоо керек. Бирок терроризмге каршы күрөшүүнүн, террорчуларды жок кылуунун өз ыкмалары, жол жобосу бар. Ошол ыкмалар менен күрөшүш керек эле. Андай террорчулардын кесепетинен миллиондогон жөнөкөй жарандар, жаш балдар кырылбаш керек эле.
Millions of ordinary civilians should not perish. Why do we allow the mass deaths of ordinary people and innocent children by the hundreds of thousands? The only way to establish a lasting peace is to implement the principle of two states for two people. Palestine must gain independence based on 1967 borders.
Биз ошондой эле Катар менен Ирандын аймагына жасалган акыркы ракеталык чабуулдарды айыптайбыз. Анткени бул чабуулдар көз карандысыз өлкөнүн эгемендүүлүгүнө кол салуу болуп саналат. Аймактагы туруктуулукка жана коопсуздукка коркунуч келтирет жана эл аралык укуктун ченемдерине каршы келет. Газа, Иран, Ливан жана башка аймактардагы терроризмге, коркунучтарга каршы күрөшүү алардын масштабына жана мүнөзүнө ылайык келүүгө тийиш. Бейкүнөө жарандар, аялдар жана балдар жабыркабашы керек, алар курмандыкка чалынбашы керек.
Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар,
Distinguished ladies and
коңшу өлкө
gentlemen,
катары Кыргызстан
as a neighboring
азыркы
country,
оор шарттарда
Kyrgyzstan considers it
Афган элине
important,
ар
especially
тараптуу
in these
колдоо
difficult
көрсөтүүнү,
times, to provide
Афганистандын
comprehensive support
экономикасын
to the
аймактык
Afghan
жана
people by
дүйнөлүк экономикалык
integrating
процесстерге
Afghanistan's
интеграциялоо
economy into
маанилүү
the
деп эсептейт.
regional and global economic processes.
Афганистанды эл аралык
To
изоляцияга
isolate
алуу,
Afghanistan
аны
at the
чет элдик
international
жардамсыз
level and
калтыруу
deprive it
туура
of
эмес.
foreign assistance
Бул
is wrong.
адилетсиздик.
It is unjust.
Геосаясий
We
идеологиялык
believe that the
максаттарды
use of
көздөп,
financial
каржылык
instruments for
инструменттерди
geopolitical
колдонуу
and
аркылуу
ideological gain,
гуманитардык
thereby
кризисти
deepening the
курчутууну
humanitarian crisis,
адилетсиздик жана
is an act of
адамгерчиликсиздик деп эсептейбиз.
injustice and inhumanity.
Ошондуктан биз
Therefore, we
батыш өлкөлөрү
are
тарабынан
convinced
тондурулган
that the assets of
Афганистандын
Afghanistan
активтерин
frozen by
9 миллиард
Western
акш
countries in
долларынан
the
ашык
amount
акча
of
каражатын
$9 billion
мүмкүн болушунча тез арада
must be
мыйзамдуу
returned
ээсине
to the Afghan
Афган
people
элине
as soon as
кайтарылышы керек
possible.
деп эсептейбиз. Аталган каражаттар
These funds could
инфраструктураны
contribute to
калыбына
the
келтирүүгө,
restoration of
жергиликтүү
infrastructure,
банктар
expansion
аркылуу
of access to
жарандарга
credit through
жеткиликтүү
local banks,
насыяларды берүү
the
мүмкүнчүлүгүн
development of
кеңейтүүгө,
agriculture and the
айыл
creation
чарбасын
of new
өнүктүрүүгө жана
opportunities for
жакырчылыкта
millions
жашаган
of people
миллиондогон
living in
адамдарга
poverty.
жаңы мүмкүнчүлүктөрдү түзүүгө жардам бермек. Бул акчаларды ушул тапта өзүңөр колдонуп, пайдасын көрүп жатасыңар. Эмне деген уятсыздык. Ушул эле Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун маалыматына ылайык, 2025 жылы Афганистанда 15 миллиондон ашык адам ачкачылыкка дуушар болсо, 24 миллион адам гуманитардык жардамга муктаж болуп. Баарыбызга маалым болгондой, сентябрь айынын алгачкы күндөрүндөгү жер титирөөдөн улам 2000ден ашуун афган боодошторубуз каза тапты. Тилекке каршы акча каражаттарынын жетишсиздигинен жана инфраструктуранын начарлыгынан улам жабыркагандарга өз убагында жардам көрсөтүүгө мүмкүн болгон жок. Биз батыш өлкөлөрүнүн лидерлерин Афган элинин келечеги үчүн активтерин тез арада кайтарып берүүгө чакырабыз. Эгер Афган эли жакырчылыктан, ачарчылыктан тез арада чыксын десеңиздер, токтоосуз кайтарып бериңиздер. Адам укугу, мамлекеттер аралык укуктар жөнүндө сүйлөгөн сөзүңөр менен кылган ишиңер мына ошондо бири-бирине дал келет. Урматтуу жыйындын катышуучулары, Африка өлкөлөрүндөгү чыр-чатактардан баштап азык-түлүк коопсуздугуна чейинки маселелер сөз жүзүндөгү боорукердикти эмес, конкреттүү иш менен бекемделген тилектештикти талап кылат. Африка 1,5 миллиарддан ашык халкы бар, 54 мамлекет жайгашкан Евразиядан кийинки эле экинчи чоң континент. Африкада ресурстардын эбегейсиз запастары бар. Жана биз жакынкы келечекте Африканын дүйнөлүк экономикадагы жана эл аралык саясаттагы ролу бир нече эсе жогорулай тургандыгына ишенебиз. Ошондуктан Африканын эбегейсиз кен байлыктары, Африканын тез өнүгүшү Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун тынчтыкты сактоо ишин күчөтүүбүз зарыл. Менин өлкөм 1990 жылдардын башында эгемендүүлүккө ээ болгондон тартып Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун тынчтык күчтөрүн конфликт болгон өлкөлөргө жөнөтө баштаган. Бул биздин бүткүл дүйнөдөгү тынчтыкты жана коопсуздукту чыңдоого чын ыкластан салым кошууну каалай тургандыгыбызды дагы бир жолу далилдейт. Мамлекеттердин салымы алардын өлчөмү менен эмес, алардын тынчтыкта жана тилектештикке чын ыкластуу каалоосу менен аныкталууга тийиш. Биз эл аралык келишимдерди, анын ичинде ядролук куралдарды таркатпоо жөнүндөгү келишимдерди аткарууну жактайбыз. Жаш муундарды өзөктүк куралсыз дүйнөнү кабылдоого тарбиялашыбыз керек. Жаш муундардын арасында массалык кыргын салуучу куралдардын колдонуунун кыйратуучу кесепеттери жөнүндө түшүндүрүү иштерин жүргүзүүбүз зарыл. Кыргыз тараптын демилгеси менен жана Бириккен Улуттар Уюмуна мүчө мамлекеттердин колдоосу менен куралсыздануу боюнча эл аралык агартуу күнүнүн концепциясын ишке ашыруу эң сонун аянчы болду. Кыргызстан Борбор Азиядагы өзөктүк куралдан эркин аймак жөнүндөгү келишимдин демилгечилеринин бири жана депозитарийи болуп саналат. Биз куралсыздануу жана аны жайылтпоо боюнча бардык фундаменталдуу эл аралык документтерге, анын ичинде ядролук куралды жайылтпоо боюнча келишимге жана ядролук сыноолорго толук тыюу салуу жөнүндө келишимге кошулдук. Ырааттуулук принцибине ылайык
In line with the principles of consistency, this year the Kyrgyz Republic made the political decision to sign the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. We firmly believe that our planet must exist without nuclear weapons. This human invention must be used solely for peaceful purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, for sustainable development and regional integration, the countries of Central Asia require equal dialogue and active cooperation. Despite complex historical and geographic factors, Kyrgyzstan has peacefully resolved its border issues with neighboring countries, in particular Tajikistan and Uzbekistan. This process involved lengthy negotiations and at high political levels, expert levels, and was resolved with due respect for the interests of all sides. I can state with confidence that today the borders between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan and Uzbekistan are borders of friendship, trade and cooperation. This experience confirms that peace is possible where there is political will, respect and dialogue, which enabled us to resolve existing contradictions and embark on a path of creation and development. Kyrgyzstan is ready to share this experience of resolving complex issues with the international community. Let us use the more than $3 trillion that are spent annually on armaments worldwide to improve people's lives, eradicate hunger, protect our environment, and clean the air. After all, there are no borders when it comes to breathing air. We all breathe the same air. Therefore, I call on us to live not in a race for who has the most powerful weapons, but in a competition for whose country has the cleanest nature and air. Dear friends, climate change is a reality we are witnessing today. We face threats of drought, melting glaciers, changes in ecosystems, and loss of biodiversity. Kyrgyzstan, as a mountainous country, is particularly vulnerable to these changes. We are already experiencing the threat of declining water resources and risks to agriculture and biodiversity. Although Kyrgyzstan is landlocked, it actively participates in international environmental initiatives and can play a significant role in supporting agreements aimed at protecting global ecosystems. The Kyrgyz Republic consistently advocates for recognition of the interconnection of natural systems from mountains to oceans, which are two poles of a single system. The future of the oceans begin on the mountaintops. In this context, we ratified the agreement on conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity and became among the first 60-plus countries to join the agreement. Rivers that sustain marine and coastal ecosystems originate in mountains. Thus, the protection of mountain ecosystems and the sustainable management of the oceans are interconnected. At present, the country is preparing the second Bishkek Plus 25 summit, scheduled for 2027 as a central platform for states, international organizations, and experts on sustainable development of mountain regions. We invite all of you to take an active part in this event. Dear friends, as former UN General Secretary Dag Hammarskjöld once aptly said, the UN was not created to lead humanity to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. Today these words are more relevant than ever. The organization was born from the horrors of war, but lives and on thanks to faith in cooperation, dialogue and respect. Now more than ever, it is important to preserve and strengthen the system of multilateralism as a shield against anarchy and unilateral positions. There is an urgent need to develop fundamentally new international mechanisms that adequately respond to contemporary challenges and threats. Our organization needs to change. This is no longer a choice, but a requirement of time and today's realities. In this context, we support the effort of the Secretary General to reform the UN under the initiative UN-80. It is also time to improve the reform work of the UN Security Council.
Азыркы учурда Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун Коопсуздук Кеңешинин 15 мүчөсү дүйнөнүн бардык мамлекеттеринин тагдырын иш жүзүндө чечип жатышат. Алардын биргелешкен позицияга келүүсүнөн согуш менен тынчтык, коопсуздук жана туруктуулук маселелери көз каранды. Мындан да маанилүүсү, Коопсуздук Кеңешинин туруктуу 5 мүчөсү туура эмес, адилетсиз чечимдерге ар дайым жол коюу мүмкүнчүлүгүнө ээ. Кыргызстан Коопсуздук Кеңешинин өркүндөтүү боюнча керектүү чараларды көрүүнү зарыл деп эсептейт жана бул чаралар көпчүлүк мамлекеттердин кызыкчылыгын эске алышы керек. Ушуга байланыштуу Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун Коопсуздук Кеңешинин реформалоонун бардык маселелери боюнча ыкчам жана компромисстүү чечимге жетишүү абдан маанилүү. Бул реформа универсалдуулук, кеңири географиялык өкүлчүлүк принциптерине негизделип, Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун мүчө мамлекеттеринин колдоосуна ээ болуусу зарыл. Кыргызстан африкалык мамлекеттердин Коопсуздук Кеңешине мүчө болуу укугун кеңейтүүнү жана тарыхый теңсиздикти жоюу аракетин мыйзамдуу жана адилеттүү деп эсептейт. 60-тан ашык мүчө мамлекет, алардын ичинде Кыргызстан да эч качан Коопсуздук Кеңешине шайланган эмес, ошол эле учурда кээ бир мамлекеттер 5-6 жолудан шайланышкан. Бул адилетсиздик деп эсептейбиз. Урматтуу делегация мүчөлөрү, Кыргызстан дүйнөдөгү тынчтыкты, коопсуздукту жана туруктуу өнүгүүнү камсыздоодо өз салымын кошууга умтулууда. Дүйнөдөгү чакан мамлекеттердин маселесине Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун көңүлүн буруу максатында Кыргызстан 2027-2028 жылдарга Бириккен Улуттар Уюмунун Коопсуздук Кеңешинин туруктуу эмес мүчөлүгүнө өзүбүздүн талапкерлигибизди көрсөттүк. Буга чейин Коопсуздук Кеңешине шайланбаган өлкөлөрдү колдоо, Бириккен Улуттар Уюмуна мүчө мамлекеттердин тең укуктуулугун белгилеп, уюмдун беделин көтөрөт жана ага болгон ишенимди бекемдөөгө өбөлгө түзөт. Биз адилеттүүлүк принцибине ишенебиз. Ошондуктан Бириккен Улуттар Уюмуна мүчө мамлекеттерден кийинки жылдын июнь айында өтө турган шайлоодо Кыргызстанды колдоп коюуңарды өтүнөмүн. Ар бир мамлекет Коопсуздук Кеңешинин мүчөсү болууга жана дүйнөдөгү тынчтык менен коопсуздукту сактоого өз салымын кошуу мүмкүнчүлүгүнө ээ болууга тийиш. Биз Коопсуздук Кеңешине олуттуу маселе сунуштай турган тажрыйбасы бар мамлекеттердин катарына киребиз деп ишенимдүү түрдө айта аламын. Биз эл аралык укукту, адилеттүүлүктү, адам укуктарын коргоону бекем карманабыз жана өз ара урматтоого, кызыкчылыктардын балансына жана келечек муундардын жоопкерчилигине негизделген көп тараптуу системаны колдойбуз. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, учурдун чакырыктары жалпыбызга тиешелүү жана аларга карата жоопторубузда бирдиктүү болушу керек. Айткан сөзүбүз менен ишибиз дал келүүсү кажет. Биз аракетсиздикке жол бербешибиз керек. Дүйнө аракетти талап кылат. Планетабыздын келечеги баарыбыздын жалпы жоопкерчилигибиз. Көңүл бурганыңыздарга рахмат.
Thank you very much for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Gustavo Petro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Señor Presidente de la Asamblea,
President.
Este es mi último discurso como presidente aquí, ya es el cuarto. En el primero anuncié a la Asamblea que era muy posible que estallara un conflicto al lado de Ucrania en Palestina.
that it was very likely that there would be conflicts in Ukraine and Gaza
no tenemos bombas ni grandes presupuestos no somos escuchados aquí, pero
suggested that there be a peace conference, but those who don't have bombs or large budgets are not heated here. Well, 4 years later,
dantesco de la situación de Palestina
the
no me llevó a
horrific
pensar
situation in
que lo mismo o casi lo mismo podría ocurrir en el Caribe colombiano.
Did not lead me to think that almost the same thing could happen in the Colombian Caribbean area, where unarmed young people are being shot at with missiles in the open seas. And now we are in a different situation.
Más global, la barbarie hoy
more
es
global,
del planeta.
A kind of stone
Hoy
age
cae sobre la humanidad entera.
that has descended on
Los misiles sobre
humankind.
17 jóvenes desarmados
Against
en las
17
aguas del Mar
unarmed
Caribe,
young people
quizás
in the
algunos colombianos.
Caribbean Sea,
La
some of them
persecución,
Colombians.
aprisionamiento y encadenamiento y
Persecution,
expulsión
imprisonment,
de millones de
expulsion
migrantes.
of millions
Los
of
misiles que
migrants,
caen sobre las 70.000
missiles,
personas en Gaza
that
y
have
los
killed
matan.
some 70,000
La
people
falta
in
de acción
Gaza,
sobre la
the lack
crisis
of action
climática,
on the climate
cuyas palabras se
crisis.
borran por orden de Trump, están ligados y obedecen a la
All this
misma
is
causa.
linked and all
La
this has the
migración
same
es
cause.
una excusa para que
Migration
una
is simply
sociedad
an excuse
rica,
so that a
blanca
rich society,
y racista
rich, white, and
se
racist,
crea la raza superior
believes itself to
y no
be
mire que sus
the
dirigentes
superior
la
race
llevan
and is not
con toda la humanidad
realizing that its
al abismo
leaders
de su propia
are
extinción.
leading it to the abyss, to its
Dicen
own
que los
distinction
misiles en
together
el
with the rest of
Caribe eran
humanity.
para
They
detener
said
las
that the
drogas.
missiles in the Caribbean were
Mentira,
used to stop
dicha
drug
aquí, en
trafficking.
este
That
mismo
is a
sitio.
lie.
En el año
Stated here in this
2023 y
very rostrum.
2024
In 2023 and 2024
fueron los años donde más
were
cocaína
years
se
when
incautó
the
y más
largest
de
amount of cocaine
700
was
capos
seized,
del
and
narcotráfico
over
fueron
700
extraditados a
drug
Estados
traffickers were
Unidos y Europa.
extradited
Los
to the
extradité
United
yo
States in Europe. I
y la
extradited them.
cocaína la
And
incautó mi gobierno.
And my government seized,
Y no
confiscated
tiramos un
the
solo
cocaine,
misil,
and we didn't
ni
shoot a single
asesinamos
missile,
ningún joven.
nor did we kill any youths.
Los años donde probé
The years
que es más eficaz sustituir
where I was able to
voluntariamente
prove
con
that
los
it's more
cultivos
effective
de hoja de coca
to
que
substitute
erradicarla
coca
forzadamente
crops, then
con
eradicate
glifosato
them,
y fuerza
then forced
sobre los
eradication
campesinos pobres de
using
Colombia.
poison.
He cambiado
forcing
la fracasada y
peasants to use
violenta guerra contra las drogas
The violent
por
war
una
against
eficaz
drugs
política
was a failure, and
antinarcotraficante,
I
que es
replaced
diferente.
it with an
No
effective
confundir la sustancia
anti-trafficking
muerta con la persona
policy.
codiciosa.
Not based
Pero
on
necesitan
a
violencia
mix-up
para
between an
dominar a
inert
Colombia y América
substance
Latina.
that is drugs with people who
Necesitan
actually
destruir
use
el
it and
diálogo
practice
e
it. But
imponer
what was
y
necessary
lanzar
is to destroy
misiles
dialogue
asesinos
and to
sobre
shoot
jóvenes pobres
missiles.
en el
Was it
Caribe.
really necessary on
La
unarmed,
política
poor
antidroga
young
no
people
es
in the Caribbean? The
para
anti-drug
detener la
policy
cocaína
is
que
not
llega a
meant
los
to
Estados
stop
Unidos.
cocaine that is coming to the United
La
States.
política antidrogas es
Anti-drug
para dominar
policy
los
is
pueblos
to
del sur
dominate
en
the
general.
peoples of the South
No
as
mira
a
la
whole.
droga, mira el poder y la dominación.
You shouldn't look at
Por
the
eso
drugs,
hablo
you
ante
should look at
ustedes
who has the power
como
and
un
who dominates.
presidente
This is
decertificado
why I speak to you
por el
as a
mismo
decertified
presidente
president. I've been
sin
decertified by
que él
President
tuviera
Trump
ningún derecho a hacerlo,
without him
ni
having
humano,
any right to
ni
do
divino,
this,
y
a
sin
human
razón
right or
mental.
divine right or any
Quieren
sensible
violentar y
reason.
forzar a decenas de miles de
They
campesinos
want to
desde
force
el
by
gobierno de
violence
Estados
tens of
Unidos,
thousands
que
of
está
peasants
influenciado por
to do what
políticos
the
de
U.S.
poder
government wants
colombianos
to do,
mafiosos.
which are
A
influenced by
centenares de miles de campesinos colombianos los han masacrado
mafia
como
groups in
masacran a los niños en
Colombia. Thousands
Las
of
masacres fueron
peasants
hechas
are
en
massacred
Colombia
in Colombia
por políticos que eran
by
senadores
politicians who were senators, who were presidents, who were ministers, that were bribed and on the payroll of the drug mafia. And at the same time, they were allies of the extreme right based in Florida of the United States, and now allies of the Trump administration. They've been allied for decades with drug lords, cocaine drug lords in Colombia. They were allies, and so they led this anti-drug policy from Washington. I don't know if Trump even knows that his foreign policy towards Colombia, Venezuela, and towards the Caribbean is based on advice from Colombians who are allies of the cocaine mafia. I myself denounced these politicians, including the paramilitaries, drug traffickers, naming them by their names in the Congress of Colombia when I was senator, and many times they wanted to kill me because of that. And they did not want me to become president. They wanted me to shut up. And now they don't want another progressive government to be reelected. That is why I've been personally decertified, and they have spread calumny against Colombia. Colombia has confiscated the highest amount of cocaine in the history of the country under my government, and I've been decertified. In Colombia, we have managed to stop the increase in the rate of expansion of coca crops that was 43% under the government of Duque, and has dropped to 3%, and Duque was not decertified. He was who had someone who financed his campaign who was a drug trafficker, and instead they decertified me. So anti-drug policy is not aimed at the public health of a society, but rather to prop up a policy domination. They don't want to give the power to the people. The young people that were killed using missiles in the Caribbean. We're not from Hamas. They were not from other terrorist groups. They were poor Colombians. And with apologies to those who dominate the United Nations, there should be criminal cases against those officials of the United States for doing this, including the utmost official, President Trump, that allowed the shooting of missiles against these young people who were simply trying to escape poverty. Youths in a speedboat who might have had a certain amount of drugs were not drug traffickers. They were simply poor youth. But the real drug traffickers live somewhere else, not in America, not in Latin America. So it's easy to shoot missiles against the speedboats with migrants and accusing them of terrorism and drug trafficking when they don't have a single weapon to defend themselves, when the real drug traffickers live in New York, here, just a few blocks from here. In Miami. And they reach agreements with the DEA. And they're allowed to traffic in Africa, in Russia, in China, but not in the United States. The country that has not managed to reduce its consumption of cocaine because it's drug addicts, or rather they did manage to reduce the consumption of cocaine simply because their addicts switched to another type of drug, fentanyl, which is much deadlier. This fentanyl is produced in the industrial heartland of the United States, here. Not far from here. And the consumers are here as well. It's produced and consumed
de lo que se ha podido entender de drogas en la historia de la humanidad desde que supimos del vino, del alcohol o de la cerveza. Adictos al fentanilo y a la gasolina. Venenos totales de la vida en el mundo. Peor la gasolina que el fentanilo.
Gasoline is even worse than
Solo los pueblos negros de aquí, ancestrales de aquí, de más de 20.000 años de antigüedad, las juventudes, las mujeres que no quieren ver morir en masa a sus hijos, blancas, negras, de todos los colores, que aún piensan, gentes que aún piensan, no duermen bajo el fentanilo o bajo la televisión mentirosa y que pueden detener la tiranía dentro de Estados Unidos mismo y en el mundo. Los ciudadanos que salen a las calles en California, en Nueva York, en Filadelfia, donde se tocó la campana de la libertad, a pesar de los ejércitos que manda Trump contra su propio pueblo para amedrentarlo a los estados de las ciudadanías libres, en los mismos estados que dejan de estar unidos hoy ante la tiranía. De mal en peor, el presidente de los Estados Unidos no ve que han caído asesinados 1 millón de latinoamericanos entre sí mismos, el mayor porcentaje de ellos compuesto por colombianos. Y otro millón morirá de norteamericanos por el fentanilo en 10 años. La cocaína mataba por venenos que le mezclaban 3.000 personas al año en este país. Hoy el fentanilo mata 100.000. 33 veces más. Mejoró Estados Unidos con 50 años de una política absurda, o empeoró y está conduciendo a su sociedad a la muerte dantesca de la droga que mata el cerebro y el pulmón. En esa mortandad de la humanidad, Trump no solo deja que caigan misiles contra los jóvenes en el Caribe, no solo encarcela y encadena migrantes, sino que permite que lancen misiles contra niños, jóvenes, mujeres y viejos en Gaza. Se hace cómplice del genocidio, porque es genocidio y hay que gritarlo una y otra vez. Este recinto es testigo mudo y cómplice de un genocidio en el mundo de hoy, cuando creíamos que era solo propiedad de Hitler. Trump no habla de democracia, no habla de crisis climática, no habla de vida, solo amenaza y mata y deja matar a decenas de miles. En cambio, en mi gobierno, en Colombia, no hemos aumentado la tasa de homicidio. Tenemos la tasa de desempleo más baja del siglo en el país. Tenemos la tasa de pobreza más baja del siglo en nuestras estadísticas. E impulsamos nuestra agricultura 10% anual real y nuestra industria al 5% anual. Y llegaron turistas como nunca por millones a mirar nuestra enorme belleza, el país de la belleza y de la diversidad natural y humana y cultural. Y buscamos paz hablando con narcos y rebeldes. No me da pena hablar siempre para salvar vidas, poniendo por principio la erradicación total de las economías ilícitas y la erradicación de los cultivos de hoja de coca por voluntad misma de los campesinos que están cansados de la violencia. No nos dejamos sobornar de los narcos, como sí sucedió en gobiernos pasados de Colombia. Y ya llevamos 25.000 hectáreas erradicadas voluntariamente. Tenemos éxito en nuestra política nueva, que no es de drogas, es
It's not an anti-drug policy, but an anti-drug traffickers policy. That is something different. And we're grateful to the countries that have helped us, such as Qatar, Cuba, Mexico, Vatican, Norway, Brazil, and Venezuela.
No le agradecemos a los que nos quieren llevar a la guerra entre nosotros mismos. Escuchen, señoras y señores del mundo. América Latina no es solo coca o terroristas o narcotraficantes. América Latina tiene potencialmente 1.400 gigas de capacidad anual de energía eléctrica limpia, basada en el agua, el viento y el sol. Y Estados Unidos en el norte, aquí, demanda todos los años 1.200 gigas de energía.
The United
que
States
hoy
has a
son en un
huge demand for
70%
energy,
fósiles,
and 70%
es decir,
of it is
basadas
called by
en
fossil
carbón, gas
fuels,
y
based,
petróleo.
in other words, based on carbon,
América
coal,
Latina,
gas.
si desarrolla su potencial de energía limpia,
Latin America is
podrá
developing
limpiar
its,
toda la matriz de
clean
energía fósil de los Estados Unidos.
potential,
Oigan eso.
and we can
Falta el dinero.
satisfy the
Y se
entire
produciría
demand
el
of the
mayor
United States for
aporte a la
energy. What
superación de la
is
crisis
necessary
climática,
is
hoy
investment,
casi sin
and we
pasos
would make the
adelante,
biggest contribution
entre el
to fighting
potencial de
climate
energía
change.
limpia y la enorme esponja
Given the huge potential
absorbente de la
for
selva
clean energy
amazónica,
and
América Latina sería la
capacity to
vanguardia humana
absorb
que podría dar
by
el primer paso cierto y
the Amazon,
contundente para salvar la vida del planeta y a la humanidad toda.
Tremendous contribution to save
Solo se
the life
necesitan
in this planet.
$600 millones.
All that is necessary is $600
para desarrollar
billion
su potencial.
to develop this
Lo mismo
potential.
puede hacer África con Europa.
Africa and Europe can
La
do the
suma
same.
de este aspecto de descarbonización fundamental nos daría
decarbonization
$1.2 billón o $1.2 como se habla en inglés.
With over $1 trillion,
Estos dineros
$1.3
ya
trillion.
están en las arcas guardados en
This
Estados
is money
Unidos,
that is already
Europa,
in the
China.
treasuries of
Pero no
United
se mueve
States,
ni un
Europe,
dólar.
and China, but not a
No es
dollar
rentable.
is,
O peor aún,
spent
puede ser
because
muy
it's not
rentable en
profitable.
términos de vida humana,
Or rather, it might be
incluida
profitable
la
in terms of
vida
human
en
life,
Estados Unidos,
including
Europa y
life
China.
in the United States,
Pero no
in
quieren
Europe and China. However,
interdepender
they
de
don't
América Latina
want
y
to
África.
depend
Saben
on
que unir la energía
Latin
limpia de
America and
América
Africa. They
Latina
know
y
that
África
to bring
a las
together the clean
economías
energy of
fósiles del
Africa
norte
and
no
Latin
solo
America
descarboniza el planeta,
would not only
salva del colapso
decarbonize the
climático,
planet, save it
sino
from
que
the
también
climate
cambia el
collapse, but it
poder
would
mundial,
also
el
change
que
the
aquí a
global
veces habla,
power,
pero habla todos los días
which-
es con bombas y no con palabras.
which is discussed here,
Lo
but
vuelve
that power is
la
is
descarbonización
spoken in terms of
vuelve al
bombs.
poder una democracia global
But
y cambia las
this
relaciones
would
de
truly create a
producción porque
global
aparece
democracy
primero
and change
la
the means
vida
of production
y la
because
humanidad
life
como
and humanity would become
prioridad
the
sobre la
priorities, and they would
La codicia es el veneno de la vida.
they would
Es
edge
una
out greed.
contradicción
Greed is the
antagónica,
poison
como
of
dijera
life.
alguna vez Mao, pero no pensando en patrones y obreros, sino
And
entre la codicia
Mao
y
spoke
la
of
vida
this.
misma del planeta Tierra.
Chairman Mao.
Según la ciencia, tenemos 10 años para
According
caer
to
en un
science, we have
punto de
10
no
more
retorno.
years until
10
we reach a
años.
point of no return in terms of the
Y
climate.
donde ya pasemos a ese punto, no
And
se puede hacer nada.
Once we reach that
Solo
point, we won't be able
observaremos
to do anything.
las
We will
catástrofes y las
simply
sentiremos
observe the
incluso en nuestra propia
disasters,
familia.
and we'll feel them in our own
Porque será,
families and cities.
porque será, si me pueden,
Because
irreversible
it
la
will be
extinción de la vida,
irreversible.
incluida la
The
humana.
extinction of life, the extinction of human life will be,
Del
there'll
proceso.
be an
Ya
irreversibility
ninguna
of the process,
tecnología,
and no
ninguna fuerza
technology,
política o social,
no political
ninguna
or
mente
social
humana
force
podrá hacer nada
will be able to do
para
anything
detener
about it
el colapso. Y nos quedan 10
stop this
años,
collapse, and we only have 10 years left.
dice la ciencia.
That is
Pero
what
aquí no
science
creen
tells
en la
us.
ciencia,
But
dijo uno.
here people don't
El más
believe in
poderoso
science.
del mundo no cree en la
The most
ciencia.
powerful man in
Y
the
eso
world
se
does not
llama
believe in science.
irracionalismo.
That is the
Y de irracionalismo
irrationality.
se llenó filosóficamente Alemania,
And
el país de los grandes filósofos de Feuerbach, de
Germany,
Hegel,
the country of great philosophers,
de Kant.
of Kant,
Y hoy de
Feuerbach and
irracionalismo
others,
se está llenando Estados Unidos y fue
was
la antesala
became prey of irrationalism in 1933, and today it's this country that is becoming irrational. The solution is to stop consuming fossil fuels and to quickly switch to water, wind, hydrogen. But the word decarbonization sounds subversive at the conferences of the most powerful countries, G7 or G20 or in Davos, among the rich. Just as 5 centuries ago, the word democracy sounded subversive here, or in Bogota, and in Paris,
esos dineros de los que hablo aquí,
Madrid.
600 mil millones de dólares,
these dollars that I mentioned here, 600 billion or 1.3 trillion.
En 1 o 2 ceros, mayor que la cifra que prometieron los países desarrollados dar, y que son limosnas.
This is
y no cumplieron
just a little more than what the
desde la COP
rich
de
countries
París,
pledged
porque no les interesa la
COP in
descarbonización.
Paris, and they have not fulfilled their
Y
pledges
es
because
entre
they're not
ceros
interested
la demasía de la
in
cifra
decarbonization.
sobre los exiguos préstamos de la banca multilateral, que son
And,
eso, pura limosna inocua,
what has come
pura
is
ideología
is
pensando que la rentabilidad del capital
loans
limpia
from
la atmósfera y
multilateral
salva la vida.
banks, which are
Mentiras ideológicas,
which are just
fantasmagóricas, fetiches,
small
para que no
amounts
miremos
compared to
arriba
what
y
is
no
needed.
actuemos como humanidad. La crisis climática implica
The climate
priorizar
crisis
en todos los presupuestos
means
públicos la
that in all
inversión en
public
descarbonización y
budgets,
adaptación.
investment in
Necesita
decarbonization and
por
adaptation
completo
should be the
una
priority.
política financiera mundial
Global
diferente,
financial policy
de
is
abolir
necessary
la
that is
prima del
different.
riesgo de la deuda.
The
¿Quién
debt
dijo
risk
que son
premium
riesgosos
should be
los países que más,
abolished.
que no son
Which
riesgosos?
countries are the
Los
riskiest?
países que emitan más gases efecto
They are
invernadero,
the countries that
el segundo o primero de la Tierra.
that have the highest greenhouse gas
Y que
emissions,
sí
such
son
as this one.
riesgosos
These are the
los
riskiest
países que
countries.
absorbemos
Whereas the
el
countries
CO2
that
y tenemos
absorb
selvas y mucho
CO2, and
agua y
we have
absorbemos
jungles
en
and
el
a lot
sur
of water
el CO2
in the
del
south.
norte.
We absorb
Porque
the
el mercado
CO2 of the
dice lo
north.
contrario, si no es porque está equivocado y va camino
But
al
the
abismo de la vida.
market does not
Se
agree with that.
necesita condonar deuda en los países más pobres
So
y
the
cambiar
debt
pagos de
of the
deuda
poorest countries must
externa
be
por
forgiven.
inversión
There should be
en
swaps,
la
debt swaps
adaptación y mitigación de
for
la crisis climática.
adaptation and
Sí,
mitigation
señores de la
and
China y
investment
Alemania y
in the
Estados
climate
Unidos
crisis.
y Wall Street y París y la Bolsa de
People
Londres.
from the United States and those from
Ustedes quieren
from
recoger
Wall
los
Street,
intereses de
from
la deuda
London.
externa
You
en
want to
nuestros países.
collect the
Encontrarán
interest payments
cementerios y
from
muertos
the
y
debt
cuando
of
vayan a
our countries.
recogerlo
What you will
ustedes
find
también
eventually
serán
is
cementerios y muertos. No
cemeteries
sirve
because
ese
we'll
dinero
all be dead.
en
The
medio de
money,
los cadáveres.
the money will be useless in the midst of all the
He aquí
cemeteries.
otra palabra subversiva.
Another subversive
Planificar.
word is to plan.
Plan global.
Global,
Se olvidó
a
la
global
palabra
plan.
por el mercado.
The word
No se
plan has been
necesitaba
forgotten
planificar, dijeron,
because
cuando
it was
planificar
not
es de los
necessary
seres
to
humanos.
plan
Es anatema.
because the
Tanta
plan is
creencia
anathema.
religiosa y falsa se desató sobre el mercado.
And
Creencia fundamentalista,
there was a fundamentalist belief in the
pensando que
markets,
llevaba el mercado a la felicidad.
thinking that markets would bring
Dijo Alras,
happiness.
el suizo, economista, y el
The Swiss
abismo,
economist Arras said this.
lo que lleva el mercado
And in
es
fact,
no a la felicidad,
the market leads to
sino a
an
la muerte
abyss.
y el
It leads to
abismo,
death,
como ya lo vemos hoy.
as we are already witnessing
Malras estaba
today.
equivocado.
Malras, that
El
was his name,
neoliberalismo estaba
was wrong.
equivocado desde el
Neoliberalism
principio y
was
llevamos 50
was
años
mistaken from the
guiando
very
a nuestros
beginning,
países
and it's been
bajo
guiding our
fórmulas
countries for the past
completamente
50 years,
erráticas y
based on
acientíficas, y no las cambiamos.
based on completely
El
erroneous
plan debe ser
formulas.
vinculante a
The
los
plan-
estados nacionales,
Plans should be
realizado en
binding
una
on
democracia
national
global,
states there should be a global democracy supervised by a Security Council that does not have the right to veto. Because we have to understand that the market will not resolve the climate crisis because it has produced that crisis. It was capital, which is based on unequal relationship between those who own the means that create the carbon and those who work, who are salaried employees. And this is a system that has to produce more and more objects that the boss, the owner, has to sell. And the same thing for the production of fossil fuels. That is what has produced the climate crisis. Produce more, to consume more, to sell more, and thus create more carbon, more oil until we die. This will not last forever because carbon and fossil fuels have reached the end, because that is perhaps will mean the end of capital in general, because if it's not the end of capital, it'll be the end of life. The owner of capital is an individual that has power. It's not a thing. It's not some kind of puppet. It is a human being with his greed, a slave to his greed. That is the individual who will seek to make sure that more and more oil is produced in their countries, even if it poisons his life, and continue to dig for more oil, even if it destroys the atmosphere and destroys life. So we have to choose either life or greed, either the Stone Age or local and global democracy. Freedom or death, as Bolivar said. And that was his slogan, his red and black, white and white banner. Freedom red, death black, and possible peace white. That is what is necessary, is a revolution by the peoples of the world to overcome the climate crisis and not to allow this crisis to reach a global collapse. It is a revolution of the united peoples, of civilizations that need to engage in dialogue, more than states themselves. It is a revolution of entire humanity to save life on the planet, and perhaps with the cooperation of certain governments that want to support life. Today, the United Nations is experiencing a crisis, and there's a need to transform it. Today, we have nation-states gathered here who no longer have power, and that no matter how much they vote, they are ignored, because the nation-state has also reached its decadence, its ultimate fall. Because capital has become global. It's not contained in a state.
Pero Stalin no tenía las entendederas
Socialism
para ello y creyó más en la tribu y condenó en Yalta una revolución mundial en España, en Italia, en Grecia y quizás hubiera sido América Latina y otros. La humanidad es el nuevo sujeto político que aparece, no el Estado-nación. Y por tanto, Naciones Unidas se tiene que volver y transformar en una humanidad unida, aunque diversa. Está apareciendo un nuevo sujeto político en la historia humana, y es importante y me parece espectacular, y es que superamos la idea del Estado-nación para convertirnos en humanidad. Pero esa humanidad, para que esté unida y sea única en la acción, tiene que tener democracia en todo el mundo. Tiene que tener diálogo permanente en medio de la diversidad. Es la diferencia lo que nos impulsa la posibilidad de una coordinación eficaz de la acción a escala mundial. Una humanidad que dialoga así Humanidad civil, sí.
Dialogue,
Humanidad
yes.
profundamente democrática,
yes.
sí.
Humanity,
Ojalá
profoundly
una humanidad
democratic,
de
yes.
personas libres,
Hopefully,
que su
the
definición,
humanity
su
of
sinónimo, porque no puede haber humanidad esclava.
based on
La
leaders
humanidad
who are
esclava
free,
no es
rather than
humanidad, es
humanity
bestia.
that is,
Es bestia el que esclaviza,
pone
pone cadenas a
slaves
migrantes,
just to be
lanza misiles sobre jóvenes,
acribilla
con misiles niños y niñas en un poblado muy cerca donde nació Jesús. Esto ya no se resuelve con estados que hablan. Y no se resuelve con gobernantes sobornados por el petróleo y dispuestos a lanzar misiles a los pueblos del sur. Un nuevo sujeto político entonces aparece, la humanidad unida y diversa en sus culturas. Mientras el colapso se acerca y mientras las sociedades viejas y blancas de Europa y Estados Unidos siguen aplaudiendo a sus nuevos Hitlers de moda, no escuchan ni a sus jóvenes ni a sus niños, ni a la humanidad, ni a las estrellas, ni a sus abuelos que murieron como héroes en los campos de Europa luchando de verdad contra Hitler y su idea criminal de una raza superior. Hoy hacen lo mismo que Hitler. Construyen campos de concentración para migrantes y aplauden las mayorías electorales y dicen que son de una raza inferior los migrantes. Y colectivizan culpas en ellos como hicieron con los judíos y lo llaman terroristas e inferiores y ladrones, narcotraficantes, todos dicen.
They call them drug traffickers and
Cuando la mayoría de
thieves,
los narcotraficantes son rubios y de ojos azules
of drug
y guardan
traffickers
sus
are
enormes
blonde and
fortunas en
have
los bancos
blue
más
eyes,
grandes del
and
mundo
they
y
keep
no
their
viven en
fortunes
Bogotá, ni
in
en
the
Caracas, ni
largest
en el
banks in
Caribe,
the
ni
world.
en
They
Gaza,
don't live
sino que viven en Miami, son vecinos del presidente de los
Bogotá or in
Estados
Gaza.
Unidos,
They live
y
in
viven en Nueva
Miami.
York y en París y
They
Madrid y en
are
Dubái.
neighbors of
donde hay
President
lujo,
Trump.
no
They live in
pobreza.
Dubai or in
Pero los
Paris or
misiles los
London.
tiran
They
donde
don't
hay
live
pobreza y no donde hay
where there's
lujo.
poverty. But the missiles are fired
Mentira que el tren de Aragua es
against
terrorista.
those,
Solo son
where
delincuentes comunes en forma de banda,
there's poverty.
agrandados por la
Tren de Aragua
estúpida
is
idea
a-
de
is a,
bloquear a Venezuela y
is
quedarse
a,
con su petróleo pesado y ya venenoso.
that is considered terrorist.
Los
terrorist
migrantes
group,
no
but that is
son
not
delincuentes. No tienen que llevarlos a campos de
Migrants are
concentración
not
ni
criminals. They
expulsarlos
should not
encadenados.
they should not be put
La
in
migra
customs,
es sino el
expelled and
producto del
chained up.
bloqueo a los países
Immigration
más
is not,
pobres, como Irak o Irán o Cuba o Venezuela. El
immigration
bloqueo económico no es
is
más
due
que
to
un
a
genocidio.
blockade.
La
Blockade
migración
against
no
countries
es
like Iraq
sino
or-
el producto
or
del
Cuba.
empobrecimiento de los países más pobres por una deuda impagable y
Immigration
codiciosa.
is
La migración no es
result
más
of the
sino la
impoverishment
consecuencia de las
of,
guerras y
many
las
countries,
invasiones
because of
por
their
el petróleo
indebtedness, because of
desatadas por
wars,
Estados Unidos y la Europa de la
wars
OTAN.
unleashed by the United
La
States and
migración no es
Europe
más
to,
sino la consecuencia de la
grab their,
crisis climática
oil.
que
Immigration is
transita
a
a colapso y
consequence
que
of
deja
a
sin agua las
climate
tierras del
crisis
trópico,
that
porque al
leaves
aumentar el
the
calor se
tropics
evapora el
without
líquido
water
vital.
and
La
and
solución a
destroys
la
the
migración
environment. The
es, no
solution
es
to
otra,
migration
o
is
muy diferente a las cadenas, a las cárceles, a los
very different
misiles.
from missiles.
No hay raza superior, señores.
Prisons
No hay
or
pueblo
camps. There's
elegido de Dios.
There's no higher race.
No lo
there's
es ni
no,
Estados Unidos ni Israel.
supreme race.
Ignorantes fundamentalistas de extrema derecha piensan así. El
Only
pueblo
ignorant,
elegido de Dios es la
extremists
humanidad
think
toda.
like that.
Usan
All
la
of
migración
humanity
como
is made
excusa
in
para
God's
no hacer
image.
nada
They
contra la
use-
crisis
They
climática
use immigration
que
as a
barre cada
scapegoat
día
to do
con la vida.
nothing
Buscan la
against the
migración
climate
para
crisis,
ganar
which
votos
will
de
put an
blancos y
end
viejos y
to
viejas.
life.
Pero para
They
desde
use
el
immigration
poder
to get the votes of
ocultar
the whites,
que hay que acabar con el
but
consumo del carbón y del
what is
petróleo
necessary
y
is
lo
to put an end to the
incentivan
consumption
para
of,
taladrar y taladrar y taladrar.
CO2 and
La ONU
oil,
tiene
and
que
stop
cambiar ya.
drilling and drilling and
Una ONU
drilling for
diferente,
oil.
humana.
We need a
Debe
different world, a
antes que
humane
nada
world.
detener el genocidio de Gaza.
And first and foremost, we need to
La
stop the
humanidad
genocide
no
in
puede
Gaza.
permitir ni un
Humanity
día más de
cannot allow a
genocidio
single day
ni a los genocidas de Netanyahu ni sus aliados en Estados Unidos e Europa dejarlos libres. Las Naciones Unidas deben hacer respetar los tribunales internacionales de justicia, el derecho internacional, que es la base de la civilización y de la sabiduría de la humanidad condensada en la historia, y debe hacer cumplir la sentencia de su justicia. La diplomacia ya acabó su papel, señores, en el caso de Gaza.
Diplomacy has been tried in Gaza. It could not resolve the situation. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry, President Macron. We can keep insisting and insisting, and when every single day, every single minute, a missile is fired and destroys the bodies of babies and children in the Arab state of Palestine. Every day, there are decisions, resolutions that are vetoed in the Security Council. Every day, more and more children die. More and more bombs, more and more dead.
No es madre, no es padre, no está vivo, viene quizás de fuerzas oscuras, es un robot.
Perhaps those who do this, who shoot this, are robots. Maybe they don't have their own children. They're not human.
Diplomacia. Con una votación de la Asamblea de las Naciones Unidas.
Can we stop the genocide with a vote of the General Assembly? Yes, that's what we should do rather than a vote in the Security Council, because that is vetoed.
Uniting for Peace para Palestina, conformando una fuerza armada para defender la vida del pueblo palestino. Palabras y armas toca hoy. No son cascos azules, no entrenados,
words, not blue helmets that are often lack training,
indispuestos para lo que toca.
Not ready
es un ejército
to do this. No, what we need is a powerful army of countries that do not accept genocide. That is why I invite nations of the world and their peoples, most importantly, as a integral part of humanity, to bring together weapons and armies and to defend Palestine. I invite the armies of Asia and the great Slavic people who defeated Hitler, and the Latin American people of Bolivar, of Garibaldi and others.
Es la hora de la espada, de la libertad o muerte de Bolívar.
Today, the time has come to use the slogan of Bolivar, freedom or death.
Sino a la humanidad que clama libertad, porque desde Washington y la OTAN matan la democracia y hacen renacer la tiranía y el totalitarismo a nivel global.
And they are spreading totalitarianism at the global level. We need to raise the red and black banner flag.
Que levantó junto al rojinegro, color de la paz como esperanza,
without
para que haya
forgetting the white color, which was the color of peace and the color of hope in the heart of humanity. The United States no longer teach democracy, but rather kill democracy, especially among its immigrants, filled with greed. The UN should begin its change by stopping the genocide in Gaza with an army of liberation and salvation. And there should be a decision here taken in the General Assembly without any veto. After Gaza, we can start working on decarbonization so that we can found a truly global democracy and a new Security Council can be established without any vetoes and where its decisions would be binding. And the global and national financial system should be based on decentralized capital. That is the way that humankind can regulate capital, to subordinate capital to life, to regulate it. to regulate it to people. That is the path by which the United Nations will move from an alliance of states to an alliance of cultures and peoples. If we overcome the climate crisis and if we unite as humanity, we will manage to make the United Nations an assembly of peoples which seeks to make sure that every individual is free, making sure that every human being achieves their potential, because
como inteligencia poderosa, alumbrado por la ciencia cada vez más profunda, podrá no solo salvar la vida en el planeta, sino cumplir la misión de la humanidad, expandiendo la vida en las estrellas. Una humanidad unida y libre puede mirar las estrellas y alcanzarlas, tal como los romanos legionarios pensaron algún día antiguo, allí cuando se inventaron las palabras en latín ad astra. Ad astra, hasta las estrellas, siempre es la hora de la libertad o la muerte, y es real la muerte en misiles, pero también es real la libertad en el corazón humano y su capacidad de unión, de rebelión y de existencia. Gracias, muy amable.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Colombia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Karol Nawrocki, President of the Republic of Poland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I like and appreciate a lot English language, but I love Polish language, which epitomizes more than 1,000 years of Polish heritage, Polish culture and Polish history, so I would like to share with you Polish language. Szanowny Panie Przewodniczący, Ekscelencje, dostojni delegaci, staję w tym miejscu po raz pierwszy jako prezydent Rzeczypospolitej. Czuję oczywiście z tego powodu wielką dumę, ale jednocześnie mam świadomość, przed jak poważnymi wyzwaniami stoimy dziś jako narodowa, międzynarodowa wspólnota. Tak w istocie jest, bowiem świat zmienił się całkowicie w ostatnich kilku latach od czasu rosyjskiej inwazji na Ukrainę. 24 lutego 2022 roku zostaliśmy brutalnie wszyscy wybudzeni z błogiego snu o świecie końca historii. Historia się nie skończyła i historia się nie skończy. Musimy mieć tego świadomość. Zostaliśmy wybudzeni z błogiego snu, w którym dążymy do powszechnego pokoju, do przestrzegania zasad prawa międzynarodowego. To są chyba słowa, które
I believe these are the words which are repeated more frequently in this community. This dream, ladies and gentlemen, does no longer exist, and we often repeat the words which do not reflect reality which surrounds us, both in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, and in many other regions of the world from which we have come. State borders have ceased to be untouchable, as a matter of fact, and international law, which has so far been considered the compass of the world order, began to be treated more as a suggestion rather than a rule. Let me remind you that shortly after the outbreak of the war and the attack of the Russian Federation on Ukraine, Polish men and women demonstrated incredible solidarity with the fighting Ukrainian nation. We opened our hearts, our borders, we opened up our homes. We provided material, financial, and military assistance, as well as diplomatic one. Today, ladies and gentlemen, 1 million Ukrainian refugees live in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, the Russian invasion of Ukraine is not only the most serious conflict in Europe since World War II, but it is also a turning point. The existing international order is crumbling before our eyes. The world has entered a new and dangerous era of rivalry between great powers, breaking rules and testing how far one can go before someone says a clear enough stop. The principle of sovereignty. You can ask this question. It is increasingly trampled upon. The prohibition of aggression reduced to a dead letter. Instead of law, an attempt to use naked and brutal force. We are at a turning point in history, a time when the decisions made today will have consequences for decades to come. And all of us need to be aware of this. And all of us are taking responsibility for this. That is why now, as a community of democratic states, or those aspiring to be democratic states, we must view the current situation as a battlefield for principles whose observance may determine the future of our civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the last moment to take concrete action. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's aggression against Ukraine is not just a regional conflict. It is a test of whether the principles on which the UN is based will stand the test of time, or whether they will succumb to the weight of the imperial and colonial ambitions of a state which considers itself above the law and which has repeatedly ignored the resolutions of the assembly, of this assembly, of other assemblies, and to a certain extent all of us take responsibility for that, further repeating the words about peace and security, which have to be spoken out loud, but which should be followed by concrete action. Moscow speaks of the need to address, and I quote, the root causes of the conflict. I share this view, but I believe that the root causes of Russian aggression are primarily ideological. Russia refers to an imperial vision that treats entire nations as a colonial property. It denies them subjectivity on a regular basis, claiming that they are artificial constructs, and it justifies the invasion as a historical correction. And ladies and gentlemen, in Poland, in Central Europe, in Eastern Europe, we know all of that. For at least, we have known it for at least 86 years. It is the same set of notions which appears also in the 21st century during our discussions, plenary sessions, and assemblies. To us in Central Europe and in Eastern Europe, this set of notions is nothing new. Whether we are talking about Poland, the Republic of Poland, in the first half of the 20th century, or whether we are talking about Ukraine today. As a historian, I view the present also through the lens of the past. That is natural. After centuries of conquests, wars, partitions, deportations, rapes, and crimes, in the 20th and the 21st century, Russia has simply not abandoned its imperial ambitions. One of my great predecessors, the late President Lech Kaczynski, understood this perfectly well when he spoke in front of the Georgian parliament in 2008. His words, spoken at that time, have stood the test of time. President Lech Kaczynski said, ladies and gentlemen, today Georgia, tomorrow Ukraine, the day after tomorrow the Baltic states, and later, perhaps, it will be time for my country, for Poland. When Russia attacked Georgia, it was not clear to everyone that this was only the beginning of the Kremlin's new imperialism. Unfortunately, the wind of history, which we know and understand so well in Poland, is beginning to blow again. Once again, we are experiencing Russian imperialism also on our soil, in Poland. 2 weeks ago, on the night of September 9th to 10th, the Russian drones attacked the territory of a NATO member state. On the territory of Poland, a dozen or so drones violated my country's borders deliberately, because I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that this was not a coincidence. It happened on orders issued in the capital of a country which is a permanent member of the Security Council. As a result, for the first time since World War II, Poland was forced to open fire on hostile objects over our territory. And rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and as President of Poland, that Poland will always react adequately and it stands ready to defend its territory. Poles, ladies and gentlemen, were not scared of the Soviets in 1920, and they defended the European civilization. They defended the Soviets in 1920. Polish people and the countries of Central Europe did not give up their spirit of freedom and sovereignty for 45 years of Soviet colonialism after 1945. And Polish people, as well as countries of Central and Eastern Europe, will not be scared of Russian drones either. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the point. The point is, how long are we going to agree to such acts of violating our international community? And that is precisely why, ladies and gentlemen, in Poland we're allocating significant amounts to develop our defense capabilities. That is why we are building the resilience of our country, but also of our part of Europe, since the victims of similar provocations by Russia are also the Baltic states, our friends, the Estonians, for example, as well as Romania. As a leader in the region, we are working to strengthen the close ties among the Bucharest 9 countries, and that is why we are developing cooperation within the 3 Cs initiative. As the voice of the region, we emphasize that we do not consent to Moscow's ruthless acts of provocation against us and other European nations, testing our reactions and intimidating our societies. We do not agree to that. Distinguished delegates, neo-imperial and neo-colonial Russia is attempting to destroy the architecture of international security before our eyes. It violates international law, reinforces divisions, and strives to revive the concert of powers. Many countries present in this hall today are well aware of the tragedy of borders drawn by force and decisions taken over the heads of nations. Historical experiences, often so difficult for my country, shows that lasting peace cannot be built on rewarding aggression. We cannot agree to territorial integrity and sovereignty being violated. Russia's current actions do not indicate a willingness to pursue genuine peace, declarations of dialogue, and this is something we know as well, are accompanied by military offensives and attacks on more attacks, with victims being civilians, including children. Always when Moscow says peace, what it actually means is surrender of the one who it considers its enemy. Russia needs to end the war and accept full responsibility for it. Holding Russia accountable should be our common duty. The perpetrators of all international crimes, must be tried before competent courts. And I hope this is going to be the case soon, and that we are going to meet in the coming years, also during my presidency, and discuss things which should be obvious for all of us. That is why Poland supports the work of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, and endorses the idea of establishing a special ad hoc tribunal to try the perpetrators of aggression. For no war can be profitable for the aggressors. Wars cannot pay off to the aggressors, also in terms of economy. States and nations deserve full compensation, also from those who started the Second World War. Because if we want to build a community of states, of democratic states, a common European Union, then we have to agree together that war must not pay off in terms of economy to any aggressor. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, we are currently facing a whole range of global and local challenges. The eyes of the world, and ours too, are currently looking at the Middle East. Poland, like many other countries in the world, is following with concern the situation in this region, in the Middle East, where, as a result of the brutal attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, 2023, the conflict has escalated. Israel, like any other country, has the right to self-defense. Actions undertaken by Israel, however, must comply with international law, including international humanitarian law. Poland continues to advocate for a two-state solution to the conflict in the Middle East, in such a way as to give both the Palestinians and the Israelis the right to live in peace and security. Poland consistently supports international efforts to improve the situation in the Middle East and calls on the UN to take action. Ladies and gentlemen, Poland has no colonial past, which is why we are a reliable and trustworthy partner for Asian and African countries. What is more, we ourselves, we Poles, were victims of colonial policies pursued by superpowers, so we understand perfectly well the instruments used by new imperial powers, and we do not consent to them destabilizing certain regions of the world. As President of the Republic of Poland, I will pay particular attention to developing our cooperation with various regions of the world. I'm referring to the African continent. We can all see how the ongoing wars, conflicts, and terrorist attacks undermine the efforts of proud African nations to live and develop in safe and just conditions. The world must stand with all those affected by insecurity and help them restore peace. We do not consent to new imperial powers destabilizing, for instance, the Sahel, in order to arbitrarily manage global migration flows or apply migratory pressure, nor do we consent to international criminal groups profiting from human trafficking and slave labor. We also want, and it is obvious as Poland, to develop relations with the countries of Asia and the Pacific. The role of this region in shaping the international order in the 21st century has significantly grown. This dynamic economic development is, however, accompanied by growing geopolitical tensions, which affects stability, prosperity, and security also in other regions of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, as Polish people, we are concerned about the negative impact of global crises. But as President of Poland, I want to say openly here in front of this international community that we are also deeply concerned and we are aware of the mistakes made by our Western partners, friends and neighbors. Yes, I agree with President Donald Trump that in recent years, and that is something that we were warning against as Poles, and this was the signal sent also by Central European countries, Eastern European countries. Europe is deep in ideological madness. This led to bad decisions on migration. This led to green craziness, green madness, the Green Deal, which is destroying economic markets and also agricultural markets. Yes, the very same Europe, our friends and our partners with whom we want to build a common European Union. For many years, we're subsidizing the Russian Federation buying Russian cheap gas. Ladies and gentlemen, in Poland as well as in Central Europe, we know all of that, and we are glad whenever the leaders of the European countries, Western European countries, draw conclusions and when they listen to our voice. Ladies and gentlemen, development and humanitarian aid are an integral part of our country's foreign policy in terms of building global peace, security, and development. We see it as a joint investment in our future, security, stability, and prosperity. We are present with our support in many areas in Africa, in Eastern Europe, and in the Middle East. Distinguished delegates, Poland, a co-founder of the United Nations, is the world's 20th largest economy and a country which has successfully transformed itself over the past 30 years from a developing country into a developed country and from a centrally planned economy into a market economy. This unique experience allows us to make a significant contribution to UN discussions on development, combining the perspectives of the global East and the global West, as well as North and South. Given our potential and experience, we consistently seek to participate in the works of the G20, a format that serves as a bridge in these turbulent times. We also hope that the invitation to cooperate and to participate in the next summit of the group issued by the United States of America, for which I'm grateful to President Donald Trump, will translate into Poland's permanent presence in this community. Ladies and gentlemen, human rights are one of the three main pillars on which the United Nations system is based. We cannot talk about true peace if we do not protect human rights of everyone, of every person without exception. Peace is not only an absence of armed conflicts, it is also justice, equality, and respect for human dignity. Therefore, the protection of human rights must be a priority in any process of building peace and security. We can clearly see dramatic consequences of the Russian aggression, also in terms of human rights and humanitarian issues. Our priority, the priority of Poland, Polish people, is also the situation of human rights in Belarus. We must firmly defend human rights also in the most fundamental dimension. I'm speaking about the right to life of the defenseless, from conception to natural death. We are protecting our families as the place of happiness, love, and bringing up children. We are speaking up as Poland in a loud voice for one of the most persecuted groups in the world, Christians. We consider the Human Rights Council to be the main human rights body within the United Nations system, playing a key role in ensuring compliance with human rights standards. That is why Poland has submitted its candidacy for membership of the Human Rights Council for the period 2029-2031. Our candidacy reflects our commitment to promoting and protecting human rights around the world. Distinguished Mr. President, Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, the United Nations was established 80 years ago. This anniversary shows how far we have come, but also how many challenges still lie ahead. Today we know that international cooperation is not an option, it is a necessity for all of us. It is unacceptable that aggressors begin to march with impunity through other people's territories and perpetrators of war crimes sleep peacefully without accountability every day. Let me remind you that after World War II, there was no room for relativizing crimes, at least in case of the most important commanders who gave orders. There was Nuremberg, there was a court, there was a name and a family name. There was a charge and a sentence, because it was not just about revenge, it was about principles. And today it's also about principles to make sure that crime is not rewarded and that the law is never replaced by force. Today we must return to that spirit. We must build an international system of accountability that will not hesitate to call evil by its name, regardless of the flag it bears on its shoulder. We must make it clear there are borders, there are human rights, there is international law, and anyone who violates it should face severe consequences. But it is not going to happen by itself, ladies and gentlemen, for the world order is not given once and for all. It depends precisely on us, on the governments, institutions, but most importantly on societies. As one of the Nobel Peace Prize laureates once said, neutrality helps the oppressor always, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented. Let these words be not just a warning, but also a call to action, to
thank the President of the Republic of Poland. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Madam President of the 81st session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Heads of State and the government present here, distinguished head of delegations, ladies and gentlemen, it is for us an honor to address for the first time as the President of the Republic of Mozambique in a very important moment, both for Mozambique and for the Organization of the United Nations. I'm saying this
celebramos 50 anos da nossa independência nacional,
50 years of our admission as full members of the UN, and 80 years of these big organizations.
Gostaríamos de saudar e felicitar a Senhora Presidente, Sua Excelência Ana Helena Baerbock, pela presidência da 80ª sessão, bem como enaltecer o trabalho do Presidente cessante, Sua Excelência Philemon Yang, que fez excelente trabalho. Não poderíamos deixar de render homenagem ao Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas, o engenheiro António Guterres,
Engineer Antonio Guterres for his tireless advocacy in the defense of multilateralism, for the attention to Africa's priorities, and for his vision in launching the UN 80 initiative. Today, 8 years after its creation, we are pleased to witness the progress that the United Nations has helped to achieve. The independence of the Republic of Mozambique, as well as the many African countries and other continents of this planet, this is one of just one of the evidence of this legacy of the UN. Despite multiple challenges that the UN faces, it remains firm at the forefront of the global processes, which is why we emphasize that any reform effort aimed at making it more responsive and with better capacity to address contemporary realities will only be complete when we include the reform of the Security Council of the UN. Your Excellencies, the year 2025 has tested the limit of multilateralism with the United Nations at the epicenter. We have witnessed the intensification and escalation of conflicts and growing sense in the whole world, and we also see a growing sense of impunity. The ongoing conflicts in various corners of the world and the crisis remind us that the promise to save the future generations from the scourge of war, written in the letter of 1945 Charter, remains unfulfilled. 8 years of building multilateralism institutions, safeguards and principles that have governed global affairs are now at risk. The result is clear. Wars are multiplying, the climate crisis is worsening, debt are mounting, tariffs are rising, the disillusion is spreading, and above all, the nuclear spectra is returning. Added to these threats, we also have the economic consequence of successful crises in the world. We are talking about the pandemic of COVID-19, the war in Europe, in the Middle East, and the wars in Africa, from the rising of commodity prices to financial volatility globally. All of this generates unsustainable debt and ever-deepening inequalities in the society. We are witnessing a concerning setback of the international commitment. With only 5 years to go until 2030, to the agenda of SDG is at risk because the targets have not been met and we still have a long to go. And the climate crisis accelerates and intensifies all other crises that we know. Droughts are turning the population with famine, cyclones into humanitarian disasters, displaces into despair, which is exploited by unscrupulous stakeholders. It was in this context that the historic opinion of the International Court of Justice of 23rd of July 2025 unequivocally reaffirmed that the states have binding legal obligations to protect the climate and the environment from the greenhouse gas emissions. This is a milestone of universal significance. For countries such as Mozambique, which bears no historical responsibility for the climate crisis, but are amongst those that are the hardest hit by its consequences. droughts, cyclones, floods, inundations. This decision is very important. It's a legal principle for us. It's a call to climate justice. It's a call to global solidarity and immediate actions from the side of all of us. The environmental crisis is compounded by the technological challenge. Artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies offer extraordinary opportunities, but also serious risks of exclusion, manipulation of the society, and even militarization throughout autonomous weapons. These advances pose new challenges to the defense and human dignity, justice, and labor. As long as we do not fully understand how these models work, we cannot entrust them critical tasks without robust safeguards in place. Otherwise, we are going to destroy the world. For that reason, Mozambique advocates a technological and climate diplomacy capable of regulating risk and democratizing benefits through genuine transfer and sharing of knowledge, so that the science and technology are not factors of exclusion, but rather instruments of climate justice and inclusive development in the world. Faced with these interconnected challenges, our continent, Africa, can and must play an active role in defining international rules and standards, formulating principles and scientific ethics, and determining research priorities, ensuring that technology innovation is always at the service of the humanity and not at the service of destruction of the humanity. In face of this crisis, the isolation is not the answer. Constructive dialogue and strengthening of multilateralism are. The Pact for the Future, adopted in 2024, offers concrete and innovative responses for a launching of multilateralism adapted to challenges to the 21st century. Mozambique, as an African country with vast natural resources and unparalleled culture wealth, has distinguished itself in the promotion and strengthening of democracy in the African continent. Since we moved forward with political pluralism, we've been working tirelessly to consolidate the foundation of a robust democratic system, holding regular and transparent elections that reflect the will of people and ensure that every Mozambican citizen has the voice and a say in the decisions that shape the future of our nation in Mozambique. Indeed, our presence in this podium is a result of a free and a transparent process of the Mozambican people, from Rovuma to Maputo, from Zumbo to Indico, and in the diaspora. We have historically had an ongoing commitment to dialogue and building bridges between different political and social actors. This commitment to the dialogue was crucial for the lasting peace achieved after decades of conflict and for the political stability that we enjoy today in Mozambique. Currently, Mozambique stands out for its ongoing efforts to promote an inclusive national dialogue, which the public consultation phase was launched on the 10th September. We are working to ensure that all the sectors of the society, regardless of their origin, political, societal, or economic position, they all should be heard and have their concerns taken into account in the national decision. This process will not only strengthen the Mozambican democracy, but also ensure that the country development is truly reflected the needs and aspirations of all Mozambicans without exception. We do believe
na sua
inclusiva. Estamos orgulhosos do caminho percorrido até aqui e reafirmamos o nosso compromisso inabalável de continuar avançando como um compromisso inabalável de continuar avançando como um exemplo de democracia em África e convivência pacífica no continente e no mundo. Orgulhamos-nos igualmente de ter promovido durante o nosso mandato do Conselho de Segurança, onde fomos
non-permanent members, the presidential statement on Africa about the role of Africa in global affairs, as well as to have contributed for the historic resolution 1719-2023, which paved the way for the predictable and sustainable financing of the operations of support to peace in African Union through United Nations treasure. These milestones confirm that Africa is not only a beneficiary of multilateral order, but also an indispensable actor in the reforms and revitalization. It is in this sense that Mozambique will keep defending a stronger African voice with 2 permanent seats on the Security Council and a greater weight in the decision of international financial institutions internationally. A new global financial architecture capable of alleviating debt, mobilizing financial resources for the sustainable development and climate action, as well as correcting historical asymmetries. An inclusive multilateralism which preserves intergovernmental character of the UN without allowing that this organization can become an assembly of shareholders dominated by the richest. We want to reiterate equally the fact that we want to have 2 states like Palestine living side by side with peace with Israel as the only fair way, legitimate and long-lasting, so that we can have the aspiration of both people. I would like to congratulate the countries that have recently decided to recognize Palestine, the same right that was given to Israel, contributing to reinforce legitimacy and the fact that we are going to have the solution for both states. The same way, I would like to reaffirm our firm opposition against the coercive measurements that are unilaterally, that are excluding the people, Cuba to Venezuela, Zimbabwe to other countries in clear violation of the UN Charter against the principles of justice, solidarity, and the international law.
Minhas senhoras e meus senhores,
ladies and gentlemen, the topic chosen for this session is like it's better to be together. 8 years and counting for peace, development of human rights could not be more timely. It is intrinsically linked to the events of this week. Where we are having this high level in the UN, the celebration of Beijing Conference on Women, the Climate Summit, the first biennial summit for sustainable and inclusive and resilient global economy mandated by the Pact for the Future, the celebration of youth, the elimination of nuclear weapons, and the meeting on global health and well-being. All these meetings reaffirm the vitality and the centrality of the UN and conveys the same truth. What unites us as a humanity is much greater than what divides us. We are different people, but we share the same earth. We profess different creeds, but we all aspire to the same dignity. We speak different languages, but we share a single destiny. In fact, today, where we are today, we all know the date of birth, but no one knows the day they are going to die.
And this is a clear sign that we all are equal like human beings. Today, the creed that we need is not one exclusion. We all need to be included, not excluded. Not isolation, but cooperation. Not unilateralism, but multilateralism based on solidarity. We need today, all of us, to have a renewed faith in the humanity's collective ability to face the common challenges of Gaia, our common home. The world is at a real turning point. We all feel this. Either we deliver the 23rd agenda that we've written it ourselves, or we will have to accept seeing a relegated and failed promise. And for this, goodwill is not enough. Honoring the principle of common responsibility and differentiality is important. We need resources on a scale. We need to work in a smarter way to align mandate with national priorities for each of us, to invest in data, technology, institutional capacity, and most of all, ensure that Africa has a full seat at the table where decisions are taken for its future. The message of Mozambique is very clear. We want partnerships based on mutual respect and shared value. To paraphrase the late President Samora Moisés Machel, the President of the Popular Republic of Mozambique at the time, today Republic of Mozambique, international solidarity is not an act of charity. It is an act of unity amongst allies. The 80th anniversary of the UN invites all of us to renew our spirit of solidarity, international solidarity, and human solidarity. The challenges before us are enormous, but we are indeed better together, as the topic of the UN says. And if it is true that each generation inherits the world from the previous one, it is also true that each generation has the duty of leaving a better world for the next generation. This is the guidance principle of the Agenda 2030. It is the spirit of the Pact of the Future, and it is the reason why we have this organization, the United Nations, to transform the hope of the people in the world into actions, solidarity into concrete results for the people, so that we may have the courage, all of us, in the planet, to reform with wisdom, learn from our mistakes, and the determination to offer peace, development, and human rights to everyone, all human beings in the planet. To conclude, I would like to say that Mozambique counts on the UN, and the UN can count on Mozambique. Thank you so much, everyone, and wish you success. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Luong Kong, State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thưa bà Chủ tịch, Madam President, I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Madam Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. I am fully confident that with her experience and able leadership, this session will be a great success. I would also like to pay tribute to Mr. Philemon Young, President of the 79th session, and Secretary General Antonio Guterres for their contributions. Madam President, over the past 80 years, in spite of a multitude of challenges, the UN has stood as the embodiment of humanity's aspiration and collective commitment to peace, cooperation and development grounded in the universal values of human rights, national independence, equality, democracy and social progress. Multilateral cooperation has brought forth remarkable achievements, especially in preventing wars, fostering peace and cooperation, building friendships, reducing poverty and curbing diseases, improving living standards, and advancing science and technology at an unprecedented pace. Yet today, we find ourselves in a profoundly changing world, facing unprecedented acute challenges, local wars, conflicts, arms races, and the use or threat of force in the international relations are escalating at an alarming rate. Non-traditional security challenges are exerting heavy tolls on all countries and communities. The global governance, trading, and economic systems are becoming fragmented and volatile. Multilateralism itself is under strain from strategic rivalry among major powers, unilateralism, and a sharp decline in political will and necessary resources. This is precisely the time to stand united and together promote the irreplaceable role of multilateralism and a rules-based international order with the UN at its heart. Madam President, as a nation that has endured immense pain and losses from wars, Vietnam treasures more than most the priceless values of peace. The spirit of peace, amity, compassion, and altruism is deeply woven into our national identity. This forms the bedrock for us to overcome previous sufferings, mend old wounds, shelve the past, and look towards the future with the hope to become a friend and reliable partner to all nations around the world. Peace is both the goal and the prerequisite for our journey towards a stable, just, democratic, and prosperous future. Honoring the value of peace and driving robust transformation for a sustainable future is the sincere message that Vietnam wishes to share with the international community on the occasion of the UN's 80th anniversary. In this spirit, allow me to share my reflections as follows. First, honoring the value of peace requires concrete actions rather than just words. We must reaffirm the role and primacy of international law as the cornerstone for peace and equal relations among nations. All countries should clearly demonstrate their responsibility towards upholding international law and the UN Charter, and respecting such principles as independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, non-interference, non-use or threat of force, and peaceful settlement of disputes. Vietnam welcomes recent efforts to achieve peace and reconciliation which have yielded important results in many regions, such as the peace agreements between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and between Armenia and Azerbaijan. We value and support all diplomatic efforts and hope that they will lead to peaceful solutions to regional and global security issues.
Chúng ta phải có trách
We
nhiệm
must nurture
nuôi
and
dưỡng,
practice a
thực
culture
hành
of
văn hóa
peace
hòa bình
by
thông
building
qua việc
trust,
xây dựng lòng tin, tăng cường
enhancing
hợp tác
international
và đoàn kết quốc
cooperation
tế,
and solidarity,
đối thoại,
promoting
lắng nghe,
dialogue,
thấu hiểu,
listening and
tôn
understanding,
trọng khác biệt,
respecting
nỗ lực vun
differences,
đắp tình hữu
and
nghị giữa
cultivating
các dân tộc.
friendship among nations.
Nhân dịp này,
On this occasion,
Việt Nam kêu
Vietnam
gọi
calls for
ngừng bắn và chấm dứt
ceasefires
tất cả các
and
hành
an
động
end
bạo
to
lực,
all acts of
bảo vệ
violence,
thường dân,
protection of
tạo điều kiện
civilians,
tiếp cận nhân
and
đạo tại
facilitation
các
of
vùng xung
humanitarian
đột.
access in conflict zones.
Việt Nam
Vietnam welcomes the recent
các nước vừa
recognition
tuyên bố
of the state
công
of
nhận nhà nước
Palestine
Palestine
by more countries
và kêu gọi cộng
and
đồng quốc
urges
tế
the international
hành động
community
khẩn
to
cấp
act swiftly
chấm dứt khủng
to
hoảng nhân
end the
đạo
humanitarian
mà người dân
crisis
Palestine
faced
đang
by
phải
the
hứng chịu.
Palestinian people.
Chúng tôi một lần nữa
We
khẳng
also
định
reaffirm
sự
our
đoàn kết với
solidarity
nhà nước
with the state
và nhân dân
and people
Cuba,
of Cuba
kêu gọi Hoa
and
Kỳ
call upon the United
dỡ bỏ
States
các
to
biện pháp
lift
cấm
its
vận
embargoes
đối với
against Cuba
đưa Cuba
and
ra
remove
khỏi
Cuba
danh
from
sách
the
tài
list
trợ
of
khủng
state
bố.
sponsors of terrorism.
Chúng ta cần phát huy
We
hơn
must
nữa vai
further
trò của
promote
các
the
tổ
role
chức
of regional
khu
organizations
vực
in
trong
promoting
bảo đảm
peace,
hòa bình,
cooperation,
hợp tác
and
và phát triển.
development.
Các nỗ lực quốc tế vì
International
hòa bình
efforts for
và
peace
phát
and
triển
development will
sẽ
be
thực sự
truly
hiệu quả
effective when
khi có
driven
sự kết
by
nối,
regional
định hướng của các
organizations
tổ chức
in
phù hợp
line
với đặc thù
with the
của từng khu vực, từng
particularities
quốc gia
of
cụ
each
thể.
region and countries.
Là một thành viên
As
tích
an
cực,
active ASEAN member
Việt Nam
state,
tự hào
Vietnam is proud
ASEAN
of ASEAN's
ngày
growing
càng lớn mạnh,
strength and its
khẳng định vai trò trung
centrality
tâm trong cấu
in
trúc
the
an ninh
Asia-Pacific's
và phát triển
security and
châu Á,
development
Thái Bình Dương.
architecture.
Vừa qua,
Most recently,
ASEAN đã thúc đẩy
ASEAN
thỏa thuận ngừng
contributed
bắn
to the
giữa
ceasefire agreement
Campuchia và
between
Thái Lan.
Cambodia and Thailand.
Chúng tôi cam
And we
kết
are
giữ gìn
committed
các giá trị
to
cốt lõi
upholding ASEAN's
là
core
đoàn kết,
values of
đồng
solidarity,
thuận
consensus,
và thống nhất trong
and
đa dạng.
unity in diversity,
Xây dựng cộng
building
đồng
a
ASEAN
resilient,
tự cường,
inclusive,
bao trùm
and
và
sustainable
bền vững.
ASEAN community,
Triển khai hiệu
and
quả đồng thuận
effectively
5 điểm
implementing
về
the
Myanmar.
5-point consensus on Myanmar.
Duy trì hòa
We
bình,
shall also
ổn
strive
định,
to
an
maintain
ninh,
peace,
an toàn,
stability,
tự do hàng
security,
hải ở Biển Đông
safety and freedom
trên cơ
of
sở pháp luật
navigation
quốc
in the
tế,
South China
đặc
Sea
biệt là
in
Công ước
accordance
về
with
luật biển
international law,
năm
particularly the
1982,
UNCLOS
thực thi
1982,
đầy đủ tuyên bố
while
ứng
fully
xử
implementing the
và
declaration
hướng
on the
đến
conduct of
hoàn tất
parties
Bộ Quy tắc
and
ứng xử
working to
ở Biển Đông.
finalize the code of conduct in the
Thứ
area.
hai,
Second,
trong một thế giới
in
đầy
a
biến
world
động,
at a
có
historic
tính bước ngoặt,
crossroads,
chúng ta
we
cần
must
chuyển đổi mạnh mẽ
transform boldly
để kiến tạo
to shape
tương lai bền
a
vững.
sustainable future.
Các thể chế đa
Global
phương quản trị
governance
toàn cầu,
institutions,
nhất là Liên Hợp Quốc
particularly the
và
UN
các
and
thể chế
international
tài chính,
monetary
tiền tệ
and
quốc tế,
financial bodies,
cần chuyển đổi
must
mạnh mẽ để
undergo
thích ứng tốt
vigorous
hơn,
reforms to
bảo
become
đảm
more
công bằng,
adaptive,
minh
ensure
bạch,
equitability,
hoạt động đồng bộ,
transparency,
hiệu quả,
coherence
hiệu
and
lực hơn,
efficiency in their
và đáp ứng
operations,
tốt hơn
and better
nhu cầu
respond
của
to the
các quốc
needs
gia
of all
và của
countries
mọi người dân.
and peoples.
Việt
Vietnam
hộ các nỗ
welcomes
lực
and
cải tổ
supports
Liên Hợp Quốc,
efforts to reform
trong
the
đó có
UN,
sáng kiến
including the
UN80,
UN80 initiative,
hướng tới một
to
Liên Hợp Quốc
build
tinh
an UN
gọn, gắn kết và hiệu
2.0
quả.
that is leaner, more
Sáng kiến
coherent, effective,
UN80
and efficient.
cần bảo đảm cách
This
tiếp cận
initiative
toàn
must
diện,
follow a holistic and
đồng bộ
integrated approach,
và vai trò dẫn dắt của
being
các nước thành
driven
viên.
by member states.
Chúng tôi sẵn sàng chia sẻ kinh
Vietnam
nghiệm,
stands ready to share its
triển khai
experience
thành
in
công
successfully
sáng kiến,
implementing
thống nhất hành
the
động
delivering as
của
one
các tổ chức
initiative
Liên Hợp
of
Quốc
UN
tại Việt Nam.
organizations in the country.
Chúng ta cần
We must
kiến tạo mô hình
build
phát triển bền
sustainable
vững
development models
dựa
based
trên nền
on
tảng
digital
chuyển đổi số
transformation
và
and
chuyển
green
đổi xanh.
transition,
Đây là
two
hai động lực
mutually
song hành
reinforcing drivers
bổ trợ
that
lẫn
can
nhau
spark
để
a
tạo điều kiện
sweeping revolution
và tạo nên một cuộc
as
cách
they
mạng
stand
mang tính đột phá và
for
toàn diện.
convergence
Sự hồi tụ
of
của tiến bộ khoa học,
scientific
công nghệ
and
và
technological
sự bền
advancements
vững về
and
môi trường
environmental sustainability.
để tối ưu hóa
To optimize
chuyển đổi
this
kép.
dual transformation,
Các quốc gia cần xây
countries
dựng
must
chiến lược tổng
formulate
thể,
relevant master
đầu tư
plans,
mạnh mẽ vào nghiên cứu
invest
phát triển,
strongly in R&D,
đào tạo nguồn nhân lực
train
chất
high
lượng
quality quality human resources, and develop green technology infrastructure. Furthermore, it is of great importance to advance international cooperation on technology transfer and mobilization of green finance to ensure that no one is left behind. Developed countries must take responsibility in sharing and transferring technology to developing and underdeveloped countries. In this digital era, societies are undergoing transformation of an unprecedented pace, scope, and depth, accompanied by rising challenges such as poverty, inequality, unemployment, and a crisis of information and trust. We must ensure that social transformation remains a human-centered process, with focus on such priorities as comprehensively eradicating poverty, providing full and decent employment, and ensuring social justice and inclusion. Vietnam hopes that the Second World Summit for Social Development this November will deliver important outcomes and add momentum to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Madam President, from the ruins of wars, once poor, outdated, and isolated, Vietnam has made historic progress. We now enjoy diplomatic relations with 194 countries, strategic and comprehensive partnerships with 38 nations, and membership in over 70 international organizations. Vietnam is now among the world's 32 largest economies and top 20 trading nations. The lives of over 100 million Vietnamese citizens have vastly improved, with a sharp drop in multidimensional poverty rate. We have met the Millennium Development Goals ahead of schedule and are striving to fulfill international commitments and on course toward two strategic centennial goals: becoming a modern, industrialized, upper-middle-income developing country by 2030 and a developed high-income nation by 2045. On behalf of the state and people of Vietnam, I express heartfelt gratitude to the UN and its agencies, member states, and partners who have been working with us and supported us on this journey of development. Guided by the spirit of self-reliance, resilience, and solidarity for the common cause, Vietnam pursues an independent, self-reliant foreign policy for peace, cooperation, and development, while diversifying and multilateralizing our external relations, and strive to further expand and deepen our international integration in a more proactive manner, with a strong commitment to being a friend, a reliable partner, and a responsible member of the international community. Vietnam will continue to make every effort and stand with all nations to shoulder our shared responsibilities, overcome challenges, and foster transformative changes to build a world of peace, stability, prosperity, and sustainability, delivering happiness and well-being to all. Vietnam is actively preparing to assume the presidency of the 11th Review Conference of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons in 2026, and we look forward to the valuable support of member states for our candidacies to the UN Human Rights Council for the 2026-2028 term, and to the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea for the 2026-2035 term. We particularly look forward to welcoming you all to Hanoi on the 25th.
Must be preserved. Ladies and gentlemen, as we face high global uncertainty, one choice remains entirely clear. Either we will repeat the mistakes of history, or we will find the resolve to defend the core principles of the United Nations. Today, Lithuania chooses to act. We call on the international community to respond to today's challenges with unity and determination. We call on the United Nations to return to its founding purpose, to prevent the scourge of war, to protect human dignity, and to uphold the rights of nations large and small. Together, we must ensure that no permanent seat on the Security Council grants any state permanent impunity. We must support those who defend the very principles of the UN Charter. In this spirit, I welcome the Secretary-General's UNAT reform agenda, a timely blueprint for adapting this institution to the realities of today's world. His call for a more inclusive, effective, and accountable United Nations deserves our broad support. Lithuania stands firmly behind these efforts to reimagine multilateralism. We call on all states to strengthen our collective ability to act across all three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. Our message must be simple and straightforward. Aggression cannot win, and the principles of the UN Charter must prevail. Let us rise to the demands of this moment. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Lithuania. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Marcelo Rebelo da Sousa, the President of the Portuguese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, symbolic moment this one for United Nations, the celebration of 80 years, and for us, Portuguese, 70 years of membership. The time of judgment, of compromise, of renewal, multilateral ambition. Portugal is today what always aspired to be, an open country to the world, listening, dialoguing, building bridges, deeply multilateralist and guided by the Charter of United Nations. A world with more cooperation and respect for international law is safer, more predictable, stable, peaceful, prosperous, plural, representative, and able to respond collectively to global challenges. 70 years ago, we were living still in dictatorship. And we found in this community the space to rediscover the real values and contributing to global solutions. And even now, in a changed world, fragmented, polarized, unpredictable, this community is a key community to defend basic principles of a coexistence between nations, cultures, civilizations. And it is with this coherence and the sense of responsibility, with the conscience of the need of contributing, acting, and deciding, guided by values and principles, that will be candidates to the Security Council in 27-28, a decision we formalized in 2013. Excellencies, let me pay tribute to the former President of the General Assembly for his support to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. Let me congratulate the present President of this session, wishing the success in her term. But I would very specifically, and in Portuguese this time, say a word about the remarkable work of the Secretary-General António Guterres. O seu humanismo.
His humanism, devotion to international law, the reforms he has championed.
2017, que inclui agora,
now including UNAT and the Pact for the Future, are testaments to his work and will be his legacy.
É um orgulho para mim. Having a Portuguese as Secretary-General of the United Nations, ter português como Secretário-Geral das Nações Unidas. Someone that is projecting a Portuguese way of acting in international relations. Uma forma portuguesa de estar nas relações internacionais. He will always be supported by Portugal. Contará sempre com o apoio de Portugal. And I must congratulate him for his speech. Because he said, I will never give up. I know him ever since we were teenagers. He never gave up, ever. And he's right. It's true we live at a time of multiple crises and persistent crises. Division, polarization, violations of international law. Cleavage between power exercise and responsibility. Technology and ethics. Urgency of crisis and capacity of response and action. United Nations faces an existential moment. Without change, without renewal, the United Nations will be marginalized, and we could be left to the law of force. No G1, no G2, no G3, no G1 plus 1, 1 plus 2, or 2 plus 1 will be an alternative. No absence of multilateralism will avoid the need of multilateralism. The world is multipolar, will be multipolar. Just think of the situation in Ukraine or the situation in Middle East. In Ukraine, for years, and now for months, for 8 months, one is waiting the mediation of the most powerful in the world. Do we have a ceasefire? No, we don't. In the case of Middle East, we waited and waited for the intervention of the most powerful in the world. Did we have a ceasefire? Without the multipolar, multilateral intervention of so many countries, here in New York, with the recognition of the existence of the state of Palestine, some Europeans, others non-Europeans, we won't change soon. This means we need United Nations, we need multilateralism, we need dialogue between countries from every continent. And the same for international law. We need international law. We need international law for the reform of United Nations. We need international law as a foundation of peace and justice. A world governed by rules is a safer and more predictable and equitable world. We need a Charter of United Nations as a common compass. Of course, we must adjust United Nations, but we must never forget the lesson of the League of Nations. When one forgets the principles, when one abandons the principles on account of pure realpolitik, I mean the power or the powers of the moment, one forgets that no power is eternal. No personality is eternal. Empires went up and went down. We know by experience it. Colonial empires inside Europe, all kinds of empires went up and went down. We believe that in the reform of United Nations, we have 3 pillars: prevention, partnership, and protection. Preemptive action before the conflict, not just afterwards. Mediation, preventive diplomacy, intervention of the Secretary General and of the PBC. Avoiding destruction and institution collapse. Building peace, fighting against the deep causes of violence, promoting resilient and peaceful societies. But development, peace building without development, preventive action without development doesn't work. We co-presided, together with an African partner, Burundi, the preparation of the 4th Conference on Financing of Development. Ideas, dialogue, determination, results. Without sustainable development, no lasting peace is possible. Never forget to implement the 2030 Agenda and the reform of the international financial architecture. It's a priority involving the digital, the space, the artificial intelligence technologies as force for peace, not tools for domination. Bridging the digital and technological divides as central to build resilient societies. C'est aussi très fier que...
And with great pride, we share in the priority of prioritizing oceans, addressing climate change. We can talk about combating climate change, but we must first and foremost admit that there is this change. That's why we prepared for UNOC 2 in Lisbon, and we were at UNOC in Nice. We were one of the first European states to ratify the BBNJ Treaty. We project 27% of our marine surface area. That is 3% of the objective for 2030.
Speaking of the pillar of partnership, the United Nations must deepen partnerships, strategic partnerships with regional organizations. Portugal has the experience that is very specific.
We have the experience of the community of Portuguese-speaking countries.
Portuguese-speaking community, present in 9 countries, 4 continents, 1 language. Presentes em 9 países, 4 continentes, uma língua,
a language, a short platform with its own voice at the UN. We hosted the 10th Global Forum of the Alliance of Civilizations.
For the Alliance of Civilizations. Also, the conference, UN Conference on Racism.
Portugal hosted the first UN Conference on Racism, and we promoted the implementation of the Durban Declaration.
We are part of the Ibero-American community. Indeed, Portugal feels like a kindred spirit of Latin America. We share common priorities such as inclusive multilateralism, sustainable development, and social cohesion.
Our self is made of respect and solidarity.
We launched the first EU-African Union summits.
Initiative of the first and second summits between European Union and the African Union. We cooperate actively with the PMA, CITES, and LLDC. At the same time, we think that protecting means also protecting the role of women, youth as agents of change, the access to education, leadership, political participation. The world needs more women and more youngest as leaders in the procedures of decision. Third pillar, protection. We participate for 65 years in peacekeeping. Thousands of armed forces and security forces participated in 25 missions in 4 continents. mostly in Africa. Peacekeeping now with 4 peace operations, a quick reaction force, punctual payment, example of intervention in every continent, defense of a predictable and stable financing, including for the missions that are promoted by Security Council or accepted by Security Council, but initiative of African Union. This year, we celebrate the 25th anniversary of the additional protocol to the Convention of Rights of Children involved in armed conflicts. It's a drama. It's a drama. Children going on being victims in every war scenario. We have the legal duty, the political and the moral duty of protecting them. And then, of course, humanitarian international law. One spoke of it, about the situation in areas of conflict. Geneva Conventions are not suggestions. They involve duties. We participated in the 6th Commission preparing the Convention on Crimes Against Humanity. Human rights. Human rights. Human rights mean personal rights, political rights, freedom of expression, economic rights, social, cultural rights, universal, interdependent, and inseparable. Não podemos ficar.
We cannot remain indifferent
concerning major crises. We just declared our decision of recognizing the state of Palestine. In the Middle East, now we think that the following step is creating conditions for a ceasefire, immediately releasing the hostages, humanitarian assistance, but also creating political, economic, and social conditions to strengthen the solution of 2 sovereign states, rebuilding economies and societies, giving an opportunity to peace, to the daily life of Israelis and Palestinians, so that they can live, not die. Live, not die. In Ukraine, sovereignty, independence, and integrity with global total ceasefire, immediate and unconditional, first step for a fair peace, respecting international law and respecting the Charter of the United Nations. In Sudan, intervening to react much more quickly to perhaps the greatest humanitarian catastrophe in Africa. On Haiti,
in Haiti, where the suffering of the population is no longer tenable, this in light of the barbaric atrocities committed by criminal gangs and the recruitment of child soldiers, decisive UN assistance to the multinational security support mission is required before it is too late.
Excellencies, at a time when we are witnessing the largest number of armed conflicts since the creation of the United Nations, Portugal is ready to take on greater responsibilities and represent a global voice in the Security Council, bringing the experience of almost lessons learned in recent decades and proximity to all the states here represented, without discrimination. And for that, our vision for the Security Council will act to prevent and creating partnership and protection, and with the reform of the Security Council to make it more representative and effective, to reflect the geopolitics of the 21st century and doesn't remain stuck in 1945, with representation of the African continent, with seats represented, and recognition of major emerging powers such as Brazil and India, with more transparent, a council that is more plural and consistent with the content and the spirit of the Charter. A Security Council which in 2024 met frequently since 1989. But it met frequently with less resolutions adopted and the highest number of vetoes casted. It's unacceptable that the use of veto continues to paralyze essential decisions. It is therefore unacceptable in the face of human suffering. The Charter is clear. A party to a conflict shall not be the judge of its own case. Portugal supports the ACT Group's code of conduct, measures to restrict the use of veto, and all initiatives that strengthen transparency and accountability within the Council.
A last word. Portugal is presenting itself to the Security Council without hidden agendas, but rather with an agenda aligned with the values and objectives of the UN, with humility, but with confidence, contributing to a council that is more effective, representative, and close to those who expect protection from it. We are a predictable country, a bridge builder, a reliable partner, an uncompromising defender of the UN Charter. It is in this spirit that we want to serve, that we reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations today, and that we hope will earn your trust for the future of the United Nations, but mostly for the future of the world. More peaceful, more just, more respectful of dignity, human dignity, in so many conflicts that represent a shame for all of us. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank His Excellency, the President of the Portuguese Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Yomandu Usi, President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, heads of state and government, representatives of international organizations, official delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I come from a republic that lies to the east of the Uruguay River, one which on maps, in history and in culture occupies a small corner of the southernmost tip of the world. This is a country of grasslands overlooking the ocean, which stands out for the tranquility and hospitality of its people. I come from a country where it is now common practice for a president to visit neighboring countries accompanied by his predecessors from other political parties. This is a country where the handover between governing parties does not trigger an institutional crisis. On the contrary, this handover represents business as usual. I come from a country whose president can walk among the people without security, can enjoy a football match standing in the stands like any other supporter. I come from a country whose political parties, almost all of them, more than half a century old, are always willing to agree on national solutions to national emergencies. Uruguayan solutions, as we call them. In saying this, I'm trying to express how Uruguay lives its profound vocation for peace and respect every day. I live in a country, of course, that does not stand on the threshold of paradise, since we are also facing fresh challenges in child poverty, public security, and social inequality. And on these issues also, there is, generally speaking, national consensus. Our historically robust institutions and political system have allowed Uruguay to continue to stand out in the region for its high level of human development and its income distribution policies. It has allowed us to be a country with stable rules, where contracts are honored, where international commitments are respected, and where macroeconomic stability is a state policy. But this impressive record can also be seen beyond our borders, because Uruguay is recognized worldwide for its commitment to peace, its tireless pursuit of the peaceful resolution of conflicts, its unfettered respect for international law as the greatest guarantee of the sovereignty of peoples, and for being a fraternal and hospitable land for migrants from all latitudes. From that small country which breeds tolerance, dialogue, and agreement as the historical key to coexistence, and which lies on a continent free of conflict and interstate wars, we come to this assembly to join efforts to contribute to stability and peace in an increasingly tumultuous and challenging world. The growing geopolitical tension and increase in conflicts, together with the underfunding of efforts for a peaceful and rules-based global order, are posing enormous challenges on a planetary scale. A few facts suffice to illustrate this. According to the 2025 Global Peace Index, in 2023 there were 59 interstate conflicts. This is the highest number since the end of the Second World War. In 2024, global military expenditure rose by almost 10% in real terms when compared to 2023. This represents the largest annual increase since the end of the Cold War. We're talking about military expenditure of $2.7 trillion. We're not only talking about increased conflict between nations, nor of rapidly growing military expenditures to sustain this, but we're also talking about new forms of cruelty and death that wars now bear. We are well aware that since the very birth of civilization, the absence of violence or war has perhaps been nothing more than a pipe dream. But in our time, technological progress has unleashed other, much more perverse means of waging war, such as the use of military practices aimed at sowing fear, terror, and death among the civilian population. Let it be very clear. We condemn all forms of terrorism, since it constitutes, among other things, a despicable act of cowardice. There is another perspective, a current perspective, one that leads us to believe that the main objective of current wars seems to be the systematic practice of extermination. The end has never justified the means. We must banish that old precept that war is the continuation of politics by other means. All war is criminal, irrespective of where it occurs. irrespective of the God invoked to justify it, and it will always deserve our most visceral condemnation. It is true that every nation has the right to its own territory and government. It's true that they have the right to establish a level of self-determination that allows a nation to coexist with other peoples. And the value of the United Nations is precisely to ensure that these principles are realized in a peaceful and civilized manner. No state that claims to be democratic and to live under the rule of international law can, even under the legitimate right to defend itself against terrorism, exercise barbarity against any civilian population, least of all against especially vulnerable and defenseless persons. Since 1948, Uruguay has maintained a consistent and steadfast position in line with the principles of self-determination and peaceful coexistence. Our historic stances on the main global conflicts, especially that currently underway in the Middle East, are well known. In this regard, Uruguay has always maintained the position of two states, two peoples. The Uruguayan government hence takes very seriously the reports produced by the international community concerning the Palestinian territories and urges the implementation of the recommendations made by the United Nations. At the same time, we urge the immediate suspension of military operations of death. We urge the suspension of death of innocent civilians. And we request the release of the hostages. In our world, at the same time, there are other persistent and worsening, more widespread and permanent tragedies, to such an extent that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted in this very assembly 77 years ago, stands as a revolutionary manifesto in the times that we are living through, beginning with its first article, which proclaims all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, and, endowed as they are with reason and conscience, should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. How far we are from our own principles and commitments when we see that the gap between those who have the most and those who suffer the most is ever greater. How far we are when we see that the principles of freedom and equality are increasingly estranged, and we hear much more talk of a supposedly free individual than of egalitarian societies in terms of income or the enjoyment of rights. How far we are from human sensibility when we forget that our main calling must be to stand with the majority, listening to every problem or anguish of our people and understanding even and fundamentally those who think differently. Madam President, I come from a country with a long, faithfully documented tradition in international politics. This tradition includes staunch support for multilateralism in all of its facets, political, economic, cultural, as the best and only way to face the challenges to which I have referred. It also, of course, includes a permanent commitment to international law, a commitment to dialogue and to the building of peace as one of our greatest contributions in the context of a fragmented and polarized world. My country's entire political system is proud to contribute decisively to global tasks such as the maintenance of international peace and security, the consolidation and development of international law through participation in normative bodies and in international courts, through our support for disarmament, food security, global health, and commitment to addressing climate change. In this context, I wish to highlight my country's historic commitment to the multilateral peacekeeping system. In the last 35 years, and without interruption, Uruguay has deployed battalions to various United Nations peace operations. We've taken on this role to such an extent that we've become the leading country in Latin America and the second per capita worldwide in contributing to this type of missions. Moreover, we have done this with particular distinction because our troops have been specialized in the most emblematic role of these peace operations, that is, the protection of civilians in armed conflicts. The nations represented in this assembly are well aware that my small country is very far from standing out for its military might or its economic dominance. And it is there, paradoxically, that our strength lies. Because we are incapable of standing in anyone's way. On the contrary, our strength lies in intangible capacities that this world greatly needs, because we are a country that can be relied upon to promote dialogue and peace. Firstly, because those principles define us as a republic and are evident in our respect for the separation of powers and the rule of law, the strengthening of our democratic system, and our respect and promotion of human rights and social equity, among other things. Secondly, because this is how we have historically conducted ourselves on the international stage. As early as in 1907, for instance, my country took a firm stance at the Hague Conference on Arbitration, seeing it as an essential and obligatory mechanism for resolving conflicts between states. Just a few years later, in 1921, Uruguay was the first state in the world to accept the jurisdiction of the Permanent Court of International Justice, the predecessor of the International Court of Justice. On the basis of these and other historical precedents, I hereby reaffirm that Uruguay is in an excellent position to be able to offer itself to the world as a host for negotiations, as a promoter of networks of dialogue and mediation, leading to the construction of peace and the prevention of conflicts. Believe me, we are prepared for this ever more urgent and necessary challenge. Among other reasons, because we have learned, as my country's former president, José Pepe Mujica, said, that tolerance is the foundation for peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Nataša Pirc-Musar, the President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madam President, please accept my warmest congratulations on your election at this historic 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Your election underscores the vital importance of including women in the decision-making process. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, in 1945, the end of the Second World War was greeted with celebrations, and hopes were placed in a new era of peace and cooperation, embodied by the creation of the United Nations. However, those hopes were soon overshadowed by the onset of the Cold War. When it ended in 1991, we once again dared to believe that this would pave the way to the vision of lasting peace, security and cooperation as enshrined in the UN Charter. Sadly, that vision has not materialized. In fact, the situation has worsened, and here is why. Firstly, The Security Council, envisioned as the very pillar of collective security, is failing to meet the expectations of the world, if it ever has. The Permanent Five were supposed to be role models for the rest of the world working for peace. Some work in their own interests instead. Secondly, the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals is faltering. Progress is lagging, and with cuts in development assistance, millions of the world's poorest are pushed further away from the access to even the most basic services. Thirdly, international law appears to stand at the precipice of irrelevance. The independence of elected international judges, the integrity of human rights institutions, personal security of human rights defenders, and the authority of this organization are under siege. Fourthly, the Genocide Convention risks becoming a relic of the past. Some states have put the International Criminal Court to its greatest challenge ever. Its prosecutors, whose only duty is the pursuit of justice, and its judges, whose responsibility is to uphold the law, our international law, now face sanctions and intimidation. As if the states that sanction them would prefer to shield the alleged perpetrators of atrocities rather than confront the truth and help deliver justice. Fifthly, the landmark opinion of the International Court of Justice affirming that international law obliges states to prevent harming the climate already feels obsolete. And finally, states are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, from the Ottawa Treaty, and from the UN agencies, or simply cutting their finances. Each such act chips away at the support for multilateralism, a system designed not for the powerful few, but for the benefit of all of us. Madam President, how are we to explain these trends to our electorates, to our people, and above all, to our children? Shall we tell them that this is the new normal, that might makes right, that the strong may seize what they want, because they can, that they can kill with impunity, because they can, that they may pollute, wage wars, and trample on international law, just because they can? Are we prepared to look our children in the eyes and say, this is the world you will inherit and there is nothing we can do about it? With the adoption of the Pact for the Future last year, we have charted a path toward a stronger, more forward-looking United Nations. But we must now create the conditions to fulfill our commitments. One way forward is to establish a permanent advocacy network to give the Pact unconditional, sustained political support. To this end, I propose the creation of a global forum for the future, an inclusive movement of states committed to multilateralism, mutual respect, and the defense of our shared vision. A movement determined to stand up for the Pact and drive its implementation at every level. As states consider how to implement the Pact for the future, some solutions may be seen as inconvenient today, but in the long run, ladies and gentlemen, they are not optional. They are systemically necessary. The first example is the reform of the Security Council. We all recognize that it is the principal organ entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. But what it is not, and must never be, is a body that stands above international law to defend the interests of some at the expense of others. UNGA's norms must be safeguarded as a matter of principle. If the prohibitions against genocide and crimes against humanity are accepted as UNGA's norms, can any permanent member claim a legitimate veto right in such circumstances? Member states have attempted to address this question through many reform proposals, but with minimal progress. This is why we must dare to go further now. We, the General Assembly, must take a bold step and request an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice on this very question. Second, we must confront the gap between our words and actions on gender equity. Progress has been made, but far too modestly. Over the past 80 years, 13% of leaders in multilateral organizations have been women. And no woman has ever served as Secretary General of the United Nations. And this, ladies and gentlemen, must change. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us make history. Today, the 80th session of the General Assembly is led by only the 5th woman to hold the presidency. By the end of this session, she would be joined by a Madam Secretary General-elect, a living proof to 4 billion women that even the most impossible job is not beyond their reach. But gender representation is not enough. What we must achieve is actual gender equity because it benefits not only women and girls, but entire societies. True equity requires systemic change, and so women's empowerment must remain at the heart of our global agenda. International organizations must weave a gender perspective into every strand of policy making. And that should be a result of effective participation of women and girls themselves. Electing a Madam Secretary General would be historic, but it must only be the beginning of a much deeper transformation. Madam President, the Pact for the Future sets out clearly what must be done to change our world for the better. I have mentioned only 2 of the many challenges we must confront decisively. But we can only succeed as a community if we accept that there is no future for humanity without a fundamental change. The mandate of the Global Forum for the Future would be to push towards such a change. This is why it must be inclusive. It must not be merely a coalition of countries. It must inspire hundreds of millions of people. For when it comes to human dignity, the constituency of like-minded individuals is vast, diverse, and knows no borders. Human dignity is indivisible. We must fight for it no matter how great the obstacles are. And there are many, we know that. Think of hunger. Time and again, humanity rose across continents to confront the scourge of hunger, to no avail. Worse still, hunger is now being weaponized, turned into a tool of war. We receive reports on a daily basis of how women and children are starved because they are marked as legitimate targets, as enemies. How cruel, how inhumane is that, ladies and gentlemen? We cannot allow this to happen any longer. 40 years ago, musicians stood against hunger. Instead of guns, they, the Band Aid, used music. The world heard them, but they were not loud enough, as hunger has not been eradicated. Today, we have science. We can address on a scale beyond imagination not only hunger, but every act of violence against human beings and all human fears. Granted, science, technology, and global connectivity are too often twisted by cynical leaders and warmongering regimes. But they can also be harnessed for the common good. Artists, influencers, and visionaries with audiences of millions can join forces with the governments of like-minded nations. Together, their voice in defense of humanity could become irresistible. Together, we can demand real action by all governments, all world and community leaders on the Pact for the Future, and hold to account those who betray human dignity to its very core, through wars of aggression, genocidal policies, and crimes against humanity. If we join forces and make ourselves heard, nobody can ignore us, not even the most arrogant governments and individual politicians. Of course, such initiatives cannot emerge out of thin air. They require leadership, strong, inclusive, and fearless leadership. We, the leaders of today, are only transient custodians of power. Some of us may not be here after the next election, but that is precisely why we must act now. Our responsibility and destiny will be judged by how we treat our planet and its people today. We simply cannot afford silence, ignorance, or passivity, not while we hold power and possess the power of the word. Hesitation is not an option, Madam President. For most of us, members of the UN, is not might that makes right. It is the opposite. We must not allow the powerful few to ignore us. We must not surrender to a world where power alone prevails. We, the majority of United Nations members, must be role models. We must work for a different world. The Global Forum for the Future can be a platform for the much-needed transformation in which partnerships with non-state actors and companies are indispensable. Profits must finally serve development for all. Innovation and sustainability must drive tolerance, mutual respect, and inclusive dialogue. Is that too much to ask? If we, the leaders of this planet, can offer nothing but terror, conflict, pollution, fear, inequalities, and war to 8 billion people, then we must confront the truth. We are complicit in crimes against our civilization and our planet. And not just us, heads of states, but leaders of international institutions, CEOs, and every individual with the power to make a difference share this responsibility. None of us can claim ignorance of what is at stake. If we believe in human dignity for all, we must deliver more. A world that fulfills lives, not threatens them. We must say yes to inclusive multilateralism and a resounding no to multipolarism. Let us show that this General Assembly can and will make a difference, as it has often done before. Let us demonstrate that we reject arrogance, hatred, and willful blindness to a lack of equality and justice, to wars of aggression, crimes against humanity, and genocide, because they tear us apart for generations. And let us proclaim in all seriousness and sincerity that we embrace personal and collective responsibility to uphold humanity, sustainable development, and international law, because this will keep us together as a civilization for generations. And Madam President, let me end on a personal note. For the sake of future generations, to fulfill our responsibility as human beings, to ensure that we are on the right side of the history, we should do the right thing. We did not stop the Holocaust. We did not stop the genocide in Rwanda. We did not stop the genocide in Srebrenica. We must stop the genocide in Gaza. There are no excuses anymore. None. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Kasim Jomart Tokayev, the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, for 8 decades, the United Nations has played a pivotal role in combating humanity's global challenges. Over that time, it has led our common efforts on collective security, nuclear non-proliferation, peacekeeping, development, poverty reduction, sustainability, and human rights. But we must also face the truth. The world around us has changed profoundly and, unfortunately, not for the better. That's why the United Nations remains today a symbol of hope for millions around the globe. This historic meeting is a unique opportunity to recommit ourselves to the founding principles and goals of our universal and truly indispensable organization. However, we cannot turn a blind eye to the real crisis thrust in multilateral institutions. Serious violations of international law have become new normality, which undermines global stability and erodes confidence between peoples, between political leaders, and between states. In this challenging time, we all must empower the United Nations to make it more adjustable to the realities of today's unpredictable world. The spirit of mutual understanding and eagerness to cooperate must prevail over dangerous warmongering. State leaders have a responsibility to move toward making peace. A failure of the current generation of leaders to act is not an option, because future generations will pay a much greater price. In this regard, comprehensive reform of the United Nations is a strategic necessity, not a subject for endless contemplations. We need to establish a new group of truly dedicated people who will highly professionally and without any hesitations make concrete proposals for reforming the United Nations to make it better suited to the challenges of today and objectives of tomorrow. A central pillar of this bold effort to renew the United Nations should be a reform of the Security Council. Major powers of Asia, Africa, and Latin America should be represented in the Security Council on the rotational basis. In addition, Kazakhstan strongly believes that the voices of responsible middle powers also need to be seriously amplified in the Security Council. In fact, they have already started to play a larger positive role in international relations, bringing balance and building trust. They can act as bridges within the United Nations when major powers are divided or failing to resolve pressing issues of common concern. Above all, a credible United Nations for the 21st century requires member states to take concrete steps toward durable peace and security. Otherwise, the United Nations is doomed to forever mitigate consequences while root causes forever proliferate. We can begin this process already today by reaffirming our steadfast commitment to the Charter of the United Nations. The founding principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and peaceful resolution of disputes must be upheld without exception. Selective application of the Charter undermines its credibility. The world needs a new consensus based on trust, inclusiveness, and shared responsibility. For example, the enemy state clauses of the Charter, historical remnants of the Second World War, have already been recognized by the overwhelming majority of the international community is obsolete. For all these reasons, it's time to have a serious conversation about Charter review. Today we face an alarming reality. Arms control treaties are collapsing, and with them, so are the foundations of strategic stability. Global military spending in 2024 hit a record $2.7 trillion. The global cost of violence reached nearly $20 trillion. Therefore, rebuilding a robust global security architecture should remain a top priority for the international community. We advocate relaunching high-level dialogue among nuclear powers and stronger multilateral action to drastically reduce the looming threat of nuclear weapons. More widely, we must begin the hard work in this common priority. Meanwhile, the Caspian Sea is rapidly shrinking. It is no longer just a regional concern. It is a global warning signal. Therefore, we call for urgent steps to preserve the Caspian water resources with our partners across the region and the wider international community. Last year, Kazakhstan co-organized the One Water Summit with France, Saudi Arabia, and the World Bank. Looking forward, stronger coordination, investments, and sustainable solutions are urgently needed to prevent future water crises. To help advance this agenda, Kazakhstan will host a regional ecological summit in Astana in April next year, to be convened in partnership with the United Nations and other international organizations. As part of our broader environmental commitment, Kazakhstan is implementing a nationwide Clean Kazakhstan campaign. This national movement mobilizes millions of volunteers in cleanup actions, waste reduction, and eco-education. At this initiative of Kazakhstan, the United Nations declared 2026 the International Year of Volunteers for Sustainable Development. We invite all member states to collaborate on this important endeavor. In this spirit, I propose that the General Assembly adopt a resolution proclaiming April 22 as the International Day of Greening the Planet. Dear friends, Kazakhstan views artificial intelligence not as one more technological advancement, but as a major breakthrough that can be a true engine of human progress. Yet, as artificial intelligence accelerates, so do the related risks, specifically deepening technological, economic, and geopolitical divides. At the same time, we should not let ethical norms fall behind this rapid evolution. Pressing questions of fairness, accountability, and individual rights must be addressed with clarity and urgency. We must act collectively to ensure that every country can benefit from AI. Kazakhstan welcomes the establishment under UN auspices of the Global Dialogue on AI Governance. We stand ready to actively contribute to this platform to help ensure that AI remains safe, inclusive, and human-centered. In Kazakhstan, artificial intelligence will be integrated across all sectors of economy and public services. The basic infrastructure to deliver this plan is being built, and our bright young people are getting ready to turn this vision into reality. Our strategic goal is to transform Kazakhstan into a fully digital power within the next 3 years. Large-scale digitalization and widespread use of AI have become a national priority in Kazakhstan. E-government is an important pillar of our national development strategy. Around 90% of public services are already digitalized. Kazakhstan has recently launched its fastest national supercomputer ever. But AI and automation are expected to threaten jobs in many countries. That's why digital progress must go hand in hand with professional education. Therefore, Kazakhstan believes it is imperative not just to increase employment, but to valorize the technical professions. Ladies and gentlemen, amid global turbulence, Kazakhstan is pursuing a bold national renewal to build a truly just and fair state. Over the last 3 years, we have carried out large-scale political and economic reforms that are unprecedented in our part of the world. Through a national referendum, we introduced a single 7-year presidential term, thereby strengthening democratic accountability. We remain committed to the formula of strong president, influential parliament, and accountable government. Guided by strong wish to modernize Kazakhstan, I have proposed a single-chamber parliament for a national referendum to consider. Our objective is to continuously embrace the political system to make it more transparent, effective, and reflective of people's aspirations. At the heart of these reforms lies a clear principle: law and order must prevail. We believe that only governance rooted in common sense and the rule of law can ensure public order and protect the rights of all citizens. It creates good conditions for international investment, trade, cooperation, and more broadly, the dynamic development of our country. The interests of law-abiding people and decent citizens must always come first, maintained through justice, accountability, and mutual respect. Kazakhstan's economy is showing clear signs of sustainability and resilience. This year, economic growth is expected to exceed 6%, underscoring the sustainability of our economy as the largest in our part of the world. But we are not complacent. We will continue our efforts to ensure a long-term growth. Kazakhstan's energy strategy is based on 4 pillars: oil and gas, coal, uranium, and critical minerals. These precious assets are the basis of reliable energy partnerships. Climate change and the green agenda cannot be accepted by all countries that have huge deposits like coal, which nowadays can be cleaned up by advanced technologies. That's why we have committed to decarbonize our country in 35 years. Renewable energy is not the single solution to all energy problems. Agriculture is another driver of our development with huge potential for global markets. Kazakhstan's grain export capacity has amounted to 12 million tons, reaching a great number of international markets, creating new opportunities for trade expansion using enhanced transport connectivity. We will continue our cooperation with all major international partners and regional stakeholders to further diversify our external trade and economy, making it more inclusive and resilient. Excellencies, we will remain firmly on this path, deepening governance reforms at home while supporting global governance abroad. Kazakhstan will continue to serve as a bridge builder and peacemaker. It will also continue to choose balance over domination, cooperation over confrontation, and peace over war. We stand ready in cooperation with other players, stakeholders in the international community to renew the promise of the United Nations as a beacon of peace, justice, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you, President of the 80th session of the UN General Assembly, United Nations Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and ladies and gentlemen. 80 years ago, the United Nations was established to save succeeding generations of humanity from the scourge of war and to build a peaceful, prosperous, and just world arising from the devastation brought about by global conflict. Through the UN Charter, the nations of the world pledge to uphold peace, development, and human rights, which would be underpinned by international law. Now more than ever, we are called upon to uphold the values and advance the purpose of the United Nations. We are also called upon to advance cooperation and solidarity between nations. We are called upon to promote multilateralism and safeguard the institutions that enable it. South Africa's engagement in the international sphere echoes our domestic imperatives of eradicating poverty, reducing unemployment, and addressing the root causes of inequality. Our foreign policy is guided not only by the needs of our people, but also those of the continent of Africa and the global South. Inspired by our own history, South Africa strives to maintain world peace and also the settlement of all international disputes through negotiation and dialogue and not through war. We therefore welcome the strong partnership between the African Union and the United Nations in promoting peace, security, and stability on the African continent. This year, South Africa is honored to preside over the G20. This is the first time that G20 Leaders Summit will be held on the African continent, the cradle of humanity. South Africa's G20 presidency is guided by the theme equality, solidarity, and sustainability. To give full meaning to our theme of equality, solidarity, and sustainability, we have invited the G20 countries to join us in prioritizing the following areas. Firstly, in discussion to strengthen disaster resilience and response by addressing the increasing frequency and impact of climate-induced natural disasters. Secondly, to ensure that we have debt sustainability for low-income countries by crafting innovative ways to support countries to have low levels of debt to maintain economic stability. Thirdly, to discuss how to mobilize finance for a just energy transition by encouraging investments in renewable energy and sustainable technologies without foregoing what we would call base load energy sources. Fourthly, by harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development through the value addition processes, that is beneficiation of these minerals at the source where the minerals are extracted to foster the development of communities where these minerals are found. These priorities reflect South Africa's commitment to addressing global challenges and promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Our country's G20 presidency is a significant opportunity for South Africa to advocate for Africa's development agenda and to amplify African voices in global economic governance for a continent that is irreversibly on the rise. As member states of the United Nations, we have all adopted the Sustainable Development Goals. However, many of these goals remain elusive. There are many reasons that hold many countries back from fulfilling and implementing these development goals. Some of these reasons are lack of sufficient financial resources that can finance the advance that these countries need to make to fulfill those goals. Many countries with developing economies, especially in Africa and the Global South, do not have adequate capital to finance their development goals. They are indebted and are paying much more on debt servicing than they do on health and education. In fact, these countries pay much more than countries in the North for their debt. Yet through global solidarity, by having fairer lending rules, especially for several of the Global South countries, we can achieve our shared commitment. Through the G20 process, we are working towards building consensus on how this problem can be tackled, including the reform of international financial institutions, particularly multilateral development banks, to better tackle global challenges that many countries face. The multilateral trading system needs to be reformed as we reconfirm that the World Trade Organization remains the only multilateral body that is capable of managing differences and coordinating positions in global trade. Trade is one of the most important instruments to mobilize domestic resources for development. It is concerning that geopolitical shocks and unprecedented trade policy volatility are destabilizing the global economy and jeopardizing a critical source of development finance. In fact, trade is now being used as a weapon against a number of countries in the world. We must redouble our efforts to strengthen the link between trade and development. Unilateral trade practices and economic cohesion have a detrimental impact on many nations. This includes the economic embargo against Cuba, which has caused untold damage to the country's economy over the years. This unfair embargo must be lifted, and we want it lifted sooner rather than later. In the midst of global trade uncertainty, the African continent is providing a pragmatic example of constructive collaboration and cooperation by using the African Continental Free Trade Area as an engine for sustainable growth and development. This will, with commitment, become the central pillar of economic cooperation and integration for our continent. As part of the effort to build more inclusive economies, South Africa's G20 presidency has launched an extraordinary committee of independent experts on global wealth inequality. This committee, chaired by Professor Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate, will deliver the first ever report on global inequality to G20 leaders when they meet in November in Johannesburg in South Africa. Climate change is an existential threat. We are failing future generations by our inability to reduce global warming. Climate change is reversing economic growth and development gains in many countries, especially in the global south. Although Africa carries the least responsibility for climate change, many countries on the continent of Africa experience much of its harshest effects. Extreme weather events like floods and droughts are driving food insecurity, displacing populations, causing damage to infrastructure, and leading to the unnecessary loss of livelihoods. Member states must honor their undertakings and commitments in line with the guiding principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The Secretary General recently reported that global military expenditure has reached historic highs, just as the world is falling behind on its core development promises. We are building weapons when we should be building social infrastructure that advance the lives of our people. We are fighting wars that cause death and destruction when we should be fighting poverty and developing the livelihoods of vulnerable people. We must act decisively to silence all the guns everywhere to realize the goal of sustainable development and global peace. And I do believe that this is an objective that is possible to reach. As we commemorate the 80th anniversary of the UN, the relevance of this institution and various multilateral processes for the maintenance of international peace and security is being willfully undermined. There is an increasing reliance on unilateral military action in contravention of international law. The United Nations Security Council has proven to be ineffective in its current form and composition in carrying out its charter mandate to maintain international peace and security. South Africa remains deeply concerned by the erosion of the credibility of the Security Council and its failures to ensure accountability and uphold international law. As the security and humanitarian situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Sudan, Gaza, and elsewhere deteriorate, it is a matter of great concern that